Hey, Steiny, Run Through the Jungle by Creedence.
Yeah.
Way to go.
You got to love it.
Great song.
Yeah.
Iggy makes no sense, man. I mean, if they're going to do something different, do something different. Which means if Kerr goes, I don't understand why Draymond wouldn't be gone. Why wouldn't you just completely clean house? It's like jumping off the cliff twice. I just don't get that. And Goo, Kerr to San Antonio makes a ton of sense.
Man.
I hope Wemby's okay.
That was a bad fall. Yeah, that was a bad fall.
Oof.
Man.
The playoffs are a gas. I guess OKC's probably going to win again. The last thing I had to say was, God, the Rockets are just, what is their problem? That coach he's terrible. How can they be losing to the Lakers 2 games, without Luka, without Reeves? Wow. Man, he's a bad guy and a terrible coach. But anyway, I hope the Warriors, if you're going to jump off the cliff, clean house. I mean, maybe Curry wants to go to San Antonio with Kerr, and we'll take Steph on Castle and a bunch of picks, thank you very much, and start over. But, man, I haven't heard anything that makes sense. But that's all I got. Have a great day, fellas. I'd like to hear what you have to say. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, Castle's never going to be gotten. I'll tell you who you might be able to get for Steph.
Evan and I think I know where you can. Evan, we talked about it when you left. I said there's something about Fox in San Antonio, Evan. And when you said it, you got Harper and Castle, man.
He's not a 1 or a 2, and last night they needed him to be that.
Yeah.
Any interest in De'Aaron Fox if they throw in picks? Although their picks aren't going to be great.
Well, there you go.
I mean, if you could get a pick with Fox, absolutely.
Oh, you would?
Yeah, well, for a team like the Warriors, they're not going anywhere.
I mean, then he would argue he's be
under
your
contract
best player
for a long time.
Yeah, no doubt.
What do you mean? You're better than Steph?
Well,
they'd trade for Steph.
I'm just saying he has more longevity. He would, he's going to be here a while.
We shouldn't talk like that because that's.
No, but what did you make of that fall for Wemby, Sonny? That was dangerous. I think it's a concussion. They're talking about 6-7 days possibly. I don't think I've seen a guy fall on a basketball court like that and hit his face in that manner.
You ever see Larry Bird? Against the Indiana Pacers? When he dove for a loose ball and he hit his face right on the parquet floor.
Did he stay in?
No, he had to go. He was knocked out. He went to the locker room, was in the locker room for a quarter, came out and won the game.
Oh, so he came back.
And he won the game for him. I thought you knew basketball history.
I don't remember that.
Remember when Chuck Person was talking
the
like
Rifleman?
Yeah. Yeah.
All I remember is what you blew me away with yesterday, and I went and watched the Draymond to the tunnel. It was fascinating. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome on that one. What was I going to say? Something.
Bird.
No. It was about, Wemby. Man. That's why you want to, that's why that's always one reason to make the playoffs. Look at the Portland Trailblazers now. They got a shot to win. They got a shot to beat the Spurs if he's out a week.
They're a fun watch. Scoot Henderson was in his bag, man.
Yep. It's really, to me, it's really that simple. I mean, if Wemby goes down, now the Spurs are in a little bit of trouble. Yeah. So
Friday in Portland.
Yeah. Let's go to Jan. Jan's in Mountain View. Hey, Jan, what's going on?
Good morning. How are the two of you doing? It's a long time.
Yeah, how are you?
But
I'm down, Jan. No playoffs. Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I just was, concerned about Kerr. I was thinking yesterday, he was saying after the game, after they had that little huddle between the three of them, that he would never leave Steph. Well, then he turns around and, we hear that Monte Poole, interview with Wilbur and Gibbs yesterday, and I just thought, well, I'm wondering if something's going on with his health. I mean, why would he make such a quick 180 like that? And, all of a sudden, now we're up in the air as to who the head coach is going to be. I mean, when you get up there in age, you have to start thinking about your health, and he was pretty exhausted throughout the year. I mean, you could see it on his face, that he was getting tired, and worn down. And I'm just wondering if it has something to do with that rather than, because he said in that presser that he wasn't going to leave to go to another team. So why would he now, decide to do that? I mean, that's he wouldn't do that to Steph. And I would hear Steph also say, I want what's best for the team, and I want Kerr to be healthy, and
right.
I heard that again, and I'm just curious if that has something to do with it. Just putting it out there, because everybody else thinks like, well, we don't know, and you'd be surprised. I mean, a lot of people are getting high blood pressure nowadays at a younger age because they don't work out or anything. Well, he's had a lot of. He's had a lot of pressure, and this year with all the injuries that we've had and what's going on, they've, it's really been, I'm kind of glad that they're not in the playoffs, because they wouldn't have made it against OKC at all. I mean, it was a nice, that was a great game last Wednesday where they poured their heart and soul into it, and I think that was what they wanted to achieve anyway. I don't think they could have made it past OKC. So anyway, guys, have a great day,
you too,
and
Jan.
I'll keep listening.
Thank you, Jan. Appreciate you as always.
Yeah, I would just tell Jan, my cousin Jan, I would just say, yeah, it was kind of one of my ears perked up when I heard him say he still wants to coach. So that lets me know it's personal, and not personal where it's just all bad, to where it's just time, you got a vision. My boss has a different vision. I want to work without constraints that maybe I didn't have to work with in the past. And if Steve Kerr is available, I mean, that line will be around the corner, man.
All right, this is Steve Kerr, and I think this is what Jan was referring to.
I mean, I don't want to walk away from stuff. I'm definitely not going and coaching somewhere else next year, in the NBA. I mean, I would never walk away from Steph, but all this stuff has to be aligned and right. And so those are all discussions that we'll have. That's what I said from the beginning of the season. I felt great coming into this year. I thought we had a real chance, with Jimmy and Moses going down. Obviously, it took us off track, but we have to account for all of that stuff. And, this is just a phenomenal organization, and Joe is a great owner. Mike is a wonderful GM, and I'm lucky to work with them. And like I said, we'll all put our heads together next couple of weeks.
All right, now the part in there that some people clung on to was him saying, I'm not going to coach. I'm not going to walk away from Steph and coach somewhere else in the NBA. So the question is, would Kerr go back to college? Maybe not right away, but maybe after a year. Obviously, Arizona's got a real good coach right now.
And
so
program.
That job's not open, but, he seemed to be I get the sense that if he's not coaching the Warriors next year, he won't be coaching any NBA team. But I believe that 2 years from now, kind of all bets are off. Yeah. I mean, so if Kerr's not the coach of the Golden State Warriors, he's not supposed to coach in the NBA until Steph retires if he's coaching for another team? I don't believe that's going to happen.
And I believe guys like that, and it's funny, he didn't add Draymond to that list. It just speaks to Curry's greatness as a player and person, that he would say, and the organization obviously is in the midst of everything for Steph, and Steve Kerr's telling the world, I would never leave this guy. I wouldn't take a job in the NBA because of this guy. Not guys, this guy. So, yes, Donnie, it's going to be interesting. And again, before all this popped off, when we were with him, I know I keep bringing this up every day, but my spidey senses were tingling that this might be it for Kerr. And there's nothing bad in that. It was just natural, something I felt transferring from his body to ours. And now, I don't know which way it's going. And let me ask you this, and it's kind of a difficult question, or come on, Goo. Would you take this long to come up with your answer? And one would say, if I had to take this long, it's kind of my answer. Like if you were in love and you wanted to stay here and it was truly up to you, boom, we lost, we're coming back, let's go, I'm here.
Right, but he's been around for 12 years, and it's coming to the end. I mean, I don't like the way I look at it is, to me, and this isn't necessarily bad or good, but I look at Steve Kerr as essentially he's now in the same position that Bob Myers was in 4 or 5 years ago. And that's why I think he won't be coming back. And it's not that Joe Lacob's a bad owner.
Okay, he just said he loved him.
It's that I think Bob Myers worked with Joe for 10 years or whatever it was, and he felt it was time. And I think that's where Steve Kerr is right now. He's worked for Joe Lacob for 12 years, and I think Bob Myers saw the future and that he was not going to be able to live up to the expectations that Lacob had for maintaining this thing. Kerr stuck around and's done the best he could. But I think right now, Steve is realistic and he's looking at this team and it's a 37-win team. And I think he knows Joe Lacob has no interest in that. He doesn't want any excuses. He wants this thing turned around. And I think this is where a guy like Steve Kerr is able to say, Joe, I think that's unrealistic. And I can see if I come back, it's going to be a pressure cooker of unrealistic expectations. And, that's just not for me right now. That's what I could see.
Now, what about the comments from the chef, which, we all kind of process differently, but you kind of had me thinking when I left here, him using the verbiage or the words of foundation, quit talking about chips. Not saying that's not what the goal is, but wouldn't that be something or symbolic to Coach Kerr to where, okay, we're going to do a soft reset? Because we can't just exchange all the players. We're still our age or our ages. But if I'm Steve Kerr, I kind of like hearing that from my star player. I guess in the crazy world, it symbolizes or it means to me that, there's pressure, but there's not pressure. We know we got to go kind of reboot.
Yeah, I mean, and it's one thing for Steph Curry to say that, but Joe Lacob's not thinking that way. I think this is an interesting question from the text line right here. What kind of impact do you think it'll have on potential free agents or Giannis if Kerr is gone? I think that's a great question. That's a great question. I think it really does depend on the player. For example, I do think there's players that might not want to come here, maybe players who are either younger or in their primes, knowing that if Steve Kerr's here and Steph Curry and Draymond Green are on the team's identity is going to be Green and Steph Curry and probably to a lesser extent, Jimmy Butler. Now, a guy like Kawhi Leonard, I got to believe that if he would ever entertain coming to the Warriors, he would probably want Steve Kerr as the coach.
He spoke glowingly about the Warriors after they knocked him off.
I'm just kind of speculating there, but if Steve Kerr's not the head coach, I do think you're giving up on an opportunity to get a guy like LeBron maybe or Kawhi Leonard. Again, I could be wrong there, but I'm thinking, would LeBron James come to the Warriors with a new coach? And I don't know. It seems unlikely to me with Steve Kerr, without Steve Kerr, but I got to believe that if the Warriors are still in the market for a ready-made superstar, I got to believe Kerr's got to be the coach then next year. So I'm intrigued by that also, 510.
Yeah, and I'll say this to that. You brought it up, and I don't know what your intent was, but you were stating the facts in regard to the Warriors have been locked in or rumored to be close on big fish, and they haven't been able to deliver. And that's with Steve Kerr, but that's not Steve Kerr's job. That's Mike Dunleavy's job and Joe Lacob. So I'm just saying Steve Kerr's been here, and you talked about the fish that we, were flirting with, but we never got anybody to dance with us.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's going on with Steve Kerr? It's about we're about a week into this. Warriors season ended on Friday, and according to Anthony Slater, Kerr going to take a week or two. So I think that puts a decision in the hands of the Warriors in about, I don't know, another week or so, something like that. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of speculation, and the other thing here is it does feel like there are a lot of moving parts. Let's say Kerr doesn't come back. When do you hire the coach?
ASAP. Well, he could, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, do you wait? how does it impact your off-season, goals or strategy?
Well, you don't want to go. I'm just saying, if you're trying to get somebody to come in here, sell your franchise and not know who your coach is, Well,
what I'm saying is if Steve Kerr is not going to be the coach of the Golden State Warriors and they don't hire somebody, before free agency, will that be a factor if they want to try to sign guys that they don't have a coach? Or if they hire a coach, will that help entice somebody to come or deter somebody from coming? It's kind of all in play. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, the draft is tomorrow, and Willard and Dibbs will be broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton from 2 to 6. You can watch every pick, win some great prizes, and spend the afternoon with us. That's tomorrow from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It's presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. Also, we are live on YouTube throughout the entire day. All you got to do is search 957 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content for the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. All you have to do is go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Selling your house the traditional way? Listings, showings, endless waiting? Yeah, no thanks. At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we keep it simple. You call us, we give you a fair cash offer. You choose when to close and get paid. It's really that easy. Call 510-800-JOHN or visit johnbuysbayareahouses.com.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. Please don't hesitate to contact our admissions team of Dab Sterling or Christopher Lord at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
The draft is here. Catch 95.7 The Game live Thursday, April 23rd with Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick and talk football with us. Presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin. Thoughtfully designed for the way you live.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
The NFL offseason is here, but the action never stops. The draft is right around the corner, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your pro football destination. Prospects, team needs, and pick-by-pick coverage of draft weekend.
Heed the Call covers all things NFL, and we have fun. No fake hot takes or boring data dumps here. Just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
So come hang out with the Heed the Call heroes for football news, analysis, and mirth. All the mirth. Follow and listen to the Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a chef's small plates and pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
We cannot sit here and not go outside when it's sunny, waiting on the rain. You gotta go live.
Oh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Is that me?
Who else would it be?
Oh, boy. 56. Man, I'm really having trouble sleeping, man. Just watching these playoff games with no Warriors. It's not the same, man.
It's
and
almost
it's
like
just
you
starting.
just figured this out.
No, I'm just saying it hurts. Watching everybody go to the club and party. I'm on KD's helmet.
The club? Where's at the club?
Coachella. You know what I mean, man. We got to get it fixed,
Hopefully
man.
we'll get to the bottom of that, too.
They're having a good time, Steiny. He was.
I just want to get to the bottom of whether the tickets were bought before the Suns game or not. Or whether they went to, or whether they had to go to Live Nation at 9:45 after the game
I'm sure the Currys don't need a ticket.
So
you come in.
We have gotten down to the bottom of it, I think, which is so Sadell Curry, along with Seth Curry's wife, I believe is part of the Rivers family.
Yes, sir.
They were going to go to Coachella the first day, which was Friday night.
Okay.
But the Warriors were playing that night.
Yeah.
So instead they went to the game. Like they already had an Airbnb booked. They already had tickets. They had all that stuff pre-planned. Sadell and I don't forget her name.
Yeah.
And so then after they got eliminated, then Seth, Aisha, and Steph joined for the second day.
That's how it goes, Snotty. Come on, man.
They already had it.
Just like my family got tickets for the Michael movie Friday. We're all moving stuff around so we can all go.
Okay.
Mike!
So it's official, though, that going into that game Friday night, Steph knew it was a win-win.
Well, see, that's a stop. Stop. You got to differentiate. Come on, man.
He's either headed to Oklahoma City or he's going to see Justin Bieber.
Boy.
The real question is, if they had won in Phoenix, you would have had Saturday off. Would he still have gone to go see Bieber?
I think he would have.
I wouldn't have had a problem with it.
I think he would. Of course you would.
Jordan golfs before playoff
He ain't
games.
Jordan, bro.
He's something else. Yeah. Steph is special. Real quick, Evan, do you know how much a ticket for Coachella cost?
I think about 25.
Oh, no. 25 what?
$25?
Oh, I think you're going to say 2,500.
Evan, get your uncle. How much
I think it's like 700.
For what?
For 3 days.
That's incredible.
You got to be kidding me.
I'd bring my own.
Yeah, look at
drink.
Risotto. I'm with you, Risotto. 700?
What?
It's not. I don't think that's that uncommon.
Good
Well,
God.
I can just tell you, New Orleans Jazz Fest is probably 100 a day, 125 tops.
Festivals are. Yeah, I think you might be on the low side.
You got the old numbers, baby.
I'll check it out, but dude, festivals are a lot.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. What's the cheapest concert ticket? New Orleans Jazz Fest, Bonnaroo, Austin City Limits, South by Southwest?
Man.
Or Coachella. It ain't Coachella.
That's
right
some
now.
cheddar, yeah.
Yeah. Monty Poole was on yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, and I want to talk about this because I got to tell you, I'm going to be honest with you here. I think most people want Steve Kerr back. I think it's a lunatic fringe.
By the way, Jazz Fest?
Yeah.
Almost 500.
No.
For 4 days.
Stoney's giving you the 80 price.
Thank you.
100 a day.
Thank you. Hey, Mouth. Do you realize how... Tell me again how much the tickets are.
500.
For how many days?
For a 4-day pass.
How much per day is that?
125.
Thank you.
That's not 100.
I said 100, 125.
Before fees?
See.
Get him, Evan.
He can't get me. Yeah.
Oh, man.
See, Evan, 500 for 4 days is significantly less than 700 for 3 days.
Oh, you too, man.
It's about a difference about $100 a day for the ticket. You ever been to Bonnaroo?
Have you?
No, Tennessee though.
And what's that consist of?
It's a music.
Man, I ain't been to nothing. The closest thing I've been to, not Freaknik, that was in Atlanta. Lake Merritt, when they had
That's
festival
not Freaknik.
No, I know, but it was our version here in the Bay, festival at the lake. I've never been to something like just a bunch of bands in 3 days and partying, and you just stay and you go off. Kind of regret.
Do you want to do that? You and me should go to New Orleans.
I would love
for
to.
Jazz
man.
Festival.
I've never experienced the French Quarters or anything like that.
Nah, you don't want to do that. I'll take you around. I know New Orleans.
But that's the heart of New Orleans.
You don't want to go to Bourbon Street.
Why?
Because that's for children. We're adults, Goo. We go to Magazine Street. We go to Frenchman's. Yep. Maybe even a little Midtown.
Well,
Goo. It's
Evan, I don't know
underage
when
kids
to take
drinking.
this dude
It's
serious.
underage kids drinking on Bourbon Street. You don't want to.
And overage if you want to participate.
Evan and Risotto. They go to Bourbon Street.
All
right. This is what I want to talk about. And I'm going to challenge Warrior fans here, or the ones that don't like Kerr. This is Monty Poole.
Everything that I've been told is that there will be an opportunity if he decides to accept it, but that he also there's certain things that will determine whether he does accept it. So, yeah, there's nothing. I've heard nothing that says, "Oh, yeah, that they don't want him out. That they want him out. They want him out." I haven't heard that. But for him to return. And again, I keep hearing it's a slim chance of that. For him to return, there would be certain conditions that both sides would have to agree to. And if it doesn't happen, then it's pretty certain that they will be divorcing.
What do you see that got out there, and I can't give you the outlet. I just saw it over the weekend. What do you mean? Like, if I'm Steve Kerr, I got to change my style? Like, because that was out there that they would like, Steve Kerr to do this or implement that. I think to me, to my core, to my person, that would be offensive. Like, all of a sudden now we're not having success going deep. Now all of a sudden I need to change and not be who I've been for a decade. And I'll say this to that. Bob Myers kind of told us when they had that double presser, what it takes to work for a guy like Joe Lacob, and I'm just wondering if Steve Kerr has reached that juncture to where it's taxing Uncle Sam to work for Joe Lacob, to where that would affect, do you even want to do the job anymore?
Yeah, I think we're starting to get all the answers, quite frankly. If Monty Poole's saying, here's what I'll bet you, if I ask this question, I'll bet you we won't be able to come up with one answer that we know is right. And it's this. Okay, if Monty's correct, and, there's some conditions that both sides have to agree to.
Yeah.
And they have to this and that. Like, what are we talking about specifically about Steve Kerr that the Warriors need out of him that he hasn't been providing? Because all I can think of is he should have played Kuminga more, and he shouldn't play Pods as much. Outside of that, like, what do they want Steve Kerr to do for the next 2 years? That's Lacob has said, stop being so political.
Well, when you put it that way, like, I'm not saying it's end all be all, but I get that. And on the flip side, you didn't ask me, I'm volunteering. What if he wanted some more say in who they draft, or maybe he already has that as far as his conditions?
Well, then I think we look at that. I mean, why? I get it. A coach is a coach, but Steve Kerr, should he have input into the draft?
I mean, man.
Why wouldn't he want? Why wouldn't he? They got 19 other people.
Have it. He may already have it.
They got 19 other people in on it. They got the Lacobs.
Yeah.
They got Larry Harris. They got Mike Dunleavy. They got Kerr. I mean, they got a lot of people in on the decision making.
Right.
And if it's true that, here it is. If it's true that Steve Kerr didn't want Kuminga and wanted Wagner.
Man.
Okay, so now 4 years later, do you say, let's give Steve more say in personnel, or do you say, no, that's still not your job? I don't know. But again, my question is, if there are certain conditions that Steve Kerr's got to meet to remain the coach of what the hell are we talking about?
I'm with you. But Monty playing that sound on Willard and Dibbs, it sounds like it may not be to that extreme to where, it's 50-50.
And I'm in the middle on this. It's like, yeah, I get it. Steve Kerr's been coaching for 12 years. He's won 4 titles, and he is who he is. But by the same token, it's like, if they need him to change a little bit, what's wrong with changing a little bit? Yeah. I mean,
I guess it depends on what that change is.
I guess it does. But again, I'll say it for the 5th time. What has he what needs to change for him to come back? That's the question I'm asking Golden State Warrior fans. If he's got to agree to some conditions and there are some things or assurances that Lacob wants out of Kerr, what are they? Play the young guys more? I don't think that's it.
Could it be something to his staff? Fire this guy or replace this guy and implement this dude? I'm speculating.
I mean, is it he's playing too small too often? I don't know. Is it he's alienated the young players? I'm not sure that's it.
Well, the Madison Square Garden incident is only one incident with Will Richard, and he apologized as much as you can. But, I don't know. I'll say this. I do wonder, and this is going to sound ludicrous, I do wonder if Joe Lacob, even with the Butler injury and Moody going down when he went down, where the Warriors were at when Butler was healthy, if Joe Lacob looks at this roster like we should have had more than 37 wins with everything that happened.
Well,
that's a difference.
Then I quit. Then I wouldn't. If I'm Steve Kerr, I'm out. I'm out. And if Joe Lacob can explain to Steve Kerr how this should have been more than a 37-win team when their 2 best players both missed half the year, I wouldn't want to come back either, because that tells me that the expectations that the owner has may be unrealistic. You want to try to tell me they could have gotten to 40, I'll listen. But this team was going if you would have looked at the games played, just the games played from their players throughout this year at the end of the year, and said, guess the Warriors record, you probably would have guessed 36 and 46. When you would have seen Curry 40, Butler 40, Moody 55, Melton 60, Porzingis every other game, Horford every other game. You know, you would have been like, nobody would have said, well, we still should win about 45 games. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city. Maybe it's turnovers.
You kept watching this team commit turnovers in game after game after game, and it frankly didn't look like they were well coached, or either they were just not disciplined well enough. And you kept seeing it. Now, if you recall, early in the season, Draymond Green was a turnover machine, and Steve and Draymond had a talk about that. And Draymond got better. It did. It got better. But if you look over the course of this season, there were so many games where there's giving points to the other team, and it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch. And when you see that happen consistently, it's hard to say this is a well-coached team. And so this was a tough year for Steve, and he didn't do himself any favors when the team was relatively healthy. They actually played, I don't want to say better, but they played hard when they were without Steph and Jimmy, but you knew that they were an inferior team. They were a lottery team without Steph and Jimmy. You knew that, you known that going into the season.
Wow. And why I say wow is you and I come in here, Evan, every day and talk about every game and what happened. But the one constant about the Warriors the last few years have been the turnovers, but I never once looked at it from the owner's view of, dude, you're supposed to control all that. And, you know, fair or foul, Joe Lacob's looking at that like somebody's got to fall on the sword for that.
Yeah, I mean, Monty said, I got to tell you, I've never heard it put this way before, but I've never thought the Warriors, quote, aren't disciplined enough. I mean, I know they can turn the ball over, but I blame mostly Steph and Draymond for the turnovers. Santos has too many for his talent ability, but it's mostly Steph and Draymond. Do Warrior fans think this team's undisciplined? They
turn it over, though. Yeah,
they've always turned it over, even during their heyday. They just had way more room to play with.
Yeah.
Firepower. At that point. And, you know, like, if you're going to have Steph, like as great as Steph is, he's always kind of a high turnover guy if he's got to handle the ball as much as he does. And Draymond has turned into a high turnover guy, too. So it's really the two senior-most players who are the ones who probably turn it over more than the other guys. So I don't know if that's an indictment on Kerr. I don't know if that's an indictment on the way the veterans handle the ball.
We'll see moving forward, but I wonder if Joe Lacob thinks it's worse that it's coming from his two stewards.
This is from Estimated Eyes. I never remember the turnovers being this bad, though. You're probably right. And I think the way I look at it is, I'll bet they had the exact same turnover issues, back in their heyday, but they were so good they could overcome it. And now it's just a little more difficult to overcome, obviously. But then again, I looked at the box scores from the two play-in games, and you realize they had 20 turnovers in both of those games.
And they got lucky to pull one out Wednesday, and then caught up with you Friday against a younger, faster, more athletic, longer Suns team.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. And Warrior fans, I want you to put yourself into Joe Lacob's mind for a minute. And, he wants to talk to Steve Kerr. And they want to see if they can be aligned to move forward. What do you ask? Like, what do you want if you're Joe Lacob from Steve Kerr? That would reassure you want this guy to coach for the next year or two. Again, I'm trying to get a little specific here. Is it okay? Let's go down the list. Could it be the way Kerr coaches the star players? Could Joe Lacob have a problem with the way he handles, let's just say, Draymond and Horford and the Zinger and Curry? I don't know. Does Lacob think he's playing them too much? Does he rely on them too much? Does he pay them does Lacob think he pays them too much deference? I don't know.
See, if Kuminga was here, I would say yes to that. I would say no to that. But the fact that they let go of Kuminga and gave in to Kerr, that's just how I feel. Like you gave, Kerr he was a problem. And you got rid of him. So I got to believe it's all good between the coach and owner. From that standpoint.
Well, clearly, but something's there.
No,
there's got to be something there. Otherwise, this would be done. And I'm trying to just get to the bottom of what, for everybody. And again, I think most people would like Steve Kerr back.
I'm one of them.
But I do think there are a lot of fans out there, some fans don't want him back. And if you don't want him back, like what would you want either out of the next coach, or what do you want to see out of Steve Kerr? Again, I'm trying to pinpoint what the disconnect could be. And maybe it's stuff that's happening behind closed doors that that we're not privy to, but I don't know. Maybe Joe Lacob just doesn't think, and this is going to be a very broad statement, but I just think that Joe Lacob isn't convinced that Steve Kerr is the right guy for right now to try to turn this thing around.
And I'll say this to that, and I'll add to that. Monty Poole telling Willard and Dibbs also that, I'm paraphrasing, Lacob had thoughts about moving on from Kerr in the past, so maybe it's just not about the immediate. Maybe this has been festering, and it's been a thought that the owners had for a while, and now it's come to the point to where, we don't make the offs, I'm paying the bill, and it's just festered, and now it's grown to where it's at now.
This is more Monty Poole on what Kerr may want.
Steve is seeing the rest of the Western Conference just pass right by the Warriors. A lot of it is personnel. We all know the Warriors had not drafted well. When the team was without Steph and Jimmy, you were looking at the Warriors' future as of the moment and thinking, oh, my God, this team is in trouble for years to come. And so they need to be better at building the roster. And I would think that would be one of the things that Steve is definitely going to be looking at, because he has minimal influence on the roster building process. And I don't know, he's already said that he doesn't want to be a general manager, so he's not asking for total control of anything. That's not a job he wants. But he also understands that this team had a chance to really kind of, I guess you can say, prolong, if not its dynasty, at least prolong its ability to play a highly competitive basketball at a high level when they had those 3 draft picks in the lottery, and they didn't draft a single star. Maybe Kuminga turned to be a pretty good player, but they didn't draft anyone who can say, okay, here's the guy we're going to build around. They did not draft a building block in those 3 picks.
That is Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area.
Donnie, that is fascinating, and you could say, Goo, you're living in the past, but that past is part of the Warriors' present, and it's part of the Warriors' future, the fact that you didn't get a star out of that trifecta when it comes to draft picks, man. Well, and now if the one guy that still has, he's still battling to where we don't know if he's a star or not, is in a playoff series. But if he pans out, it won't be on your dime.
No.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in the okay. So Steve wasn't happy with the way they drafted. Okay. So Steve would like to be more involved in the draft. Okay. I'm sorry. That's not a problem either. He wants a little more say in personnel. He's Steve Kerr. Give him more say in personnel. What I'm getting at is that's why I don't think this thing is headed toward a resolution.
Well,
I just don't. I think that the things that Lacob wants out of Kerr and the things that Kerr is asking of Lacob, there's something deeper.
And
it's not. Of course, you would just give Steve Kerr a little more say-so in the draft. That's the easiest thing. If like that, anyway, I'm just saying I don't know how that can be the sticking
point. But he
point.
told us real quick in our face. I know we're up against it. In our face, that some within the organization don't like how he talks about the team. That's telling us right now. That's deep. That can go so many different avenues. And if that one guy is the owner that doesn't like how you're talking or selling the team, and Steve is just being Steve and keeping it real, that's probably why where we're at. You know what I mean? Like that's a big thing.
Okay. So no, and I'm not. Yeah. I'm just saying I don't know what it is. I mean, are you telling me it's really that Joe Lacob's pissed off that Steve Kerr is saying this thing's pretty much over? Okay. And if okay, here's how you handle it.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, Just quit saying that. We know it. You know it. But let's just quit saying it.
And maybe they said that to him, and Steve told us, 90, he can't.
And that's why I think...
He can't. He told Willard and Diaz, I get in trouble when I talk to... I can't.
Well, and that's why I think there's bigger underlying issues than we know of at this point. And I do think it's to me, it feels very similar to Bob Myers.
That's a great call.
Does Steve Kerr want to be here for another 2 or 3 years, knowing that I think this thing's bound to become more of a pressure cooker than it has been. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Can somebody tell me what Joe Lacob wants out of Steve Kerr if Steve Kerr can give him the right information to stay? That's the $1 million question. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you and here for good. Life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever, and suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight for you, the negotiations, and the stress, so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Join 95.7 The Game weekdays Monday through Thursday from 1:45 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. for The Crossover, when Willard and Dibbs join Steiny and Guru. Presented by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Hi, I'm Billy Keller from ATCO Pest Control.
And I'm Gabe Whitney from Eclipse Insurance.
We're thrilled to invite you to the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament on Monday, April 27th at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. We want to thank our platinum sponsors, Cadillac Marin and Rush Injury Law of the Bay Area.
All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers Help Funds and the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area.
To learn more and register, visit agapecharitygolf.com.
That's agapecharitygolf.com. We hope to see you there.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. Sonny Styles, the inside linebacker from Ohio State. He came to Ohio State as a safety and played there for 2 years, but he just kept growing. And he kept maturing and getting better, and he moved to inside linebacker the last 2 years. He's been unbelievable. Like, he's 6'5", he's 245 pounds, he runs in the 4.4s. He's got everything it takes to be a great player.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
All right. And Jimmy Butler.
JB.
Another puzzle piece in the Warriors offseason. What do you do with Butler? What can you do with Butler? Can you do anything with Butler? Is Butler going to play next year?
That's the money question. And when. Before we get to it, I got to ask you a question because I care about you, and I know you were home alone. I had just last night's time, we were talking about food, salmon, fish. I had a great shrimp salad that my sister concocted.
Okay.
You're by yourself, and I just looked at you before we came back. What'd you have for dinner last night?
Half a ham and cheese sandwich.
That's boring.
Yep.
And a half?
Yeah. Homemade bread, cut a big piece in half.
My man.
Loaded up with some ham and cheese.
What time
Put a
did you
little
eat?
butter on the bread.
Do you do that?
Yeah, I don't like mayonnaise.
Either do I.
I put a little bit of butter on the bread, just to make it a little bit moist.
That's too much cholesterol, but you're looking good. I said what I said.
And I said I don't put a lot on.
All right,
Not like you with the mayonnaise and the bread.
I don't eat mayonnaise. Yuck.
How is it homemade bread?
Well, I didn't say I made it.
You said homemade.
Yeah. I don't live alone.
But you didn't make it in no one else's home.
Oh, it was made yesterday. It's a full on.
My man.
full on piece of sourdough. Anyway.
All right. I'm going to say what you're having tonight, but it might be the other half of that.
Tonight.
The ham sandwich.
A little mini pizza. Just
look at her. Round table.
No, just, frozen pizza. It's just one of those little ones.
Dude, we're older, man. We don't need that processed food.
Yeah. It's funny, a lot of anti-Steve Kerr mouths out there. They want him gone, but they don't know why. They don't know why.
Yeah.
Why do you want Steve Kerr out? Well, he played pods 38 minutes a night.
Well,
I
think that'd be the leader in the club. Or the Kuminga thing.
I have no idea.
Okay. All right.
Well, he ain't gone yet, Steiny.
Please. This is a dog and pony show.
You think?
Yes.
Well, then he'll sit out a whole year if you're right, because he said he will not coach in the NBA next year if that were to happen. But it's just kind of weird. Like, who would coach the Warriors, and is there a right guy with what you have in regard to your OGs on the back nine of their career? And that could be a couple years, 3 years. Like, I just don't see that natural. That's why Iguodala knows the terrain, the landscape. He's lived it.
Where's he been the last 2 years?
With my boy Landis Graydon.
I think Stackhouse probably has a better feel for this team and Stotts than Andre Iguodala.
I said yesterday I didn't
come
want.
on.
No, I hear you.
Andre Iguodala. I got to tell you, again.
But he hired Steve Kerr, who had no affiliation with the
Steve
Dubs.
Kerr wanted to coach. He was going to go to New York. He wanted to coach. I cannot see Iguodala's heart in it. That's just me.
Well,
I'm not saying he's not bright enough.
Gotcha.
All that kind of stuff. I also think he would be like the supreme delegator.
That's what I love about it, man.
Yeah. So you want a head coach that does as little as possible?
No, every coach has a staff, Steiny, and the staffs are littered with former coaches that done it at high levels. So, nobody's bigger than, let's do it my way, Frank Sinatra, and not listen to anybody. So, I mean, you got to have your
right.
guys.
But what I'm saying is he. Yeah, I don't even like.
I want a name that you would endorse. Yeah, I know it ain't politics, but like, you know what, Goo? And it sounds like you are warming up to Golden.
No,
I don't like
Golden's
that. Just
too young.
anybody, exactly. Like, this is a lot.
Whatever happened to Luke Walton? Exactly.
No, I asked you that.
Yeah, he failed a couple places. That's what happened to Luke Walton.
Well, Luke.
Mark Spears, what's the latest on Steve Kerr?
Person I text with today, they seem that he's still thinking about it. But that hug spoke volumes, right?
It sure did.
That audio spoke volumes. And he said if this is it. He said if. Right. He didn't say this is it. So maybe Steph needs to leave Coachella and go to Steve's house. Just like they recruited Kevin Durant. Sometimes you got to re-recruit people.
Yeah, he's not missing Bieber. He ain't missing Bieber to try to save Steve Kerr's ass.
Oh, man. I'm telling you this, and you can put it in the cap.
Over.
I don't think it is. I get how people.
What's he deciding?
And Spears said it. It's like it's up to him.
No, it's not.
Right.
Do you believe it's all up to Steve Kerr?
What if I told you? I'm being real with you. I'm doing one of your moves, fence sitting. It fluctuates every day. It changes. But why I'm patting myself on the back is when we went out there and I got to see the man in person. I just felt like what was oozing off of him, Steve Kerr, that is it was over. He was content with it. So I guess, Steiny, I'm saying in the perfect world, who am I? I'm being greedy. I want to know now, but what if it truly is his sole decision? And everything that you just talked about is not as big as we were making it to be. Hey, you need to go fix this or tell me you're going to work on this and then we're good. Maybe he might just be at his Bob Meyer plateau to where he's tired for working for Lacob because he's hearing Lacob bark or say things and that could irritate him. Like, what if Nahegan was confiding in you? Not even confide, man, that Goo, and then I was hearing it not from him, but from you or Evan. That would fester. And there are bosses like that don't care if you get it.
Yeah, that's why it's not up to Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr can't come back and say, hey, Joe, you know what? I've been thinking about it for 10 days. I'm ready to. I do want to come back. No, seriously, I do. Okay? All right. But there's some conditions you have to meet. Like what? Well, you know what they are and I know what they are, but nobody else knows what they are. So you're willing to give in on those? Sure, Joe. This is...
Do we know how long... I got to be better at my job for you and Evan and the listeners. Well, do you know how long it took last time he re-upped Steve Kerr? That came during the season, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And This is more Mark Spears on the verbiage he used about coaching Steph Curry.
Everything I've heard is up to Steve. Maybe fatigue. There's a weight that comes with that job. This is a franchise that is expected to have greatness, whether it has it on the roster or not. It's a brand now. You got Steph. So if you trot Steph out there, you have Draymond out there, people expect something great. There's a weight that comes with that. And I also think that Steve also truly respects the weight of the job that he has, the platform that he has.
Mark Spears.
Yeah, our guy.
This from Muhammad. I'm with Guru on one thing. Kerr should have never said that the Warriors are a fading dynasty. It's one thing a venture capitalist doesn't like is messing with their money. Then you got to get a new coach. And I'm being serious.
No, and we may be in the process of that.
Steve Kerr's not going to get less honest his last 2 years coaching.
And that's why he was honest with us, saying some within the walls didn't like how he talks about it. And we could laugh it off or, that's him just telling his truth. But if you think about it from an owner standpoint or the person that's in charge of that entity, to hear somebody that he's signing the check for that, that oversees him, I don't know if that would sit right.
I mean, one of the things where the Warriors are right now is, like, I want you to listen to what Spears says about, if Kerr doesn't come back. And this is what I got.
Okay.
And this is what I guess is hard for me to pinpoint, but I just know it's probably not the way it should be.
If Steve's not here, respectfully to the coach at the University of Florida is doing an amazing job. I think you need to talk to Draymond and Steph about who they'd like to be coached with, and not the ownership's favorite guy who they want to go to lunch and dinner with and communicate the best with, who Steph and Draymond communicate the best with. And when I look at Steve's coaching tree, there's a couple guys that come to mind. One is Willie Green, and people are like, well, he got let go by the Pelicans. Is that a good name? But I think oftentimes a coach is better the second time around. And Willie quietly came to Chase Center for a game this season. And he also spent some time with Steve. So is it deeper than two old friends getting together? I don't know. But I do find it curious that Willie made a point after he was let go by the Pelicans to come by Chase Center for a game and to spend time with Steve. And typically that's stuff that, coaches that have been let go do, go make the rounds. But I did think that was an interesting round.
I know you're going to laugh and probably call me a liar. Sonny, I find that fascinating. Like, they're two friends. One's back home. Willie's lived out here. And, you talk about the power in Kyle Shanahan's tree. And he hadn't won a chip. And guys have gotten jobs left and right. And Willie Green, might be one and done. But, there's no way they would give him the keys, right? And I'm not saying he's not worthy like James. But, man, and what would that discussion look like? Hey, Willie, I'm done after this year, and I'm going to play it off. Once the season's over, I'm going to take 3 weeks like I'm contemplating coming back. But
that's how it stuck out to me.
Yeah.
And I'm
here for you.
Evan, Guru, Risotto.
Happy birthday, baby.
The idea, this is what I think is just backwards. And I don't care who they are. The idea that you're going to allow a 39-year-old and a 37-year-old to dictate who the next coach is going to be because they have to be able to coach those two, and those two have to be able to play for this guy. I hate that they're in this position.
But we don't know that to be the case.
Well, that's what Mark Spears just said. You don't think Draymond and Steph are gonna? He just said you better. The guy's got to be able to.
Recommendations, but the last thing I'm looking at is who could coach Steph and Dre. When I know,
well, that's not what Mark Spears said. I'm just telling you. Mark Spears just said that they're going to have to talk to Steph and Draymond to see who can coach this team. And I don't like that. I don't like that template. I mean, I get it if it were 3 or 4 years ago, and I get it. You can use them as a sounding board, but you got to be kidding me. They're going to say Kerr.
Yeah.
They're going to say bring Kerr back.
Well, they know he's off the board, but I will say, if this thing pops off like we think, and there is a coaching vacancy here in Golden State, I guess Willie Green's name would be a name to watch.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't have any bad things to say about Willie Green, but
And does New Orleans? You're going to laugh. Does New Orleans really count when Zion was, some of your best players were down and hurt to where, like you said, with Luke Walton, he failed?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't watch.
He got fired.
I didn't watch the Pelicans play a lot with Willie Green.
Well, Zion wasn't there a lot. Take that to the bank.
Yeah, it's almost like.
Give it to me. So you feel like Dre and Steph are running the. We don't know. He said that, but Steiner, we don't know that for fact.
Well, it's kind of true, though, because I kind of get it, because you can't hire a coach in here they don't want. But
I don't think they signed off on Steve Kerr. Well, and they were puppies, but maybe then they hadn't had the.
They didn't have the juice that they have now.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Tupac.
Let's go to Tim. Tim's in North Carolina.
Tim.
Hey Tim, what's going on, man?
Fellas, what's up, man?
What's up, baby? Where you been?
Yeah, I know it's been a while, man. I just about to even listen. I've been in the crowd doing my thing, man. But I just still want to check in with y'all from time to time, man. Once the Kuminga thing has finally been over, man, I've been able to kind of relax and we could get back on a normal schedule and not calling y'all every other day. So, but Stoney, I agree with you on Mark Spears. That comment, making that comment, just kind of ridiculous to me. But I think Lacob is just squeezing Kerr a little bit, man. I mean, he's. It seems to me Kerr is about wanting a multi-year deal and all of this stuff. Kerr seems to be more focused on the nostalgia and how it ends, wants it to end right and all of this stuff. You never hear him getting excited about a reboot or a refresh and evolving and with a new system and extending stuff correct. Like, you don't hear him talk that way. His talk over the last 1 or 2 years has been about how it ends.
Yeah.
And Joe has had some differences with Steve that go all the way back to the Iguodala interview. Tell the coach to play him. Yeah. To the email last year with the preferences with coaches, players, and this and that. So Joe has been feeling some type of way. And hearing all of this fading dynasty, all of this woe is me talk is not what Lacob is about. So he's like, listen, man, if you coming back, I want multi-years. I want you to be ready to evolve. I mean, think about it, man. If Steve was ready to evolve with a new system, with something that take a little bit of pressure off of Steph, maybe Steph don't have a lifelong runner's knee that's going to be there for a long time, probably for the rest of his career. But Steve, he hasn't been interested in that. And the fact that he hasn't evolved has almost led to the destruction of his best player's health by not adding some changes, by not taking a little bit off of him and forcing others to grow. It has almost backfired to him in a way. And I think Joe probably just looking at it like, look, man, I want somebody ready to be excited about the reboot.
I agree.
When you think about Popovich was a part of the reboot. Popovich went through the downtimes and then was a part of the reboot. He had to probably talk to ownership to let them know, hey, I'm with this. Steve does not talk that way, man. He talks about how it ends, and he doesn't want it to be bad. I mean, so guys, I just think Joe is just not going to be about the woe is me stuff. He wants a commitment that you ready to come in here and make some moves, man, and do some things a little bit different. So I just think
good call, man.
You can't blame Joe for that.
Yeah,
you
good
can't
call.
Blame Joe.
And Stotty, I'll just jump in real quick here. A fading dynasty, when you just hear that, is kind of, not the slogan you want to hear for not the reboot, but the future, It's kind of like you're resigned to it's over.
Yeah, and
that was interesting.
This from the YouTube chat from MTLO321. Steiny, you could say that for any team. The stars have to sign off on the coach, especially a quality franchise. Yeah, I'm leaning more toward my prime star. I mean, Steph and Draymond are only going to be around for 2 more years.
And what if Draymond is moved? I'm just throwing that out there. So why would you even listen to what he had to say if you got plans on moving him? Just throwing that out there.
Well, they might have plans on moving him, but I don't know that they'll be able to. But Slater touched on the Draymond angle. He fits into this puzzle just like Curry does, and Kerr himself. This is Slater on Draymond and where he's at right now. It doesn't sound like Draymond's in a great place.
Draymond Green's name was brought up at the deadline in the honest talks, and obviously if the Warriors go big fish hunting this offseason, especially now that Kuminga's contract at the door and you don't know what you can do with the Porzingis sign-in trade or not. Like, Draymond Green's contract is more needed if you are going to go down the Giannis, the Kawhi, salary hunting. So there is an understandable level of unease from Draymond. I do agree with you that the trade deadline, I mean, he's talked about it. It did unsettle him. The one thing I'll say, and we reported it in our story this week, and I could say going back to all my conversations with management post-deadline, they've pushed back against the idea that, they're trying to move off Draymond, or even at the deadline they were shopping him around. He is an understandable salary that they may have to move, but also that, they're voicing to me a desire to still, keep him around long term. If a decline in multi-year extend would help them financially, get other pieces in the door this summer, they're open to that. So in no ways do I think Draymond Green's future is decided with the Warriors one way or the other. I do agree that if Steve Kerr leaves, you could see much more of a sea change organizationally, which I think would make Draymond more vulnerable. But I don't think Draymond believes that management is actively trying to push him out.
I wonder about that.
Yeah, because Dre is a shrewd, smart dude, man.
They might not be actively trying, but they're going to start actively trying to acquire talent in the offseason. And I think Draymond absolutely knows that Mike Dunleavy would move him.
And things are changing.
For the right player.
Yeah.
And the problem is if Draymond gets traded and he's not up for it, that is going to be a big blow to his ego, I think. I feel like some things are becoming clear. I think Draymond Green, and he's pretty much acknowledged it. He wants to retire here.
Yeah.
So if Mike Dunleavy trades him, Draymond is going to be, and
but he knows it's a business. He's told us
he's going to be hurt.
Yeah, I think he is now. I think that even that talk, because and again, this is a whole. I'm bringing something up. I'm not trying to, but just from a Mike Dunleavy standpoint, I don't know if you lose fans that love you when you go to that podium and talk to the reporter in the fashion that you did and kind of tell them everything you guys saw and heard didn't happen. And now you got Slater, you got Spears, guys that cover the team that are saying, yeah, they were trying to shop Draymond. That was real. So it just feels to me with Dre being open as he is and always is, you could tell his ego's hurt a little bit, and he's still in the Warrior uniform. But don't you, Steiny, I was going to say, don't you dare. There's no doubt he wants security more than just what he has on his contract left. And for the first time in a long time, he's probably like, that might not be coming, and they could ship me out. And the guy that loves me, or loves me with tough love, Steve Kerr, if he's gone, what does that mean? Because that would be a natural thought for anybody. How valuable am I going to be if there's a new sheriff in town?
I think we've I think we know what's going on here.
Okay, all right. Except with Kerr.
No, I'm just talking about with Draymond Green.
No doubt.
I mean, I don't like. And here's the thing: Draymond's not an idiot. If Mike Dunleavy says, "Look, we're not trying to move you," that doesn't mean they're not gonna.
Yeah. Jordan Poole on line one.
The more I think about it, the more that I'm starting to think, Draymond Green is getting squeezed here a little bit. Because what I really think Draymond wants is to play 2 more years with the Golden State Warriors.
I agree with you.
But it's about, does he make the team better like he used to?
But they do not want to give him another year.
Right.
And I would not give him another year either.
And I think Dre knows that or feels it.
Right. And that would probably make him upset.
It would
as
make
a guy.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, the draft is tomorrow, and Willard and Dibbs will be broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton from 2 to 6. Watch every pick, win some great prizes, and spend the afternoon with us. That's tomorrow from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It's all presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. And don't forget, Monday, the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament is on. That's Monday, April 27th at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. And we'll be out there broadcasting live, so feel free to stop by. It's presented by Atco and Eclipse Insurance. All proceeds, they benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the Help Fund and the San Francisco Bay Area Autism Society. So if you'd like to play in our golf tournament, or if you want to be a sponsor, go to agapecharity.golf.com. And that segment was also brought to you by Balance Financial Wellness.
Ready to buy a home? Start smart with Balance Financial Wellness. Our HUD-certified counselors guide you through credit, budgeting, and the home buying process. Call 888-456-2227 or visit BeBalanced.org to get started today.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they are out of control. And every time I pull into a station, it just feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about something that Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get a $2,500 Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. I own one. It's one of the best vehicles that just totally makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact. It's easy to park. It is great on gas, but it still gives me that truck utility when I need it. So think about it. You've already got the vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion. That's relief. Inventory is there. Process is easy. And you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma de la City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kelsey. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $525 if they take the title. On Kelsey, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelsey. Trade on anything.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, every child deserves a place to grow, belong, and thrive. Through youth and family programs, the Y is building stronger communities, one family, one future at a time. Join us for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park in San Francisco, near the Dog Patch YMCA. Enjoy live music, fun activities, and something for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Come celebrate community, connection, and the power of youth. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/thegame.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is your last call. The last call clearance event is on now at your Bay Area Lazy Boy. Everything must go. Closeouts, overstocks, floor samples, and more. All up to 50% off. These are the best deals of the season on the Lazy Boy favorites you love. But hurry, when it's gone, it's gone. Head to your Bay Area Lazy Boy today.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In Oakland today, sun and clouds with showers in places and a high of 66.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
The draft is here. Catch 95.7 The Game live Thursday, April 23rd with Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick and talk football with us. Presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin. Thoughtfully designed for the way you live.
Goo, I love you. I love you.
Why do they call Bird Bird? Why? Because he looked like a bird?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What, dude, what happened?
There you go.
Bring it back.
There we go. See if I can do. You know, Risotto's the king of impressions. See if I can do my John Fogerty. Down on the corner, out in the streets. Willie and the Po' Boys will play. Not bad.
I give you a 2.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, you know what? And the greats like what was his name? Rich Little and obviously Risotto. Great impersonators. They need to work up to it. You can't just boom do it.
Like you did me on the last speech I did. That was my worst one, I believe.
I think so too.
You talked about it.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
But, dude, you set me up to where I didn't like how you gave me the mic. But anyway.
Well, the Warriors won after it.
Yep. Because you know why? We stayed on Garland's left hand.
Well.
Like I said in the pregame speech, and then we doubled Kawhi on the first dribble.
It made me do a shirtless video, dude.
That was the worst.
No, I'm getting love.
No,
I can't say by who.
Not
Some people
from in
like
here.
the traps. The trap.
There wasn't one person in here that didn't make fun of it. I'm just telling you. And
I
I
did say it looked like I was in a prisoner somewhere, but I do have to say this real quick. You don't love me. Because during the break, I told you it's not the BG's bubble gut. Something's up with my stomach. And I said it to you, and I tried to whisper to Evan, and you go, tomorrow's Thursday. Like, is that what I needed in that moment?
You said, Steiny, something's going on with my stomach. I got this bubble guts thing. I really don't feel good. And I said, well, the good news is tomorrow's Thursday.
Doesn't that get old?
Not really.
And I was with Norm last Thursday.
How's Norm doing?
Norm is doing good,
Good.
Yep.
Great to hear. Did you see him yesterday?
Do you really want to know how he's doing?
Of course I do.
And I wonder, would he get mad if I tell you this?
Oh, well, then that's on you.
I've had males pass kidney stones, and they say it's like a male version of giving birth.
I've heard that too.
So during the surgery, they looked and said he has a kidney stone. It's not bothering him, but it's as big as a marble.
Oh, man.
So he has an appointment today now. My sister's taking him for them to just, it's not causing him any pain. But when I hear how much pain it can cause, Steiny, like, man.
I know, I've heard the same thing.
Go get a pregnancy? Like, oh, my God.
Yeah, what are they called? Gallstones?
Kidney stones.
Kidney stones.
Oh, my God. Well, you got to pass them.
You know, my good friend, Dan Daly from Lawton Skilled Nursing.
Yeah. Dan.
He had to pass one of those.
Oh, my. What'd he say?
He said it was the most painful thing he'd ever experienced in his entire life.
And you can go break it up with a laser. That's an option. They did that for my uncle. But, man,
I'm pregnant with this next take. I want to get on.
Man, when I go to do number one, I always think about.
All right.
Yeah, like, what if it's just, I'll be out for a month.
Yeah. Let's go to Mo. Mo's in the East Bay. Hey, Mo, how you doing?
Mo. Now, why is that funny?
Okay.
I hope Norm's not listening. I didn't have to set the kidney stone. Damn.
I'm sure.
You asked me.
I'm sure he's
Damn.
okay. I'm sure he's okay.
Yeah, all right. The heart's fine. How about that? That's the most important.
Yeah, I think we can leave this segment by just acknowledging Draymond Green.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm with you. Feels like he's in a little bit of no man's land.
And what kind of fan or what host would you label me as if Dre's listening? I respect everything he's done. He's a gladiator. And last Wednesday, I will never forget what he did to Kawhi. But Sonny, what if I told you as a lifelong Warrior fan, and I've said this before, I ain't scared. I'm ready for the next iteration of what's after Draymond with the ball in his hands or bringing it up. Like, I want us to evolve. What does the Warriors look like?
Then why do you want Steve Kerr back?
Because I don't think there's outside Iguodala or Chris Mullin. That's getting a lot of run on social for me. But that excites me, that type of out-of-the-box thinking to bring in a guy or guys that played. But I'm not – it's just, it makes sense to bring Steve back and, ride off with Dre if he's still here and Steph.
Okay. Well, then you can certainly do that.
But why don't we have pen to paper or John Hancock from Steve Kerr on a contract? Something's up. We don't know what it is. And maybe we just need to be patient. Maybe he's done this job so damn long that, you know what, Steiny? It is overbearing. I don't believe you've ever had an overbearing boss. I've had one to where I should have lost hair. It wasn't in my DNA. But I'm telling you, I thought about my job the night before. Like waking up Sunday mornings.
I've had worse bosses than you. Don't get me started on Michelle when I was 22.
From where?
I'm not going to use the last name.
Was she bad? Because I'm telling you, that can affect your quality of life. Hey.
Okay, we had, oh my God, I'll never forget this.
Oh, man.
I will never forget this. So we used to call them C cards, security cards.
C, all right.
So, they beep, and then the door opens. And you could pick your own schedule. Like you could start at 7:30 in the morning, you could start at 10. And if you started at 7:30, you could leave at 3.
Gotcha.
If you started at 10, you'd leave at 5:30 or something like that. So I always would go in early because all I wanted to do was play pickup basketball after work. And so I got out at like 3 o'clock and could go play. And one day I left my security card in my office.
Okay.
I left and I came back the next day for work. About 7:27. I'm there like, I don't have my card. Okay. Don't have my card. Oh, but there's Sarah, my colleague. She's got her card. She lets me in.
Gotcha.
And I go do work for an hour. And then I have to use the men's room. I go use the men's room, do my business, come back, go back to my office. And next thing I know, during our weekly meeting, she said, we're having a little issue with your timeliness. And I'm like, I did my Roxy Bernstein, please explain.
Yeah, right, Roxy.
And she said, well, for example, on Tuesday, you didn't come in until 8:35, and you're supposed to start at 7:30. And I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah, you were here at 8:35. That's what your security card said. And I said, you gotta be kidding me. I said, yeah, Tuesday I forgot my card. I came in with Sarah, and then I went to the bathroom at 8:25. And you know what I said? Is that what we're doing?
Well, I think you're being Draymond. You're jumping the gun a little bit. You had to explain you forgot it.
So, why was I being micromanaged like that?
Because they thought you were getting over.
Let me tell you something about micromanagers.
I think you overreacted. From what I've heard thus far.
That was one. That was only one. We had to.
You remember? That's what
we had to do timesheets. All right, the timesheets actually were from 7 to 3. Like we had to fill out a chart of everything we did every single day.
I've lived that life.
Every single day. To the point where on my timesheet, I would put 30 minutes working on my timesheet.
Right.
Because I had to document everything. Oh my God, I was so mad.
But Stoney, that sounds like you're mad at the job, not her
I hated
personally.
the job. No, she was a bad boss.
I ain't heard too much.
Completely inexperienced.
Well, you're lucky.
Too young. She was like Todd Golden would be for the Warriors. She was trying to coach stars. And she didn't know what she had in me.
Yeah.
Anyway, do we have Mo in the East Bay?
Mo.
Okay, Mo is in the East Bay. What's going on, Mo?
Hey,
Worst bosses of all time. 888-9.
What up, Mo?
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. All coaches are good X and O's. I think Kerr's the best. All coaches try to figure out what makes their players tick. I think he's the best. I don't think this has anything to do with money or with players or with roster. I think it has only to do with what Kerr is thinking in his head about his future life. That's all. If he's decided that he's just done with coaching for no particular reason, maybe there is some family stuff, he's going to leave. But I just don't think he's got an issue with the ownership. I think that it's purely a life decision. That's all.
You don't think Joe Lacob's got anything to do with it?
Well, I mean, I in terms of just signing a contract, but I don't think it doesn't have anything to do with him wanting 3 years or more money. Wow. I'm just guessing if he still wants to do it, he'd be happy to go year by year.
So no drama. There's no drama you think surrounding this.
There's no drama.
Okay.
It's all Kerr.
And you could be right.
No drama.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mo.
Steiny, when a guy tells you that I'm going to take 2 weeks just to, like, you respect it, and I get it, maybe. But when I hear Monty Poole share with the afternoon guys, Willard and Dibbs, that, the thought has crossed the owner's mind in years past about, changing coaches, that's a bomb to me. That's like, I don't remember that. And when was it? Damn, you won 4 chips in the deck. You know what I mean? Like, damn. So I'll leave that there, but the caller could be totally right, Steiny. If he wants to come back, he's just mulling it over.
Yeah, and that's...
I understand. That might not be it, but...
I'm trying to think. I've asked this question before. I do think a part of the puzzle is his son. And I don't know...
You think?
Yes. His son's on the staff. Like, I'm convinced one of the things that he loves about the job is that his son's on the staff and that he is...
And never call me coach. He says, call me dad.
And then he realizes, that the guys who are his assistants, he likes spending time with them. And, I love it. Probably wants to usher Nicholas Kerr into some kind of more stable job or maybe up the ladder. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah, caller could be right. And that's why moving forward, I know we got the baseball, the draft, and we'll get to all of it, but as we monitor this situation moving forward, maybe Kerr will step to the mic, if he decides to come back and say it was much to do about nothing. But I'll ask you this, because I consider you a wordsmith, former writer, always going to be a writer. How would you term this situation with Steve Kerr right now? Is it peculiar that a guy that's been here this long has taken this amount of time or needs this amount of time? The reports from the guys and the reporters that have joined the show and given their thoughts, how would you describe in one word where they're at with this Steve Kerr deal?
I think they're at the end. I think they're at the end. And I think it's going to come down to whether Steve Kerr wants to try to convince Joe Lacob that he's the right man for the job for the next couple years. But I'm not sure Steve thinks he's the right man for the job for the next 2 years. If Joe's the owner and is really going to be kind of, I don't want to say over his shoulder, but, you know, I got to believe that the first 8 years of Steve Kerr, it was pretty much hands off. And, you know, Steph, Steve, this is your show. Do what you need to do.
You're a dynasty.
But now I think it's, Steve, we're removed from that period of time, and now we're looking to go in a little bit different a direction. I mean, like, listen, could it be as simple as this? Joe Lacob is over Steve Kerr being beholden to Curry and Draymond Green.
It could totally be that. But if it were that, I believe Steve wouldn't have the ball in his court how I think he does, mulling it over. He would already know, hey, this has come to an end. We're making a change.
I do think if he wanted to coach the Warriors like that, he would do it. But I think we're a little bit past that at this point.
Yeah, you used the word, and I love it. And trick error in the chat, you know, calls it interesting, or Caddy Sack calls it interesting, and the trick error says it's business as usual.
What's Joe Lacob thinking? This is Anthony Slater.
They just paid, $67 million in luxury tax, I think it was. I mean, they're obviously one of the highest salary rosters in the league, and they won 37 games. They were 10th in the West. They didn't make the playoffs. I saw him walking out of the arena, try to chat it up with him a little bit after the Suns lost, and he was scooting out, you know, in a pretty frustrated way, which is understandable. I mean, he wants to win. He's paying to win, but also, typically when you get him in, you know, his more thoughtful moments, he's realistic about the hows and the whys of where, you know, the season got to. And he understands the injury troubles that this team went through. I think he understands the age and some of the dynamics at play. So they are certainly over the next week, 2 weeks, going to figure out what the proper direction to get this thing a little bit more back on track and to where they're a more consistent, obvious playoff team. But, you know, I don't think he's rattling the table saying everything needs to be torn down.
All right, that was Anthony Slater on Joe Lacob and how Joe Lacob's feeling right now. Let me ask you this. I'll give you can be Joe Lacob.
All right. Ooh, I got money.
All right. There's three big boys here. Kerr, Curry, Green. Kerr's got a decision to make. You got to make a decision on Curry, and Green's got a decision to make. If you could control those three, or at least be in Joe Lacob's position, what would you do with each of those situations, and how would the conversation go with each of those three guys from Joe Lacob's point of view?
I would give Steph Curry a blank check and just slide it over to him, have him put the number that would suffice for the next couple years, multiple years. Draymond Green, I would let him know it's a wrap. The next season after that, it's a wrap. And then Steve Kerr, I think he's earned going out with Steph Curry, and I would have no problem with him coaching the team for the next 2 to 3 years. That's how I would do each. That's how I would do it.
All right.
How would you do it? No blank check for Steph?
No.
Wow, man.
I can't. Can
I ask you why?
You know why. I'm not paying a 39-year-old $60 million in 2027, which doesn't start for a year and a half after he's played 43 games and developed a case of runner's knee, which everybody seems to acknowledge will not necessarily vanish. So listen, it's easy for me to say I wouldn't.
Go ahead.
But I wouldn't.
So how would you do it? What would you do? Just, hey, Steph, I need to talk to you, because you don't want to deal with the public outcry if you were to be okay with Steph leaving, which I know Joe Lacob is not. So how would you not finesse? How would you approach that bear?
I would say, Steph, you played 43 games. You're talking about a new normal. All right? We don't know. We have no idea what next year is going to look like as you enter your 39th year on planet Earth. Forgive us, but we would like to talk about this after you complete next year, which we all have acknowledged is your new normal. Can you work with us there? You see our payroll situation. You see what we're trying to do in 2027, at the end of 2027. Can you work with us and sit tight for another year and take your 62 and we'll look at the year you had and then we'll treat you right the following year if everything goes well. That's what I would do. And if that's not enough for him, then I'm not saying get his ass out of here. I'm saying, well, now you're in a pickle.
A big one. Wow.
Okay, and here's Zabate.
Yeah.
Steiny. Steph would laugh at that disrespect right in front of your face.
That was the word I was about to throw back to you.
Okay, great. So how does this go? Steph Curry sits down with the Warriors at the end of the season and says, I'd love a extension. Okay? Do you want 1 or 2 years?
2.
Okay, you want 2. So you're going to play 3 more years,
right.
Steph.
Yeah.
Okay? Next year you're making 62. Why don't you give us a starting figure for those 2 years? Where do you want to start there, Steph? 2027, 2028, 2028, 2029. How much money should we give you for those 2 years? 1 year you'll be 40 and the next you'll be 41. Give us a starting point, just so
you're gonna laugh,
just so
and he might not do it 2 for 90. Like if he really was about it to where I got all the money in the world, give me 2 for 90, Joe. And I know that's a savings, but don't you dare tell me I need to go play perform basis. Like you need to see what I got to justify what you want to pay me. Like we do. I guess what I'm telling you, Stoney, and I mean this,
down the last 2 years.
No doubt, but I've already earned this bread.
Well,
and that's why your life has changed.
And that's where I think that people don't
if
get
he ain't doing
business.
2 for 90.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
Because he could get 2 for 122 if he wanted to.
From whom?
From the Warriors. Like I believe there's no number Joe would say.
Do you believe that giving him?
No, I'm not saying it's the right. I know.
Okay, that's. I don't think Joe Lacob thinks that's the right thing either. And again, like this is one of those things where I get it. Steph is Steph. He's a made man.
Right.
But never in the history of the game would so much be would a guy be occupying so much of your payroll at such a late age with a tangible uncertainty that he can make it happen? I mean, hey. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Steph goes, just give me 2 for 120, 2 years for 120. I'll play through 2029. Let's get out of here.
Now, would that floor you if that happened? No, seriously, like, would you be floored?
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
I would be floored.
G-Mo from the 650 in the chat says, Goo, you need to start looking at it like the money's coming from your bank account.
Right.
And I'm being so real, and I know you hate this word, but I'm going to bring it up. When we talk about a face of a franchise and presidential and privately funded buildings that Joe Lacob was able to do with Chase because of what Steph did for this organization, I'm not saying it's a retirement gift, but Steiny, we would be.
Well, it's not just a retirement gift. It's you're digging a hole for the future. Okay,
or deal with the tough love and PR nightmare that would come with kind of playing tough love with Steph. Is that what route you're suggesting? Like, you know what I mean?
No,
How much is that worth?
This is what I mean.
If you put a dollar figure on that.
And this is what they talk about when they say there's no good ending to a dynasty. You're going to do one of two things here. You're going to either overpay the hell out of Steph for 2 more years, and
you might already be doing that.
What are you talking about?
Because you said he ain't worth 62.
He's not.
So
you want to tack on more years? So he's getting worse, but you're going to tack on more years?
I want to do the right thing. But if you talk about overpay, we can already start that already. If you want to get, if we want to get technical.
Are you saying the right thing is to break Steph off 2 more years at 45 to 50 mil?
I think so. I think so, partner.
I can't do that.
And I understand my return, my ROI, I'm probably going to be negative because you're negative now if you want to keep it real.
here's the thing, and I think maybe the point is moot. And I know people disagree with me. I don't think there's any way Steph asked for 60 plus. Right. I just don't.
I could see it happening, but when I hear him talk about, he wanted the extension.
The other thing is, if Steph says, I'll tell you, you know what? And here's the other thing. And listen, if Steph goes, hey, Joe, give me 2 more years at 120. Like, that would tell me a little more about Steph.
And
I'm sorry.
Would that be?
It would be like, what are you doing? What are you doing, Steph? I'm sorry. Like, if it's good enough for Tom Brady, why wouldn't it be good enough for Steph?
No, in the chat says they agree with you.
And paying a guy 40 over when he's 39, is that an insult? That's a slap in the face? I mean, that's why I don't think he'll do it.
Right.
But I don't know.
The Steph, I think I know whoever gets the Steph Curry, I think I know would do what you just, he wouldn't want that. But what if he does? I'm just saying he would get it from me.
Reframe this conversation, and I'll read that on the other side. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We've talked a lot about anything and everything for Steph, and my question is, are we still under that premise this offseason if Steph wants a contract extension, which he does, what do you give him? The moon? 888-957-9570. The draft, it's tomorrow. Well, actually, it is tomorrow, but we're going to talk about something else here. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And as you know, we are live on YouTube throughout the entire day. All you got to do is search 957 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. All you got to do is go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match items, buy 2, get 3 for free when you buy 5 items. Items like Oscar Mayer bacon, Kraft mayo, Kraft singles cheeses, and Capri Sun juices, selected varieties. Check with your local Safeway store for a full list of participating items. And speaking of participating, here's Dan Dibley.
Well, I'd love to, Mark. 8-piece fried chicken, 4 drumsticks and 4 thighs, or Signature Select Classic Salad, 32 to 48-ounce size selected varieties for just $5.99. And finally, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
In the aisles.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota truck and chase what's out there. With legendary capability and reliability on your side, see all of California from behind the wheel of a Toyota truck. Get low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5. Or get $3,000 cash back on 2026 Tundra. Make the most of the open road in a rugged and reliable Toyota truck. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFL access to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro and 5426.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Bring the temperature down low. I'll go deep into my bag.
Dub Nation, this is Will Richard, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, by the way.
Yeah, game recognized game, man.
Apparently you don't. Do we have any of the Will Richard sound? Apparently he said something like he hit a wall halfway through the season in his exit interview.
Man.
Yep.
You should have talked to Pods. Pods didn't hit one. This rookie season where he led the team at plus minus. Hey, I got to share something. I don't care if the boss and his boss are listening. I have to tell you and Evan this.
Who's Nahigian's boss, by the way?
Karen.
Oh, she's over him? I didn't know that.
See, now I'm uncomfortable with this guy.
Well, why am I not going to her for stuff?
Somebody in Odyssey so far away. So, Evan, real quick, if you could crack the mic, can you just share with the listeners, because I love this about you is you go to live concerts and shows. Where did you go last night? Before
Didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, you went
tonight.
No, you went last night.
Hi, Evan.
Sorry, I was looking for that Will Richard cut.
Oh, my bad. I was giving you love because I'm about to blab about my personal business.
Guru making a mistake.
But
Go
one
ahead.
of the facets that I truly love about you is you go to live concerts and venues. You love music, and we got our music club. I thought it was last night you went and saw a performance.
No, that's tonight.
Okay, so Steiny was right.
to see it.
So the reason I say that, big mouth over here talking about myself, my anniversary September 20th, and I'm trying to do right, 23 years, and everybody that knows me and cares about me knows my favorite R&B artist
Usher.
is R. Kelly.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
I don't
Class
agree
act.
with what he did. He's gone.
You got to lose
But
this.
August 28th at Levi's, that's far away, right? Chris Brown and Usher are doing a concert.
Oh, I'm there.
Two of Mia's favorite.
Okay.
So I called yesterday. I'm not this guy. I pay the bills with 24-hour notice. August 28th, I'm thinking I'm the first in line. There were 3,000 people in the queue. I hung up. But who
It's like
plans?
the DMV.
Dude, 3,000. Evan, the thing ain't till September.
Wait, so you didn't hop on like Ticketmaster or something? Sometimes you can wait in a virtual queue, so you don't actually have to be on the phone.
See, this is why
It's like the
God
DMV.
made me bring this up. I didn't do that, E.
It is like the DMV, but it goes a lot faster. It goes a lot faster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a concert, Stotty. Usher and Chris Brown. My two favorites after are.
What are those tickets going to run you?
That I don't know, but there's not a number I wouldn't pay for. Like if it's 1,000.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Put something on the Giants and hope it comes through to get them.
What anniversary is this? What anniversary is this?
23.
Well, that number means nothing. You
Draymond Green.
No,
That's
but what I'm saying is you don't have to do anything big till 25. You lay low.
Well, I normally lay low anyway if you get my drift, so I'm trying to. She loves music, and those are two of her favorites. And
Right,
mine.
but this isn't the year to get her a big gift.
But they won't be in concert next year. Who's to know when?
But you get her something else. My point is 23. It's a nothing number.
It's damn near older than Evan.
No, but it's got to be 20 or 25.
Old as Rapasta, 24. That's crazy.
Yeah, but those aren't.
I'm not
special.
selling you on how special it is. I'm just telling you that's a concert at Levi's.
Oh yeah, you get up close for that one. You know what you're going to end up doing?
I should go to J-Mo.
Yeah, you know what you're going to end up doing?
Jesse Moore.
Yeah, you're going to go. Yeah, you're going to go to
Chewy.
Levi Stadium and you are going to watch the big screen of a concert. Yeah, you're
How do you
basically
know
going to watch
that?
it streaming.
You don't know that.
Of course,
dude. That's a heavyweight. That's a show now.
they I think they've upgraded those digital scoreboards at Levi, so that should come in real clear.
Dude, that's a show though. That's like Dylan. I don't know your second favorite. Who's your second favorite?
Probably better than Dylan.
No,
How
Dylan
about
and
that?
who in their prime? Who would you?
Van Morrison.
Okay, Van Morrison.
Yeah.
Dude, 3,000 people. I hung that thing up.
By the way, congrats. And this is years in the making. I mean,
The video with the traps.
No. 23 years. You've hit the over.
Well, there's been some turbulence.
Of course. That's called life, buddy.
Well, you know,
and
you know what? Why would I say that? Damn. Thank you, Steiny.
Sure, you're welcome. You're welcome. We got Paul in Oakland. All right. Let's go to Paul in Oakland. Hey, what's up, Paul? How you doing, man?
Paulie.
Yeah, we got issue. Oh, Jay in Oakland. I'm sorry, Jay. Hey, Jay.
What's going on? It's JD, fellas. What's going on?
Oh,
what's up, man?
Talk to us, baby.
Guru, that turbulence comment is going to get you in trouble, buddy. Just know it. Expect it. That's going to get you in trouble. I heard it. It's out there. You can't do nothing about it. And no, Diamonds has no idea what Chris Brown is doing. No idea what Chris Brown is doing or saying.
Man, you're right,
He wouldn't know Chris Brown. Steiny wouldn't know Chris Brown if he ran up to him and danced on his roof of his car.
Oh, man. That's pretty good.
So now I want to get into three names. First, Steve Kerr. He's not entering the portal. He's not going to go coach somewhere else. Time has run its course. It's over with.
Wow.
All you got to do is find out who is going to be his replacement. Me, I would love to say a Mark Jackson. I've heard the name.
Sam Cassell's one.
Luke Walton, Sam Cassell. But then we got to understand who can handle the Draymond Green and things of that nature. Secondly, Guru, I don't agree with you. You cannot give Steph a blank check. I love Steph.
Right.
I am a Steph guy. I love Steph. But we have to make sure we prepare ourselves for the after years of Steph. Because since Michael Jordan left Chicago, they hadn't smelled the finals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So understand we cannot just give Steph a blank check. It's not going to work. And this is kind of off the thing, but don't listen to a word from Monty Poole. Monty Poole has been getting it wrong since I left high school 35 years ago. 40 years ago.
Wow, Jay, that's our guy. Wow. That's like, whoa.
Hey, I know Monty Poole well. Look at some of the articles he's written back when I was in high school and he was a high school beat writer. He's yet to get it right. So take a Monty Poole with a grain of salt and tell him James Daly said it, and he'll understand.
Oh, you guys, man, what are we going to do, JD?
Thanks, JD.
Yeah, Monty's our guy, Stoney. I love him.
You got to get somebody under control.
Who we got?
You know who. You got to get her under control.
Well,
people will never remember this.
You know, I wanted to jump in there.
Go ahead.
But he was having fun with Monty. It sounds like he knows him.
He does.
The bottom line is, okay, you're not going to give Steph that blank check. I just want the experts out there to tell me how that conversation's going to go.
I told you.
And what number
I told
is
you.
the fight. When do you say, I'm drawing the line in the sand and I'm only going to, man, come on. And I keep going to Dibs that day, Willard. He itemized everything that Steph has done and meant for this team, and we're looking at it, and I get it. Oh, he's only going to play 40. What if he puts up 60 next year, 60 games played, 120 games played the next 2 years?
Then pay him.
But you already owe him an IOU, basically.
I don't believe in that. I'm sorry.
So you're really, so is there a number to where you retreat and say, well, hey, good luck finding someone we'll look to move you?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about move.
I mean, that's a nightmare on Warrior Street nobody wants, and I don't think it's going to happen. Now, you could say, you know, that 60, that 2 for 120 is too much, but you think Curry's really going to be like, oh, I'll take 2 for 90? I mean, he can afford it, but.
I mean, like, isn't it about what kind of player he is in 2027, 2028?
I think not, because if we want to keep it real through any real NBA analogy computer, if you forget Steph's name, and you put games played and everything that went with it and what he made this year, that's already an overpay. It wasn't by design, but if you're really offended, I'm just saying for the fans out there, and you really want to hold the chef to that standard of, you're making this, what are we getting? We're already in the red. So I'm looking at it from the prism of what this dude means.
What does it mean?
He's our Derek Jeter.
Okay.
He's our Barry Bonds.
Okay, and it got you 37 wins. What got you 37 wins?
I guess what I'm saying.
What got you 37 wins was paying 2 players over $55 million who could not last a season. And what you're telling me is, despite what just happened this year with Steph Curry, and this runner's knee that he's developed, you're prepared to hand him an open check, a blank check for 2 years from now. I'm sorry, like, if he finds that offensive, then maybe we do have a problem. But, I mean, what if they extend him for 2 or 3 more years and he gets hurt next year?
Right.
I mean, it's the risk to me is greater. And I'm not saying you can't do it, but I think Steph Curry has to answer a lot of health questions this year. And it's going to start this summer with this runner's knee.
That would impact the money you are willing to give him that I think he's
operating with a new normal.
Right.
What does that mean?
Right. We're going to find out financially if something gets done this offseason. But Stoney, I know you think I'm living in the past or You know, people, you go bankrupt, man. The reality is this guy is worth it. He's been worth it.
Well, that's
is
according
he at
to
the
you.
end for where he's been? Most likely, yes. But there's still some chicken 30 is going to get from me for what he's been and the standards he set.
That's great. And if they give Steph Curry another year or two at this kind of money, you do realize they cannot get a player better than Steph on the roster. Unless something crazy happens. Unless they keep their books clear in 2027 and then they do it. And again, I don't know.
Who knows? Maybe he does one for 50.
Yep. Maybe he does one for 50. That's going to hurt. But you're going to have to do it, I guess. We don't have any more calls, E. We board clear? Oh, we got Flea?
Oh, man.
Okay,
Flea,
we got
let's
Flea in Oakland.
see what he thinks.
Hey, I want to say, Steiny, I realize you're a chameleon. On the low, I'm a black guy.
Oh.
But on the low, I listen to rock.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
And I hear you. I said, this voice sounds kind of familiar on the station.
Yeah.
Different tone, kind of laid back, more of an alternative voice. Steiny, I'll give you props. You know how to switch it up. I heard you early on the rock station.
Oh, yeah, Live 105.
Flea, he sounded a bit different, huh? He sounded a bit different.
Hey, Flea.
Goo on the low, I listen to rock, man.
I love it. I ain't mad at you.
Hey, Flea, get this. Get this. I just got I got a text from my partner in the mornings on 105.3, and she said I need to bring a little more energy.
Oh, whoa.
She said I was a little too chill this morning.
You sounded good. You sounded different, but I caught the voice. I said, that sounded like, Steiny, you sounded different. Yeah. I caught the voice. I said, this sounded like Steiny. And I said, okay, more laid back, more chill, different vibration. That was good. You sounded good, man.
Thank you, man.
But what I wanted to say is, I hear all the conversation about Steph. We already know that he's going to need help. What is the solution? Because we're hearing about all these players. Man. How are we going to compete with Minnesota, OKC, Denver, and the Spurs? All this talk is good.
Right.
But what is the solution for that? Because we talk in circles about Steph needing help and contracts. Who's going to come help? And what is the solution? We know Steph Curry is going to be good, but he probably get hurt again. His knee ain't going to just heal over the summer, and he's older. So who's going to actually come and give us help? All the other talk, I understand guys got to have conversations, but it sounds like we're going to be losing for a long time, guys.
Hey, Flea, before you go, what if that guy is LeBron James? I'm just throwing it out there because I'm desperate.
Come on, listen. LeBron, okay, let me please get this off. LeBron James is balling with the Lakers right now.
Yes,
you think the Lakers going to let LeBron walk away?
Okay.
Come on, man. Let's be honest. LeBron is going back to the Lakers. They enjoying their season right now.
Well, that's real talk.
Yeah, you know what, Flea, I'm with you there. I mean, so this is why.
He is balling, man.
Here's why LeBron ain't coming to the Warriors if he plays another year.
Not ready?
Huh?
We're not ready for him?
No. The only team he's going to go to is a team like the Lakers, where he's got a couple guys who are as good or better than him.
All right.
And you know what he's going to do? He's going to try to carry them against Houston, which he may be able to do.
2-0?
Right. And then those guys will come back, and he can withdraw a little bit. But I'm kind of with Flea. Like he's picking his spots.
Right.
LeBron James.
So we're not attractive, obviously, is what you're saying.
He
would have to carry the weight.
Exactly. He looks at the Warriors and it's probably like,
oh my gosh,
where am I going here? They're going to need me to play 33 minutes a night. They're not going to have Butler. Steph, who knows how many games Steph's going to play. I'm just going to end up being on a team with not a great amount of talent, waiting for Steph and Butler to play, and I'm not sure we're good enough with those guys.
Wow.
I
hear you. But remember, I kind of was on that train. LeBron ain't going anywhere, but I didn't see this happening without Luka, and it's only 2 games, but my gosh, he looks good. They look good, and we'll get to Durant. But, yeah, the only reason I brought up LeBron James is that represents to me help, immediate help, superhero type. But if it's not LeBron, then where are you going? To mortgage the future for Kawhi? Because that would take picks.
Yeah, exactly. But Steph's still here, right?
This is, I mean, seriously, Steiny, it's day 5 of the playoffs. I don't know if I'm going to make it.
And this is what I agree with wholeheartedly from the 415. Why would LeBron leave a playoff team for a play-in team?
No doubt.
I'm
with you, man.
I'm completely.
But to Felice's question, then what do we do, man? Forget the coach for 1 second. Let's just say Kirk comes. Let me tell you what's going to happen. Open your Bible, light your candles. Jimmy, when you coming back? Moody, are you coming back? Porzingis, Horford, one more. Let's go.
Yep.
And I would have my popcorn until we got a flat, like we did with Curry.
We've got a couple punctures already.
Well, it could be engine.
You know. Yeah. We're good on the calls, righty?
No, I do got to ask. That's the first. Why are you asking?
Because our call board's not working.
My bad. I wouldn't mean to call you out.
We were talking about that. You must.
Well, usually if we have stuff going on back here that's an issue, I'll get in your ear so that the people don't know about it.
That's the way I know it to be, Evan. I just was asking, Steiny.
I'm not going to get on the air and say, hey, we're having issues with our phones.
Did I miss an email?
Okay.
Tell the people we got a leak in the roof.
So nobody's on hold right now. Oh, we got our good buddy Frank in Atlanta.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because I could see it from over here.
That's
so
yours is working.
Yes,
oh.
My bad.
I still got Mo in the East Bay up on my board. What's going on, Frank?
Frank.
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing?
You got it.
Hope all is well. Okay, 2 things. First, quick, fast, and in a great big hurry for Steiny. Man, stay out of why you all up in Guru's Kool-Aid and ain't got no sugar?
Oh,
Let that man take his wife to that concert.
Oh, I got you.
And you support your homeboy and let him have some fun.
There it is, Frank.
That's wrong, man. Talking about 23 is nothing. Tomorrow is not promised to nobody.
Wow.
Support your homeboy.
Wow.
You out here clowning that man on the radio like that, man. Got me falling across the floor.
Laughing or mad?
That man like that.
I think it's laughing.
2. Okay, 2, we going to get down to business. I think in my heart of hearts, I understand it's time to move on. Okay? Kerr got to step aside so we can get the new coach in here so he can put in his system. Because you got a second-round draft pick on the roster, and you got pods, and you're going to have a first and a second-rounder this year, and a first and second-rounder the year after that. And this guy's got to get his system in and find guys that can fit it, so at the end of the next season, when you've got money on the books, we can go out and get a core 4 and move forward. And that way, Steph, because now Steph is a 1,200-minute season player. He's 22 minutes, 60 games. He's 1,400 minutes max. That's all he's going to be for the next 3 years. He's going to get his golden parachute contract next year, and we'll break him off proper after that. But we have to change our budget and where our money is going so we don't have to do a rebuild, just a reset.
Gotcha.
That's where I think Joe's mind is. That's the best way to do it. We might, we owe Steph, but we have to reset, not rebuild. That makes more sense because, like Steph said, we have to get back to building.
Yep.
Steph said it.
Yep.
So he kind of has to be a part of that program.
Wow.
And he's okay with that.
We pay him $50 or $60. That's stealing money. And I don't think Steph's that kind of guy.
Yeah. Hey, thanks.
We love you, Frank.
Thank you, Frank. Appreciate it. Hey, Frank, I'm kidding.
Oh, that was pretty
Take me into the show.
Yeah.
Of course you should take me into the show.
We got to get tickets first.
But then on the 25th anniversary, don't feel like you have to go above and beyond.
But I got to speak on Frank. What's my favorite saying? Tomorrow is not promised. So don't just.
Well, if tomorrow's not promised, you ain't going to the concert anyway. You know what I'm saying? If it's not until September.
But if everything plays out the way it's been going, that should be okay.
I lied.
We're doing another, here we go, Curry thing. And I'm not mad at it. Frankie, I do believe Steph's that type of guy that might say, because he's made so much on and off the court, Joe, I know what time it is. Like, if he meant that statement about the foundation, stop using championship, then I think he knows I'll give you a hometown discount, Joe. I ain't going to try to take you to George Jefferson, the cleaners.
Sure. But let me just be clear. If he gets $40 million when he's 40 years old, that's not a discount.
Wow, man.
That's $40 million.
Man. Wow, it's not even.
Okay, like, here's the way I look at it. You know what he should have been paid this year, Curry? $31 million. Because he was paid $62, but he only played half the season.
But it's not because he wanted to, man.
Right. Next year, at best, he'll play 60. So pay him 40. That's not a slap in the face. That's saying to Steph, look, we know you can't play 80. We'd pay you 60. We love you so much.
We want you to play 80 nowadays.
Well,
you know what I mean.
Exactly. So as a matter of, and I get it, guys aren't playing a lot now. But as a matter of principle, are we starting, and this is the other thing the NBA is so effed up about, are we starting to, guys are just making full salaries for 3/4 of the worth of work?
That's phenomenal, and the answer is right now, from my vantage point, yes.
And you think I'm kidding.
And they know it.
Yeah, you think I'm kidding, but I would start to say, hey, Zinger, look, you know and I know you're only playing 40 next year, so we'll give you 10 million if you're only going to play 40 games.
We're up against it, but I want your thoughts on the other side. You and Evan. Steiny, it's getting to the point that guys look so comfortable chilling. They're wearing the top fashion. I'm not hating. I see it. They look too comfortable not playing. If you don't play, just stay home. You can't come to the game.
Well, that would be against team rules. All right. The draft is tomorrow. And Willard and Dibbs will be broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton from 2 to 6. Watch every pick, win some great prizes, and spend the afternoon with us. That's tomorrow from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It's all presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. That segment was also brought to you by Serramonte Ford. Gas prices, they're crazy right now, but Serramonte Ford's got you covered during the Fuel Your Ford event. Get a $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. And yes, they are helping you fill up. Happening now in Colma Daly City. That's right off 280 or at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Angela from Modesto. Aaron did a fantastic job. We were having a gate issue, and he came and got us up and running. His customer service was hands down the best I've seen in a long time. Also, I want to give a shout out to Sierra, the office manager. She was very kind and helpful.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Lowriders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo Parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law, with Council Member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Lowriders, Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride, let's ride.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head, and the total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen.
So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart.
Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th. Wayfair, every style, every home.
Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a chef's small plates and pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
Miss me with Porzingis.
I'm a freaking idiot.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the offseason, Mr. Roy.
Well, Tim Roy, he got it. Tell us it's our show, Steiny. We're going down with the ship. We can talk about what we want to talk about, but you've embarked on this new journey, Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
But the latest episode did what to you?
You really...
That's all you do is snitch.
But no, that's fine.
I told you I was going public with it.
Yeah, I know. I just think one thing you can be a little better at is setting up things, but that's fine.
No, I thought I did a good job.
So, no, yeah. I've been watching Breaking Bad, and Steven Risotto's found out I've been watching it, and he says it's his favorite show. He said, "What do you think?" I said, Steven, the show's incredible.
Yes.
I said, however, I just watched an episode. It's like season 3. It may even be the last one.
Ooh.
It was terrible.
No, Steiny.
It was a terrible episode, and it involved the entire show. Risotto, tell me if you... Oh, Risotto's not in there.
Yeah.
It involved the entire show. They were in a drug lab trying to kill a fly. The whole show, they're trying to kill a fly. The scenes never changed.
Wow.
The dialogue was inane, and they couldn't kill this fly.
But you got too much good already.
Boring.
Yeah, but you got to keep going. You don't stop.
Of course I'll keep going, but
you've said it's been phenomenal.
Here's the other thing.
I wonder if that's the season finale.
Here's the other thing. You know, I'd never watched Breaking Bad, but I'd heard the name Walter White.
Yeah.
I just figured he's a good guy. He's a jackass of the highest degree. He is a jerk.
Oh, man.
Walter White.
Yeah.
Come on now. I give him credit. Because he's not a likable character, and he's the protagonist. But anyway, great show.
No doubt.
Great show, but if anybody knows the episode I'm talking about, Grandy does. I don't know. It just did not do it for me.
Well, don't be a front runner.
After 25 excitement-filled episodes.
Don't be a front runner.
Well,
that's what you sound like.
I'll just be like Draymond and say I'm not a front runner, but I'll actually be a front runner, and then people will pretend I'm not a front runner. You see what I'm saying?
Well.
Oh, I know. It makes you uncomfortable when we criticized hometown
Evan got in
players.
my ear, and I'm trying to grow, Stoney, and, we're talking about Steph. The world, let me just let you in on a secret. It revolves around money. And I want a world where that's not the case, but unfortunately it is. It's why we get up, brush our teeth, shower, come here to make a check, share our takes, whatever walk of life you're in. And I just hate that, you put money on a said game and you win, and your mood changes, and now it's just in the greatest mood. So I'm all yours, bud. What do you need? They can walk me out right. Evan, that's sad that I'm a slave to that, Steiny.
Well, you're not only a slave to it,
hey,
it impacts your takes.
Oh, now seriously.
You can always tell who you bet on by the tone you've taken the following day.
And that's where I truly mean this, and you said it before, we've had fun. I draw the line in that you hurt and cut me to the core.
I'm sorry.
When you say that. I've been losing my whole life. You think I'm going to come in and be mad over another one and do a take on that? My takes are authentic.
Exactly, though, but you're proving my point. Is a little slow first couple hours. Now a bet's been won, and here he comes, baby.
I'll start.
Here he comes. How about those Astros?
10-02. I've been like this 10-02. What you got?
Let's go to Daryl in D.C.
Oh.
Hey, Daryl, what's going on, buddy?
D.
What you got?
Tiny, hi, Guru. What's up with y'all this afternoon?
Hey.
Man, love your show. Always listening to y'all, especially in the morning and the afternoon, especially with Dear Fact.
Nice.
Man, Guru, you got me killing the day, man. You got. I love you. I love you, Guru. I love your takes sometimes, but this one of the takes where I can't lie. I'm with Steiny with this one. If you look at the construction of the Warriors, you got to look. Steph is getting older. The knees is not going to get better. And if you think about it, the salary cap in the NBA, if things keep going the way it's going, it's not going to increase like the NFL's cap.
Right, okay.
And if you be honest with yourself, if Steph really wants a chance or even a fighting chance at that, he has to take a pay cut. He got to take a $35 million pay cut. Mm-hmm. And if this CBA is what it's going to be, he's definitely going to have it. Jimmy's going to have to take a pay cut. I definitely walk away from Dre. And with Steve Kerr, I will bring Steve Kerr back, but I would want him to change his philosophy for one. And then for two, he's got to be able to play more of the younger players, even though he got veterans on the team, because as you saw this year, we just don't got the juice to keep up with all the rest of the teams that's in the NBA. So I love you, Goo, but Steph got.
I hear you, man.
Has to take.
But before you hang up in the nation's capital, just real quick as you can, what do you mean? Give us an example of a philosophy change from Coach Kerr. Because to me, I would be, you know what? If you need that, I'm not your guy.
Well, like I said, I think his philosophy is not bad, but it needs to adapt. If you notice, if you see how this NBA is run, we're not playing like how we used to in 2014 and 15, where we're the only team jacking up 23s a game. If you look around the league, that's probably the minimum for all the NBA teams. It's 20 to 25. It's a minimum. And not only that, like you've always been saying, Thundercats. You need guys that can run, jump, all of that. You barely have that on the squad. Like, to be retrospectively even honest, you don't even have that on the squad.
Wow.
So that makes it even more indicative that he needs to change his philosophy. He needs to do more. I say more high screen pick and rolls, do more post moves, more post plays for players like Porzingis or whoever's going to be in the post. I mean, because it's not how Steph and them started the dynasty. We're not in that era no more. The era that we in now, like, we have players that are more like KD, more like Wembanyama, that can do it all. Can dribble, can shoot the three, that can put you in the blender, give you that, give you that.
Look at you.
Yeah, man. So you got to understand, Guru. This is a different era, and like all eras, the best of them got to change. And I think Steph can do that. I think he can. I think Steve Kerr can. But I think they got to get out of the mode of this is still 2014 and 15. We're no longer there no more.
Good stuff, man. But I'll say this to that.
I'm with you, Daryl.
Yeah, that Daryl. But, I mean, he just hit me in the cardiac with this, and I'm going to just throw it to you guys. Steiny, athletically, and maybe this is why subconsciously I was holding on to the hope of Kuminga. We don't have one option or one guy that would fit Thundercat. Athletically, there's not one guy. I got the roster up. Give me one guy currently on the Warriors that would fit the bill as a Thundercat.
Right. They didn't. I don't believe they had one at the start of the year.
JK is staring that in the face. And at times has been, even last year against Minnesota. And I'm just saying, I can't wait to see what his performance after. But Steiny, you know what? Athletically, that dude was a Thundercat.
Right. But they didn't think he knew how to play.
And maybe that's why Coach Kerr might be in the situation he's in now.
Maybe.
Because he convinced, or somehow Joe Lacob signed off, and now he regrets it. I don't know. I'm just like, look, that guy hit me. Athletically, we don't have any. Like, Steiny, tell me.
Whose fault is that?
That's what. You answer that question. Now, whose is it?
Like, now we're looking at a roster without any athletes, but we've been looking at a roster without athletes for 2 years. For 2 freaking years.
Well, whose fault is it? You asked me.
It's the Warriors.
I mean, who? Mike D, Bob Myers?
Everybody. It's everybody. Dude. And here's the one thing that I was thinking more and more about Kerr. What do they want out of Kerr? What do they want? Like, what is it about Kerr that they might? And here's the one thing that Kerr has proven, and this is what I would like to get away with.
All right.
Get away from, if you're asking me. If next year, if Kerr's the coach next year, and they have on this roster still Green, Curry, Horford, Porzingis, Butler, and Payton, he will play Green, Curry, Horford, Porzingis, Butler, and Payton.
I have no problem.
I do. I have a problem with that.
Who should be, like, there are no Kumingas anymore, obviously.
My point is,
who would you get mad for? Like, that guy should be playing.
What I'm getting at is you continue to rely on guys who cannot come to post game in and game out, and yet when they're ready to play, they just play. Why do they just play? Because Steve Kerr leans on those guys more than the young guys.
Yeah, I get your drift, but I
don't need to see Gary Payton next year.
Okay, well, let's move him to the side. But outside of that, those guys you mentioned,
they're a 37-win team with those guys. That's what I mean.
No, they're a 37 team with those guys not being able to be available when it's all said and done. Starting with Jimmy.
I don't think there's any difference. Like, he's going to – Butler will come back
I guess
in
Will
February.
Richards athletic, but
and
I hear you.
He's an average athlete.
Okay, he ain't a Thunder.
Like, and then Butler's going to come back, and who's he going to supplant who'd been playing all year long? And then he's going to be beholden to
That's
Butler.
your reality, Stoney.
It's their reality if you keep putting if it's their reality, if Steve Kerr's going to continue to coach the same players he's coached for 3 years, he's going to do things exactly the same way.
Okay.
I don't want that.
All right.
I'm sick. I'm sick of Draymond and Horford.
But your credit card is maxed. This is not the 24-hour fitness. You can't just do a whole different team. You are a slave to what you rolled the dice on.
Okay, then why does everybody complain about Kerr leaning on the veterans too much then?
I haven't. Now, I did it when Kuminga was here, but here lately I haven't. And he's leaning on Pods. Pods played how many? Come on,
he's
now.
Also leaning on Moody and Santos.
They were a part of it.
Because they can't play. If he could only play 6 guys, he'd probably only play 6 guys in Pods. And the 6 guys would be the old guys.
So you don't want, if you had your, you wouldn't prefer Porzingis or Horford back then? Like, I'm looking at, like, who are we going to get to supplant? Or, like, I want them both back.
Okay.
And I know that's a kind of lightweight bad thing, but I want to try to win and be competitive.
And I'm saying if they're both back, they will play all the time when they're healthy.
And you don't like that?
Well, I don't care. I don't care.
Well, you don't have anything better, is what I'm saying.
Okay, well, then we're not developing.
Impeding anybody's progress.
Okay.
Quentin Post? I was a big fan.
My point is if you this is why no young player wants to come here, because it's like he's going to go to the old guys.
Dub Nation, this is Quentin Post.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's unrealistic to think that if Steph Curry and Draymond Green are playing in a game in February, that Steve Kerr is not going to lean on the guys they most trust, even if the bigger picture would be served the other way.
I give you that. And maybe Lacob's turned off by that, but I would just, if he is, and that's a big if, what do you have and who do you have to where you're saying, now Kuminga fits the bill for me in regard to why isn't he not playing? But I don't when I look at this roster now, it's devoid of what I want to see. So I'm running the old guys out there, one, because they give me a better chance.
So we don't have Thundercats, but we're going to have Green, Curry, Horford, Zinger, Butler, and Payton on the team.
My question, Stoney, outside of the lottery, where are we getting Thundercats? Let's just say we had a credit card that could get you all where are we going to get them? And how do we
the
know
11th
if
pick
we
in the
don't
draft?
have a problem on identifying
Stop
Thundercats?
downplaying the 11th pick in the draft. If they don't get a player with 11, then they get what they deserve. There are going to be so many good players who are drafted after 11, and you better get the right guy.
And we may have let a Thundercat out of here, the 7th pick in the draft some years ago in Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay, and you want to draft another young guy, bring him onto this team with Green, Curry, Horford, Zinger, Butler, and you think we're not going to go through the same thing again? Of course we're going to go through the same thing again.
But see, are you so sure that last time it happened, we still were kind of on top? We're not on top now.
Okay.
And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The reality is the mirror's cracked. So now it's different for that young guy now or young guys.
I don't believe that. Because there's still Draymond and Steph.
Even if Kerr's gone, though, you still don't.
Well, then, this is what I mean. I'm not crazy about where they are. Okay, get rid of Kerr. Draft the 11. The 11's a really good player.
Okay, right.
You have a new coach in here. Now what?
You still got Steph, Dre. That's
right,
why I'm
and I
saying
noticed you didn't say anything about the 11th pick. I just said, okay, you have a new coach, the 11th pick.
Yeah, and I'm excited. But I would be excited.
But there's no room. There's no room at the end for young guys if we keep going down this road.
Well, that should change when you won 37 games.
But how if you want to bring all your guys back like this, Goo?
Depend on position. Hey, Dre, you're not playing 30, 35 minutes anymore. You're not playing 30. We'll start right there. We got somebody that's more dynamic, and we want to see more of them. It gets like that. You talking about Steph taking a pay cut. Let's talk about a minute cut. It would start there. And maybe Draymond would be like, thank the Lord.
Right.
Thank the Lord we got somebody that can remotely try to do what I do on a daily basis.
Who's coaching? When we cut Draymond's minutes back, who's coaching? Who's doing that? What coach is telling Draymond, hey, you know what? We're limiting your minutes, or actually we're thinking about bringing you off the bench?
I would like it to be Steve.
All right. But that runs anathema to everything he's done for 12 years. Like, this is what I mean. If you want Steve Kerr to coach, you're going to have a lot of residual.
Right.
Curry, all the veterans.
But at what point, again, I got to be careful here, does the owner or somebody, the new coach, old coach, same coach, send a message like things are going to change?
Well, they're not. Like, that's the thing. Are they or aren't they? They're not going to change if Steve's still here. And the top, 6 of the top 9 guys are still here. And God forbid Kerr's the coach and they pick a guy at 11 and he gets off to a slow start.
Well, Will Richard, I got to give Kerr credit for this. And you said what Will said, and that's his reality, and I understand. But Steiny, he was a part of this team as a rookie. Right. Before it got all bad and Jim. Like, Will Richard made it, he had the impact.
Of what? He was a player who played.
My point is he was young and he started at times. I thought he did well for himself early. That's all. And I love he admitted he hit a wall. I could have told you. My point is Kerr didn't say you couldn't play or call his number. He played early on. That's all I'm saying. Like, it can happen.
And you won 37 games.
Yeah, I have no defense for. But that's not Will Richard.
What do you think Will Richard is? Just curious.
7th, 8th man, maybe 9th on a good team.
No, not now. He's not.
What do you think he is?
Right now?
Oh, now.
He's a fringe player.
No, I was saying what he could be.
I don't remember a good game the second half of the season. And it's not fair to Will. He's a second-round pick. Like, I don't expect him to be a great player.
This is so unfair, but I just want to ask you this question, and there's no way for you really to answer it, but I'm gonna put a rat on the table brought to you by Hefco Pest Control. Do you think if we were having pops with Will Richard right now, he thinks he is or can be a better basketball player than Brandon Pajemski? I think he would tell me yes. And that's no shaded Pods. But for you asking me that question, I wanted to substitute Richard's name in for Pods.
Why? Pods has been in the league 3 years. Richard hasn't done squat.
No, but I want you to give me what you think Pods can, just like you asked me about Richard. Now that we've seen Pods, I want to ask you, what does Richard do? You're throwing it back on me without answering. I'm just asking you. I told you what I think Richard could be at a mature once he's seasoned. Okay. Well, probably 7th, 8th, 9th man.
I can't remember Will Richard making one play for another guy this year. Not one play.
All right.
Not penetrating. I don't think he's a great shooter. I mean, he's smart, but I mean,
I guess, Steiny, 3 years of Pods, what can he be to you on the best day?
Who?
Pods.
A good guy off the bench.
So 7th, 8th, 6th, 7th, 8th,
6th man.
All right.
Probably a starter on some teams that aren't championship. But Will Richard, like, this is, I knew this was going to happen with Will Richard.
No, I'm not, like, there's nothing, Steiny.
He's like, I'm going to use the Lubman term.
Go ahead.
I'm going to, God, I wish I could do it. I wish he had a great line. Somebody brought up Seth Curry. God, what was it? He said, hey, what do you think about Seth Curry? And he said, I don't think that's even material enough for a conversation. And that's the way I feel about this Will Richard conversation.
Well, I'm not pressing you on Will.
He's just an 11th man on a dude.
But
team.
But Steiny, if you take a step back, I'm not selling you on Will Richard, but I will not front and say he didn't shock us early on by 1, getting his number called, and 2, looking like,
well, you're shocked easier than I am.
But Steiny, are you going to sit here and say that you never said, or we didn't have the discussion that, 4 years in college can do good?
He's fine.
That's what I'm not telling you is anything else but that.
You said the exact same thing about Trace Jackson Davis. Gone.
I did.
You said the same thing about Post. Doesn't play.
I did.
This is a second-round guy who might not even be on the team in a year.
Right.
Like, he's not.
But my point was he was young. We didn't know what he was, and Kerr used him early on. That was
probably
my whole
because
premise.
he absolutely had to.
All right.
Okay.
And you could be right.
And why did he use him? Why did he use Will Richard and not Kuminga, other than they didn't play the same position?
Now, I love that. I think
because
it was a mistake.
He thinks Will Richard was smart, and Kuminga wasn't quite as smart.
And now Kuminga's playing 35 minutes.
Well, that's
in
fine.
games.
I'm just saying.
No, but I think that if Kerr thought that was wrong.
Well, I don't know if it was wrong or not. I'm not saying a smart player's. I'd rather have an athletic dumb player more than a smart non-athletic player. I'm just saying Steve Kerr obviously had a trust thing with Richard more than Kuminga.
Well, no doubt about that.
He didn't play Will Richard because Will Richard was a Thundercat.
Yeah, no doubt.
He played Will Richard because he thought Will Richard really knew how to play, which he does.
Yeah.
But that's all he.
And I like him,
he does.
But he's not a Thundercat, and that's okay. But I'm watching these playoffs, teams that are playing for something. Portland has Thundercats. Minnesota has Thundercats.
They all had, yes, who's Minnesota's Thundercat?
Oh, one of the
Anthony Edwards. They had a great draft pick. Jaden McDaniels, another great pick.
I like him.
Okay, and who else were you saying has Thundercats? Another team that
Atlanta, Jalen Johnson.
Okay, another team that had multiple picks. The Warriors had multiple picks. They blew it.
Yeah.
They don't have Thundercats.
Man. And in
fact,
man.
I would like you to stop using the word.
Until we get some,
it's annoying everybody on the text line.
But they know what it means.
You don't even know what it means because you described Thundercats who aren't Thundercats.
What?
Yeah, give me a team of Kumingas.
We need Thundercats.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we can watch them tonight.
They play?
Jalen Williams is a Thundercat. I don't even got to throw Shea in there.
When was he selected? What was he picked in the draft?
That I don't know.
Probably up high.
I think it was like 7.
Ooh, 7. Yeah.
Where's our 7th pick? You got a playoff game tomorrow.
Your 7th pick is coming off the bench.
Well, okay. For now.
The Atlanta Hawks.
For now.
5 years in.
35 minutes.
Ooh. Okay.
If that
he doesn't average. He averaged less minutes per game.
I understand.
With the Hawks than the Warriors. Let's get some things straight.
But give me this.
Yeah, he played
that
a great
piece of
game
paper
too.
up and throw it out the window if moving forward here he plays 30 more minutes a night. If Kuminga.
What about him?
Yeah, he got off to that start with the minute allocation, but if that thing grows and stays at 28 to 32 minutes a night and they win a round or two, I mean, dude did well for himself. He can play.
I'm not saying he didn't.
Okay.
I'm not saying he didn't. But what I am saying is he didn't play Kuminga here. So what makes you think if Steve Kerr's the coach, he going to play the 11th pick in the draft? I don't believe he will.
I've brought the word Thundercat back. People love it because we don't have them. They know what it means.
It's corny.
It's not.
It is total corn. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account and participate in financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, this Saturday at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
The draft is here. Catch 95.7 The Game live Thursday, April 23rd with Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick and talk football with us. Presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin. Thoughtfully designed for the way you live.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Our transition decision-making was diabolical.
Dub Nation, this is Trace Jackson Davis, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Trace. Appreciate it. Is he playing for the Raptors?
He came in the game at, I want to call it garbage time. He came in at the end. Thundercats.
I want Iguodala.
People are saying me calling it corn was really mean. But
then you didn't say corn right. It's corny.
It was corn.
Well, that's what JD was saying from Oakland. You are. You don't even know who Chris Brown is.
Thundercat. Chris Brown used to be wasn't he the hot prospect for the San Francisco Giants back in the day?
Do you know what position? Because I do. No, third base.
Oh. I'm shocked you haven't made this one yet. He's a world champion. He plays for the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, I don't like how he spells his name.
No, I was talking about the guy for the San Francisco Giants back in the day.
Third baseman. Black dude.
I don't know what color he was.
Well, you don't see color.
All right. We've gotten.
My bad.
We've lost our way.
Like
we've lost our way here.
Well,
and again, something came to me during the break, and Joe Lacob needs to hear some things. Joe Lacob needs to this and that.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what this is about.
Lay it on us.
This is about, hey, Steve, if we have the 11th pick in the draft and we select somebody with 11, that MF better play.
Okay, right, all right.
He has to play. I don't care if he stinks for the first half of the year.
Give him the Pods treatment. Pods played his rookie season.
No, the treatment he'll need is the Klay Thompson treatment, where he just gets to play early in his career. But this is where the issue comes to me with Steve Kerr. Let's look at the last 5 years and the young players. Jonathan Kuminga. You know what? I'll come around to your side. Didn't play Kuminga.
Okay.
Didn't like Kuminga. Kuminga was too young.
I appreciate it.
Didn't fit.
All right.
James Wiseman. Guess what? James Wiseman played a lot when they were 15 and 50. There were no stakes the year that James Wiseman played.
Which made it worse.
So then he comes back the next year, and they're back on track, and what happened? He can't play for them because they want to be good. Moses Moody did not play the first 2 or 3 years and acknowledged that he was in and out of the lineup. Yeah. How come? Because they were trying to win. Why did Will Richard play last year? Not because he was a Thundercat. Will Richard played last year because Steve Kerr and Jimmy Butler both thought that he was one of the smartest first-year players they'd ever seen at practice. Remember the clip? Man, that guy really knows how to play. So why did he play Will Richard? Because Will Richard was really smart.
All right.
Jordan Poole. Why did Jordan Poole even play? Klay got hurt. Now, Poole did a lot of work on his own.
Yeah, had to go to Santa Cruz.
But the reality of the situation is Poole wouldn't have gotten the chance that he got had Klay Thompson not gotten hurt. So then what happened? Whatever. Klay comes back. Poole's got a big role. Now they ship Poole out. Can somebody explain to me why anybody thinks that if they have Kerr and Draymond and Porzingis and Butler coming back and they're going to give it one more year, can somebody tell me why they think that Steve Kerr would incorporate the 11th pick in the draft if he's still got a veteran-laden team?
I would just say Brandon Podziemski is Exhibit A.
Okay.
And I don't have the answer to what, and I'm not robbing Pods of any credit because I try to do it when I can, give him his due. But the bottom line is I don't know what boxes Pods check to, one, get the confidence from Steve Kerr to where his rookie season he led the team in plus minus, which is incredible from the vantage point of he never gave up on them. So that's peculiar. Now, two names you didn't mention, Ty Jerome.
Why does he Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb.
Dude, that
Thanks
was
for making my point.
Had that been, why wasn't that Moody? Or maybe, I don't. But now.
And you know what? And here's the other thing. You know why Pods plays? Because Kerr has labeled him his connector. Not a Thundercat, not an unbelievable mismatch.
Right.
Not a guy who puts pressure on the defense.
Right.
Brandon Podziemski plays because Kerr thinks he's smart, can play with all the lineups, and is a connector. That's why he plays. A guy who comes in here and Kerr just thinks he's got talent doesn't play. He just doesn't play. So I'm not sure that I'm ready to, bring an 11th pick in the draft in here with a mindset that is still stuck on 2021. That's all I'm saying.
So you would have a new coach?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, I got you.
I would have a new coach.
And I will say this, from afar, if somebody came down from Mars, a Martian, I learned that one, and didn't watch Warrior basketball and saw that Pods played as much as he did, and then you see how many games the Warriors won, I'm not doing that, because it's unfair to put it all in one's doorstep. But two, you could make, and I would listen to a case of that being an indictment of just how devoid of talent you guys are, that he has that big of a role on this team at this said time.
The Golden State, when the Golden State Warriors had Durant, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson, there was no room for younger players.
Yeah, they didn't need them.
There still is no room for younger players on this team. If you're going to tell me that we're rolling out Curry, and Draymond for 2 more years,
then I'm telling you, partner,
I don't know that
Steve
Kerr,
thing to do.
Well, I don't think Steve Kerr is Steve Kerr is not the right coach if you need to incorporate a young player into a system, because he will just fall into all his old habits of, we got to win games with Steph, Dre, and da-da-da. And he's going to look down the bench, and he's going to see DeBonsa and Peyton, and he's going to go, DeBonsa's not quite ready. And I just think the time for that is over.
Yeah, it's interesting. And maybe Lacob's thinking that way. But again, you kind of gave me an answer, but you didn't, because you said the connector word for pods. Maybe that explains why people are irritated with pods.
Clay was washed.
And it's nothing he can control, and it's lightweight unfair. But why did Pods and Kerr work? What did Pods do to get the trust of one Steve Kerr? And whatever that answer you think is, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong for you all out there, it's obvious to a lot of fans that they feel like whatever went into that metric from Kerr wasn't used for Kuminga, Moody early on.
The reality of the situation is the Warriors drafted 3 projects and they developed a half of one.
And that is
with Moses Moody.
Man.
And I'm talking to the rational fans out there, not the Pods haters. The reality is Pods was far more advanced when he came into the league than either Kuminga or Wiseman. And if there was less if Steve Kerr felt like that the ceiling was too high, or it was going to take too long to reach the ceiling for Kuminga and for Wiseman, for whatever reason, he thinks or thought Pods is closer to that ceiling. And that's why Pods played and those other guys didn't. And here's the other thing that I think is a factor. If you look at Jonathan Kuminga and the way Kerr used him, I'll bet you that if you really go back and look at 5 years, what you'll find is that Kuminga played most of the time when somebody was hurt.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when a healthy older player was available, Kuminga did not play.
Like when Wiggins came back and got his spot back.
Why do you think it's going to be different under Kerr when they get...
Well, I'll tell you what, because now we're having thoughts and writers are writing that Kerr might be out of here and Lacob might not be happy with him and just wants to change. Not unappreciative of what he's done. That's why it might change. If Kerr wants to keep his job predicated on those new mandates that whoever we get and wherever we get them from, they got to play, coach, more than I let you do with the other batch of players and possibilities we had. Like, I believe that, and Kerr might be like, I don't want to do that.
Well, the problem, and you know what? If he gives you his word, he'll change. It's not that I don't trust him.
But I hear you.
But in the heat of a game.
Yeah, I hear you on that, man. I'm going to tell you and Evan this, and the listeners that I haven't. Nobody cares. But Steiny, put this in the cap, and we can bet a pop. I think Steve Kerr's coming back. I get it. Well, I don't see him.
Well, so you've changed your mind during the show.
Yeah.
Okay. Why? What happened during the show?
Just some personal text that I've, some sources.
I knew he was distant today.
You worried?
I knew he was distant. You are so insecure, and I'm making it up.
About what? His sources?
Yeah.
You might have some sources.
Oh, I have them.
Yeah.
That are correct.
That are correct. My man kicking me. Like, Steiny, we're saying the same thing.
We're
you
not.
Just don't know it.
No, you just said you want Kerr back. Okay, then he's coaching this 11th pick.
All right, got you.
On a team with Curry.
Right, let me put this.
That's fine.
Let me put this caveat into I want Kerr back.
Thank you. Got him.
Even when he's gone, he's not gone because Kerr.
I don't know what that
Curry's
means.
Kerr, Draymond's Kerr, Horford's Kerr. All the old stuff that we have is Kerr. So if you're really going to do a tear down, tear it all down. I don't believe swapping the coach with what you still have, the silhouettes of Curry, the greatness of him and Draymond and the rest of the gang, that's still here. So are you really, are you really changing? No. Yeah, the name. But the guy, you're going to be a slave to what has been going on here for 14, 13 years. That's how I look at it.
I was engaged.
You weren't
I have to get,
you know what?
I'm trying to get a certain.
That was some of my best work, I believe. Wow, it's all good.
What did you say? Can you repeat it?
I just can't. When it comes off that smooth, you just can't.
Was it? Oh,
no, just
what was
stop.
it? Curl play the 11th pick?
Nah. It was too nuanced for you.
Gotcha. Let me see, Evan. I'm looking for some stuff.
We don't have any reads. It's 1:30.
Speak for yourself. Oh, there it is. Although that's not quite the one.
Yeah, that's my quarterback.
Okay. Oh, this is the Will Richard cut.
It's so much, to be honest, but just how much work it takes to be great. I mean, I've asked Jimmy, Steph, Draymond, Al. I asked them questions, and I actually started taking notes of everything they said just because those guys have played for a long time, and they've done it at a high level for a long time. So if I can take something from every one of them, I feel like I have a very successful career.
All right, there's Will Richard.
I like him.
I do, too.
Well, it didn't sound like it last segment.
Well, what I always have to fight about is,
No, you thought I was putting him in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
And I was like, no.
And here's what you do. I'm not saying he's Karl Malone, Steiny, but Will Richard, I know he's not Karl Malone.
He made contributions and shocked me early on. And I was blown away.
Shocked.
Along with Dibbs, that a first-year player that played 4 years in college came and was able and trusted at times to play for the Golden State Warriors.
On a 37-win
And then
team.
he hit a wall. He hit a major wall. And I love him for acknowledging that. But I guess it just goes against this whole, if this 11 pick can play and Kerr's the coach, then he might not see the floor.
Probably won't. Not when they go get Kawhi.
No, well, that's
like
different.
Seriously.
Well, that's different.
It is?
Yeah. Okay, B's knees. I got to say this to him real quick, Stoney. I'm interrupted. Goo legit doesn't care if a player can dribble. That broke my heart that Kuminga sold me on his handles. He got
Back to
better.
Kuminga.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, I called him out, B's knees.
Who?
Kuminga. Remember,
I love Kuminga.
The first 5 games of this year, I thought he'd went to the lab. That still bothers me, and I'm watching him in Atlanta as good as he's playing. You still need to work on those handles.
You know what? I figured it out.
Now you're smiling like you really did, but I'm here for you.
No, and it's a compliment.
Okay. My hair?
You're a two-way player.
I played offense.
You actually
and defense.
believe that you've called Kuminga out, but then you also get to say, oh, the Warriors made a huge mistake.
It's called life and being fair and not having an agenda. Yeah. You should try it.
No, I have opinions that I share.
Right, but
you get to rip Kuminga and then say he's a Thundercat at the same time.
This is where Skip Bayless and guys like
usually can dribble.
Yeah. No, Thundercat means potential. Okay, but guys like Skip Bayless,
he's always going to be
one. They get stuck and people don't like him because they won't budge on anything. Like if let's say you were overweight. What do you want me to budge on? If you were overweight, you're not. But if you were and then you lost 50. And I came in there and said, yeah, you need to lose 20 more. Rather than say, dude, you look great. Good job. You got to give credit.
Who scored 50?
That's it.
Who scored 50 points?
I need to cross over bad. And you're doing it on purpose.
I think.
Yeah. But I was a two-way player.
Just from the YouTube chat and
they're on my side.
It feels like I'm having a big day.
Dude, you're not.
It feels like I'm having a big day.
I don't know what you're reading.
Because you want Kerr back, but you believe he's going to cater to an 11th pick in the draft.
See, this is where I got to be better. And I'm real. Because you're my friend, my good friend. 8 years, as long as we're on the show in the Bay, sports show. When I say things, I say them from a prism sometimes of a vantage point of what I think is going to happen, like Curry's going to get that blank check. But you take it as if I'm saying he should get that blank check. I'm just telling you, I'm reading the Warrior chessboard and everything that's gone on and what I'm hearing. Steph Curry, I think that's going to happen with the blank check.
I know.
But you reacted like I said that's what I want. But I did say I would give him the blank check.
I know you did.
And then on the flip side, hold on, let me finish. On the flip side, I can love Kuminga and his potential, which he flashed, and yet talk about where I feel like he has not grown with his handle, and I've gotten mad at him before he got traded.
It's a way to stay in the safe zone.
No, it's called, no, that's what you do.
This is a safe spot. This is a safe space for you.
I said what I said.
It's called being fair, and Evan knows it. We never have this problem when you're out because he says what he thinks, and then he I don't need, you need validation.
Goo. So you said the Warriors should give Steph a blank check and that they will give Steph a blank check.
And I expect him to give him that. That's
I
how
don't.
I'm thinking. Okay. And you could be right.
What? Am I the only, and I know it's Curry. Am I the only one that thinks that if they give him 2 years, that's crazy? It's if you can get him for 80, but
now you're being cute, but I have to ask you, what's the alternative to you on that? Because you're not probably by yourself. Give us an alternative.
For the 19th time, okay? When you ask me to tell me what I want, okay, for the 19th time, I will tell you. Steph, you want a contract extension, okay? Where do you want to start with this thing? Do you want us to tack on one more year, or what do you want? Okay, I'd like you to tack on 2 more years, and let's say at about 100. Well, I'm just telling you, at that point, I don't know that Joe Lacob goes, like Kramer, deal. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, obviously, he's spending bread, and he's not going to get the ROI, I don't believe, and I don't think he's getting it now.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah. What would be such a slap in the face to Steph Curry where you would simply say to him, you've acquired an injury this year that everyone's unsure about. Mm-hmm. You missed half this past season, all right? Next year, nobody knows what to expect. You've acknowledged that.
All right.
For all we know, you might be done at the end of the year if he can't come back from this.
All right,
so Steph, can we hold on 1 year before we give you an extension? Or if we're going to give you an extension now, can we please build in some safeguards for our team in case you're not healthy?
I like that verbiage. And also, I like the fact that that's not a no. You don't get a blank check. It's just you got to wait. But who's to say that wouldn't work or suffice? But that definitely, how you just verbalize that, hits a whole lot different than because you're hitting the pause button on it. Let's see some stuff and yada, yada, yada. But you're not saying no, one. And two, it just the way that you said that, it hits a whole, maybe Steph would be like, okay, I'm willing to do that. We'll reconvene after next season.
Yeah. I don't think that's for example, what's the difference? How many 1-year deals in a row has LeBron done?
It feels like 90.
Okay, but yeah. If a guy like LeBron keeps doing 1-year deals, what is wrong with asking Steph Curry, just play your last year? And if you want to come back, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, but now LeBron, to his credit, Stoney, and I know he's a bigger body, different DNA, he doesn't have a new normal, or he hasn't had a new normal.
This is also the first year that LeBron had to play as a free agent to be. He played on 1-year deals, but they always had a player option after. Man. So,
I mean, it doesn't mean it's his last year.
No, I know that.
They still will be able to use their bird rights to pay him more than anybody else if it comes down to that.
But we know what he's doing and why he's doing it, and now everything in LA is good. Especially now, he won't say it, but he's balling without his guys.
To me, it's not that hard.
Yeah, LeBron is a freak of nature. Yeah.
Hey, Steve, we've had a great run.
Nope.
Great run. You. But we're in a different place now. So we're gonna move forward.
Okay.
All right. Steph, how you doing, Steph? It looks like Steve's not gonna come back. Okay? Steph, what do you want to do? Steve's not gonna be the coach for the next couple years. I'd still like to get an extension. Steph, listen, man. Everything's in a gray area right now. You're under contract for 62. Can we revisit? Can we push this for 1 year? With the uncertainty. Draymond, what's your deal? I'd love to rip up my contract and get 2 more years. Well, Dre, That's not going to happen. We love you. We respect you. We think that we don't get 4 titles with you, but we have to start thinking about moving on, and we've got to keep it like it is right now. If you have a great year, we'll talk about playing another year after you have that good year. So
I'm feeling everything that you said.
I need Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry to sit tight.
Okay, but this is what you're missing. I love everything you itemized. They've never stood up one to Draymond Green ever.
Well, Mike Dunleavy's never had an opportunity.
All right. Well, Mike Dunleavy backed off on saying that he tried to shop Draymond Green, and to me, that equated fear.
No,
that's what bothered me. Well, to you, we're different. But I'm just telling you. So when you say Mike Dunleavy, he backed off of trying to trade to Frankenstein.
It's called diplomacy.
Okay. All right. But you know where I'm going. When have they ever stood up and took that course of action?
Right. And I think that's part of the equation. Dunleavy's sick of it. He's sick of it.
You can ban.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever, and suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so that you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local. They've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, please call Beam Law, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area. That segment also brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
At Kohl's, spring style starts with the season's best shoe sale and continues with 15% off the rest of your looks. But with great outfits from Kohl's, what happens next is unexpected. Strangers ask where you shop. The breeze feels like it's blowing just for you. Your kids post for photos willingly. Yep, great spring outfits can do that kind of thing. Find yours at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offers end April 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get ready for the Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton, June 19th through July 12th. Kick off summer with food, rides, and the Big O Tires concert series with Flo Rida and Al King. For more info and a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com.
We don't know where Wiggins is.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, time for the crossover, brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we've got you covered, bayalarm.com. Let's welcome in
the fellas.
Willard and Dibbs.
What's going on, boys?
Hey, guys.
Do you want to know?
Yeah. Kind of, yeah.
We're having a great show. That's my guy. But I got a little topic fatigue with Kerr and the Warriors, and I get it. It's out there. It's real. I kind of think he's coming back. Now I kind of swayed myself into saying that. But we got the draft, and the Giants won a game. 3 runs in the first, and it held up.
Yep.
I think he's coming back, too.
Okay. But you never wavered, though, huh? Or because I remember I told you when I saw him, I was like, it feels like it's over.
How could you not waver? Yeah. But I've had some conversations today.
Sources. I use that
and also, I think there's some common sense stuff that has to. Now, look, I could be completely wrong. But anyway,
you feel like he's coming back, though? Return.
That would be my bet.
All right.
That would be my bet.
Dibbs?
I'm still unsure. I mean, I was 100% certain, and then Huggate happened, where the three of them are embracing like when a soldier comes back from war and sees his daughter at homecoming. It was a warm, big-time goodbye feel, and then all the reporters have then 15%, and it's up to Steve, and it's not up to Steve, and I don't think that there's much of a chance he comes back. And so we were talking on our thread today, like, why would all this now come out? Is it because they're trying to just gauge how the fans will react, or is it the reality that he may be not coming back?
Yeah, and I told Steiny I felt like Monty Poole. I'm the only one. just dropped a bomb on you guys by saying Lacob had previously. I'm like, when did that happen? How did that stay under? Like, I wasn't privy to that, but that hit me like, oh.
Man, listen, my underlying theme to this whole thing, I've said this before, and I'll say it louder today than I've ever said it before. This whole thing smells of people with the last name Lacob being way too close to basketball ops. Don't like it.
So the Jerry Jones component a little bit.
I'll never like it.
Okay.
This is out of pocket. This is out of line.
Wow. What particularly?
Well, what I think you're looking at is, and what Monty Poole said yesterday is part of it. If you've been kind of back and forth through the years, and you just sort of don't feel like you've got the leverage or the PR, because it's Steve Kerr. Aren't you going to fire Steve Kerr? Like, really? The nerve is out of the building in order to do something like that. Now maybe you feel like now's the time, and I sense that there is a little pushing of him out. The first clue is that report that came out, I think it was Slater's article with Ramona a couple days ago. The whole they're going to want a 2-year deal. Excuse me? Do you understand the nerve that Steve Kerr hasn't earned the right to go year to year? And what on earth, this idea that a 2-year deal, that would suggest he's motivated. Because that's been a problem before. You're not even making Steph Curry sign a 2-year loyalty deal. If I'm someone in Steve Kerr's position, Greg Popovich's position, Phil Jackson's position, understand, these things are offensive. You're trying to push him. And I don't want Joe Lacob or Kerr-Lacob shoving Steve Kerr out the door because they think they know more about basketball.
That's exactly what happened to Phil in Chicago. They said, you know what, you're coming back for one more year. We don't really want to do it, but you come back for one more year and then we're moving on. And they actually said that before the year started, which that was a straight up push out.
But this is, first of all, this is different because they're saying no. The rest of the team is all set up for a last dance, but we don't want you doing that, number one. And number two, how's that gone for the Bulls?
Yeah, not great.
Okay.
But how's it going to go here, regardless of how it ends for Kerr?
I don't know. But that's just, to me, that's just a standalone thing. I do not want people with the last name Lacob running basketball ops. It's just how I feel. I have, my God, no track record. Are you kidding me?
Well, isn't Kirk the assistant GM right now, currently?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's one of, Kirk, it's Joe, it's Kirk, it's Dunleavy, it's Larry Harris.
Yep.
It's Kerr involved in there. There's probably a couple other guys I'm omitting. I think to me, the conundrum's coming down to, I feel like if Steve comes back, we're going to be looking at kind of the same thing. And if they move in a different direction, then it feels like that'll open the door to them maybe pivoting in some way. I'm not crazy. Like, okay, so if Kerr signs a 2-year deal, then what happens with Draymond and Steph? Because I think it's all going to, domino after that.
Well, they've already said they want to play more than 1 year. They've already said that.
You'd give Steph another year and you'd give Draymond...
I don't know yet.
Or
I mean, I would with Steph, yes.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if you agree to come to terms with Kerr for 2 years, does that mean you're more likely to extend Steph for a year and maybe rip up Draymond's 2 and all go together?
You're buying a premise that I don't buy.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
do you buy it?
I don't think that's why they're demanding a 2-year deal. I think they're demanding a 2-year deal because they don't want him to take it.
And that's what you mean?
I think they're trying to force him out.
Wow.
They're trying to piss him off. Like, how many coaches have you known, like, they get to this point? Like, let's do Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh couldn't even get through the post-game interview because he knew he's leaving.
Yeah.
Does Steve Kerr get to this moment and say to the guys, remember what he said to him? I don't know what's going to happen.
And that's what stood out to me.
Why would he not know if he was leaving? Why would he not know? He knows.
No doubt.
He knows exactly. And so if you're leaving, then leave. But that's why I still think that this gets worked out, because what I'm starting to sense is these are just two sides pushing each other's buttons.
But what really, I hear all you guys, and again, we're not in the know, but what stood out to me when we got to visit him over at the facility a couple weeks ago, Steve Kerr, was just being in the room with him and oozing off his person. It was just a truth, a ability to, he said it to us on the air. People within the organization don't like when I talk about something I love. And I said to myself, that can't be the person making the cookies or whatnot. That's got to be one person, the owner. And I thought to myself, why would Steve Kerr not have earned the right, if that's how he sees what he's coaching and loves and describes it as a fading dynasty? Mm-hmm. Why is there a penalty for that? He's told you guys
It's been 12 years. That's why. I mean, you think about any long-term relationship and, you love your wife and, she grinds her teeth, and I'll just give my own example. My first marriage, we were married 22 years, and I do this thing where I clear my throat a lot. I've got like a, chronic itchy throat, CIT. And so I make this noise, and, my wife tolerated it for about a decade or longer, and then it got to the point where I'd do it, and she would be like angry.
Irritated.
Like, totally irritated. And so it's a little thing that becomes a big thing because the relationship's gone on, and that's why I look at this 12 years with the owner and the coach, and both ways, I'm sure there are little things that become bigger things.
I mean, the way I look at it, too, is that we've, guys have left here in the past. Mark Jackson, Joe Lacob said, hit the pike to Mark Jackson for whatever reason. Let's not forget there was a little bit of a acrimonious exit with Jerry West when he left. Bob Myers, I don't think there was acrimony, but there was something
exhaustion
misaligned there between the two of them.
He said he didn't know Bob wanted to leave at the presser. Like, that hurt me. Come on, man. Anyway,
I'm sure that's true. But, I'm
if
sure
you're Bob, you're like, no, it's not.
Well, I'm sure if you're Bob, you're like, yeah, you call me 9 times a day, and now it's going to be 0. So, I don't know. You never know when somebody's just fed up. You might be blind to the situation because you're wrapped up in your own journey.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of different things. Like, I think, if Steve Kerr's talking to Joe Lacob, Steve might be like, we're in a tricky spot here, Joe. We're in a little tough spot till we get to next summer. And he's probably like, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it. Like, we got to get healthy. We got to do better. We got to incorporate the young guys. We got to do this, that. The other thing I was talking about with Goo is, this 11th pick in the draft, who, let's just say they get a player at 11, and Kerr's the coach, and they have a lot of the same players. Do we know that he will work this guy in?
I think so. First of all, the organization is allowed to mandate that. They're completely allowed to mandate that. A general manager
plays a guy?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, this is sort of the underbelly of the whole Kuminga situation, if you really want to go there, is that Steve Kerr and Jonathan were both left in a situation where neither of them could function. Like, there were ways, if Joe Lacob so badly wanted Jonathan Kuminga to play, clear a spot for him. Clear a spot for him. Steve's no dummy. He's said it into a microphone 1,000,000 times. How am I supposed to stick this guy in there when Draymond and Jimmy Butler are both here? Draymond for sure, and then Jimmy Butler in the end. What is these?
Well, he couldn't fit JK in before Jimmy was a Warrior.
Because of Draymond.
And Wiggins.
Correct. So, like, clear a spot for him if that's what you want to do, organization. Like, how many of you didn't want Draymond re-signed? So that's why, if Joe Lacob, if Draymond's going to drive to your house, you're going to give him a 4-year deal and then get mad at the coach because he won't play JK, I'm going to call you a little disingenuous.
But he's got the ha-ha. And so,
correct.
And he progressively
36
got
minutes
better.
of the night. Yeah,
Right.
I had to throw that to
Different
you.
system, but yeah.
I don't think Steve is as, like, feet in cement as maybe it looks. Like,
Well,
there is a way to, in effect, if you're the boss, force his hand. Be like, this is what the organization is doing. We are putting our time into Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, fine. Then don't give $100 million to Draymond Green.
Well, when they won the title in 22, that changed everything. If they didn't win the title in 22, then you would be a little bit more eager as a coaching staff to try something out. But you were still in the championship window because you just won it.
Right. So, in effect, then what you're doing is you're saying, I'm going to create a situation where everybody butts their head against the wall, and then I'm going to put my feet up on an ottoman and get mad at all of them when it doesn't work out. To me, this is on them.
Wow.
100% of it is on them.
And I tried to read it or thought, and I've been proven wrong, that I thought Lacob was a big fan, and that maybe I'm still kind of lightweight right, of Kuminga over the years, and maybe there was a difference of opinion from the coach, obviously wanted Wagner. But are you telling me Joe Lacob, if he really knew Kerr was out of here or he didn't want him to come back, why would he let that trade go through and then right the offseason get rid of the coach?
Probably
Why
because
wouldn't hold on to the commodity and say, okay, Willard's leaving, Divs, you're the coach, maybe you can get him to the promised land?
I don't think that Joe Lacob has a, quote, temper, but I think certain things bother him to the point where he's going to act. And when Kuminga didn't go in and play against OKC, when everyone was out and Lacob was reportedly upset about the way that went down, that could be a thing that just spurs the action. So
you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
That is also a great question.
No, it's like
what Guru just said is a phenomenal question.
Well, what is
phenomenal question.
There was a tug of war where Lacob, I thought, was one of the biggest supporters for Jonathan Kuminga. And if Lacob knew that Steve Kerr was bothering him to the point that this is going to be his last year, why would you let that facilitate that trade? Why wouldn't you look at it like, okay, Willard's gone. I got Dibs taking over the reins. Maybe he can get the best of Kuminga, and I can hold on to my guy that I drafted number 7.
Because Lacob gave up on him.
Is it because of what Dib said? I believe that had that OKC non-playing. Maybe that was it.
The bottom line is, at the end of the day, Joe Lacob didn't believe in Kuminga enough to shove him down Kerr's throat.
But he had in the past to the point to where we...
Right, and it clearly went on for too long, and Joe Lacob probably finally said, we got to move on somehow.
Yeah, and get something for it.
And Joe Lacob clearly did not believe that Steve Kerr was the only thing holding back Kuminga. Otherwise, if he thought Jonathan Kuminga were Cade Cunningham, then I wouldn't have traded Kuminga.
And I never said he was that, Will.
He must have come off the idea that Kuminga could be a star or a superstar.
Now, he's playing 30 minutes, and I'm being sometime here because I didn't do this and there's nothing to do it for. But if I watch Kuminga, let's say Lord get in the starting lineup and they win a round or two or play 35 minutes, I'm sitting to myself, not Cade Cunningham, but we couldn't have used that here. Like if I'm Lacob, if he's right.
And watch who gets blamed.
And
who gets blamed?
It may have already happened.
It's Kerr.
And Ponds. I think Ponds is getting blamed for Kuminga not working out. That's just me.
Comfy spot for Joe, isn't it?
Man.
Well, ultimately, the GM is
super
already traded him.
Man.
Super comfy spot.
Now you smiled on that one. Like,
it's a comfy spot.
That is a comfy spot.
That's why people are passive-aggressive, because they get to stay in the comfy spot.
Well, it's not comfy if Kerr leaves and, you wind up with a different coach, and the narrative is going to be Joe Lacob forced him out. No matter, even if Steve comes out and says, guys, I've had enough. I need a break. 12 years. What a blank and run. The sentiment still will be that Lacob pushed him out. So it doesn't stay comfy if Steve Kerr does in fact leave the job. That's my opinion.
Which is why I'm going to continue to predict that he won't.
Okay, that's how I think.
This is a game that they're playing right now, and I might be wrong. Like for sure, I trust Monty. I trust Mark Spears. I trust Slates.
Yeah.
I trust Ramona.
Everywhere.
They know more about this than I do. However, we also know reporters get used for narratives. And if how easy is it to just go? If everybody wants to go, then just go. Why do we have to go to the beach for a week and then come back and talk about it and let 95.7 The Game scream about it for a week? Why? Somebody is trying to leverage something. Maybe both people are. Or at least dip their toe in the water and find out what it's all about. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, I think they're in a very, very tricky spot in terms of their direction and it depending a lot on Steve Kerr and what they want to do in the next year or two.
Interesting you mentioned the draft, and if they stay at 11, I was looking at a number of different mock drafts, and on almost all of them, the first 9 picks off the board are freshmen.
Okay.
All 9 of them are freshmen. There's a Boozer, there's a Wagler, there's a DeBanza. Acuff just declared today. He's a freshman. There's a Peterson.
9.
There's the North Carolina big. The first 9 off the board are freshmen. Now, they won't pick in the top 9 if they stay at 11, but it gives you an idea of what they might be looking for age-wise with a player.
Well, and the other thing is, are you scared of a freshman? Because a freshman would be maybe more like Kuminga or Wiseman.
Probably.
Than somebody who's played 3 or 4 years.
And even if you aren't scared of a freshman and you take one of those great point guards, and I know there's a couple that you like, well, they're not going to step in and play ahead of Steph. And Pods is playing all 82. So now you've got this 19-year-old who you want to, quote, develop, and we're right back to, Steve doesn't play young guys again.
Well, but it's different this time around, though, because you're coming off of 37
and
wins.
And that's what I just got done telling him last segment.
Like, to me, and that's what Steph, to me, was saying at the podium on Friday night.
We're no longer the big dogs.
Like, we gotta redo the foundation of all of this and the way we go about doing things, because at no point, like when Kuminga got here, the Warriors were accurate in saying we're trying to win a championship. They did.
Yeah.
They did his rookie year. So that's not the case anymore.
I told Steiny this. He said, well, if Kerr, I'm paraphrasing, if Kerr stays, this 11th pick, whoever he is when's he going to play? And I said, I'm still giving Will Richard a check because he shocked me. Kerr went
He's
to him.
He's a 4-year player.
I understand.
He's not going to be a guy with little experience like they're going to draft at 11.
And then we just brought that up to the conversation, but I brought up Pods, led the team in plus minus his rookie year. Why did Kerr go to Pods? And so my point is rookies play under Kerr.
Yeah. Well, and I told you what I thought. The reason Will Richard played was because they were so enamored with his basketball IQ during training camp. So they considered him a very cerebral player. That's why he played. And Pods, for whatever reason, Kerr's always thought of him as this connector. That's his word. He can play with every lineup. And he does so, like, Kerr's never played anybody because of athleticism. He plays guys that he thinks can fit in and play with Steph, Draymond, and whoever else he's playing with. And I'm not saying he won't play the 11th pick in the draft, but if the 11th pick in the draft is on the raw side, then you're going to have to play a guy like that with Steph and Draymond, and then we'll find out if they're okay winning another 37 games, if that's what's going to hold them back, as opposed to playing with more veteran guys.
That might be part of the misalignment, too. If that's the edict from above and Steve Kerr doesn't want to just have that be the marching orders, then that might be part of what doesn't actually make this thing happen. Because, I mean, you look at some of these players and they're 19 and 19. Keaton Wagler's 19. Good little player, but 19 years old.
Wow.
These are guys with 1 year of college ball, and now you're going to be asked to play with a 40-year-old, a 39-year-old, a 37-year-old. That's a big ask.
And Will, you said if this posture, it's a game. I was going to say, what's at stake? Who wins? Is it so? It's about money? Why?
I don't think. That's last on my list.
What's at the top?
It's a power struggle. It's a power struggle. This is about all the things that we're sitting here talking about right now. It's about philosophically how you're going to go, who you're going to play, how you're going to play them, and then you're going to get frustrated by the lack of results, and you're going to want to do it this way, and the other person's like, no, I'd like to do it that way. And so, you get to this moment where I think that the Warrior front office, in a passive-aggressive way, is trying to hip check him out of town, but they know that there's PR to handle. You can't. That's why. Like, what stopped Joe Lacob and all the times that he thought about firing? What stopped him?
I don't know.
I do. You can't stop. You can't fire Steve Kerr.
Wow. The
You
PR.
don't do that.
He said it. Hello.
You could if Steph and Draymond weren't here anymore, but with those guys here and the 4 championships, I'm kind of agreeing with Mark.
I asked Steiny this, and I want your guys' thoughts. Do you think there's any world where Joe and Kerr-Lacob, for this matter, looked at this Warrior team, even with the injuries, and said we should have got more than 35, 37 wins? There's no walking person in this world that thinks that, right?
Well, there's no walking person in this world that could have coached them to that. But do they think that? I don't know. I don't know a lot of billionaires, but my perception of them is yes.
But
they sort of are just like, I paid for this, so it should happen, period.
Yeah, I asked you, chicken on the bone. You said no.
I said no. I don't think they left chicken on the bone. I think this is a 37-win team when you look at all the games played from the guys. And I said if they really think this is a 47-win team, then Steve should not come back under any circumstance because the expectations are absolutely preposterous.
Yep, agreed.
And you rattle off the games played, and it's, half a season for Jimmy and Steph, basically. Draymond played a lot but struggled at times. And just look at what they put out there down the stretch. The last month of the year when Kristaps was in and out, Al was in and out, and we were saying yesterday about Yurt 7 and Leon's and Cryer.
They played.
They played. I mean, Pat Spencer, he had a great year, but we're talking about an undrafted two-way guy who's a lacrosse legend, and he was one of your 7 best players this year.
I'd argue they weren't a 37-win team. Probably more like about a 27-win team. But
Stoney brought that up.
Well, yeah, but there's 10 teams that didn't want
it.
But they made a big mistake.
What's that?
They tried for the first 50, 60 games.
It's a shame. You hate to see it.
Well, it must be well coached.
I mean, you got the engine in there, too. Like, Draymond's not going to let you not try, unless it's a Tuesday in Orlando.
Yeah, like that's
or a play-in game.
Right. Or any of the games when Steph's not playing.
Stoney, I hate you got to go. I was saving trivia.
Why do you got to go?
Just I got to do a read. Remember, I got to do that stuff.
And it's a golf day. It's a Wednesday.
I'm not golfing today.
That's no wet out there.
Try to set up a match with your brother, though.
Uh-oh.
Make it at Richmond.
It is.
Yeah, make him. I mean, he's good at Richmond. He's a one-course wonder.
Well, if I had to win to advance, I wouldn't play there. But it's almost like an exhibition.
All right, I'm getting out of here. Willard and Dibbs and Stoney. There's 2 teams that have never won their division in Major League Baseball. Can you name one of them without taking 5 minutes?
2 teams that have never
won their division. I was saving it for Steiny. He's packing up.
Wait a minute.
Look at my 2.
They've never won their division?
There's 2 of them. And look at Grant.
In the course of baseball history?
Yes, have not won their division.
Is that accurate?
I hope it's accurate.
The Rockies
one of them?
Yeah, the Rockies. So when they went to the World Series, that was out of the wild card.
Out of the card, yep.
And there's one more.
Oh, gosh.
Jim Leland used to coach him.
Miami.
Well, then Florida Marlins. Yeah.
The Marlins, wow. They won 2 out of the card.
I was like, that's wrong. But wow, the Rockies and Marlins. Anyway.
Eric Miller's going to be on in 18 minutes.
Oh.
Eric Miller.
You're going to love Eric Miller.
By the way.
F you. F you.
Seriously.
And F you, too.
By the way.
That's my guy, Eric Miller.
I was going to save this for tomorrow.
Oh.
Giants have a new ace. They have a new best pitcher. And we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Just skip the
95.7, the game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area? Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Ain't cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's freaking go, okay? I'm focused today.
Yeah?
I'm focused today.
That's implying that yesterday you were unfocused.
No, I'm always focused. But, sometimes you got a little bit more hippity-hop juice in your step.
Okay. I
don't know if it's just Wednesday. The draft is tomorrow. The Giants beat the Dodgers. Eric Miller fires me up, and he's going to be on in 15 minutes. But listen, I'm not reporting anything. I'm not a reporter. I very much could be wrong, but the combination of some conversations I had this morning with actually just spending some time and thinking about this, I am going to continue to guess that Steve Kerr is still going to be the coach of the Golden State Warriors after this summer.
Okay.
I have 3 main reasons why he will continue to be the head coach of
lay
the
him
Golden
out, and I'll
State
see
Warriors.
if I have a counterpoint for it, because as I sit right now, I still am leaning toward he's not going to be the coach anymore.
Okay. All right. So the first one I kind of already – I'll go with this one first because it sort of got laid out on the crossover already. If he wanted to leave, he would just leave. Not draw this out. This is being drawn out for a reason. I feel like people are trying to leverage the situation, get information, maybe win the PR sort of war, if you will. I mean, what is this alignment that we're chasing? Why would the Warriors demand that he sign a 2-year deal? The whole organization has been lined up to sort of end everything at the end of next season. But Steve has to sign 2? Why?
Because it's not going to end after next season. Steph wants to stay, and they're going to rework Draymond, and he'll be here for 2 more.
Go talk to Steve again next year then. It's Steve freaking Kerr.
Right, but they probably don't want this to be a thing again next year where will he or won't he, especially after the way it's gone since Friday.
They have no problem doing that with all of their iconic players, but they have a problem doing it with their coach?
I don't think Steph has ever been on the final year of his deal without an extension either being in place or coming right around the corner.
I mean, and maybe there'll be an extension this summer. Maybe there won't be. I don't know.
And maybe Draymond will get a rework deal, or maybe he won't be.
Maybe.
I think a lot of that is determined by what happens with Steve Kerr.
To me, this is a team right now that is in an obvious state of flux. I don't know why they would need 2 years. And by the way, the reasoning behind it is, I need to be assured that you're going to try and that you want to be here and that you care. It's a little offensive. I think it's offensive.
I mean, that's the implication. And, I don't know if they have come out and said that. That's according to sources that, they wanted him to show energy and enthusiasm as if he didn't this year. And there were times he looked fatigued, but how can you not be in game 74?
Human being. He's allowed to be tired. The players look tired sometimes. Okay. Number 2, I'm kind of going maybe in order of importance here. Number 2, there is no suitable replacement. There's no suitable replacement. You better hope the Hawks beat the Knicks or Mike Brown's not available. I don't buy that Andre Iguodala is. By the way, this is another clue. Why are replacements being floated now? Why?
Well, Todd Golden has a relationship. And, he still has 4 more years in his Florida deal. Okay, they're winning the portal.
And former Florida players who clearly spoke directly to Todd, are saying that's not a thing.
Andre Iguodala is a guy who is beloved by the organization.
Sure. So let's float that because it will be very well received by the fans.
Sure.
Have you ever heard Andre Iguodala say that he wants to coach in the NBA?
Never once. And
has he put himself on that track?
I don't think so. Like Jerry Stackhouse is on that track. He's a guy who was a player, and he's been an assistant coach, and he is on that track. I don't buy the Iguodala one for a minute, and I put aside my general distaste for some of the things that he has done in his career. That has nothing to do with this. I can't imagine Andre Iguodala wanting to go on that 82-game grind, because it is a grind.
This guy retired and wanted to stay in Silicon Valley and do cool business things. Not get on planes every 3 days and travel around with players who are the same age as him.
Basically.
Okay.
I don't know if there's a suitable replacement or not. It's going to be hard to find somebody who has the level of success and somebody who can come in and, command the room like that. Yep. So that point is a pretty good one, but we don't know who the replacement would be, so it's hard to judge.
Here's my number 3 reason, and this is actually the number 1 reason, and this is why I'm going to continue to guess that Steve Kerr is still going to be the coach. All 3 of his stars desperately want him to be. And yes, all 3.
3?
3.
Jimmy Butler?
Yep.
Okay.
I had a conversation today that would suggest to me that Jimmy Butler is now also campaigning behind the scenes. We already know where Steph stands. We really, really know where Draymond stands. You can go ahead and add Jimmy Butler to the mix as well. And I don't know very many NBA franchises that operate in an opposite way of that. If you have 3 Hall of Famers campaigning behind the scenes for someone to be your coach, that person is usually your coach. It is going to take a next level ego to push Steve Kerr out in the face of all that I just laid out. Next level ego.
Unless Steve doesn't want to do it anymore. And it's possible that the season ends and he really hasn't fully decided, and so he wants to take some time and reflect. He's a very reflective guy.
He is, and I'm not refuting what you're saying, except for that everything Steve has continued to say, even up through last week, is that he does want to still coach. He doesn't want to leave Steph. He still very much enjoys coaching. That's a part of this conversation, too. I don't hear someone that wants to leave. I hear someone that's having a hard time with this particular scenario.
Right.
That's why he would put his arms on the backs of his players and say, I don't know what's going to happen. He didn't say, I'm not sure if I want to keep doing this. He said, I don't know what's going to happen. In other words, there's nudging going on. There are hip checks going on. There are scenarios being created, circumstances that are being created by the front office that might make it so that he doesn't want to be a part of this because he's, quite frankly, too accomplished, maybe too stubborn, however you want to say it.
All of the above, probably.
All of the above.
And you sit down, and as a coach, whenever you're coaching a team, you have what they call non-negotiables. They're things, team rules that are absolutely not negotiable. And every time you coach, you hopefully have a couple of those, and the team will follow them, and that's great. And so he'll sit down with various Lacobs and Mike Dunleavy, most likely, sometime maybe today or tomorrow or Friday, who knows. But in that conversation, there might be some non-negotiables on either side, and the other side is saying, well, I don't really feel comfortable with that. And so even if he's not being forced out, they might be saying things that he doesn't agree with. He might be saying things that they don't agree with.
Yep.
I don't think it's as easy as, hey, I want to coach, and, oh, well, you've been awesome, so you get to coach. I think there's more nuance to it.
Not, of course there is, 100%. But then that's where we get into me as a fan. This is just my personal discomfort. Some of you like this more than others. Some of you don't. I don't want Joe Lacob, Kerr-Lacob, making basketball decisions. I never have. I don't want that. And if your last name is Lacob and you're watching Steve Kerr coach, and if we listen to what Monty Poole said and hear that Lacob throughout the last handful of years at times has considered firing Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr. That tells me that you think more of your basketball acumen than I do. That's for sure. I think he's a wonderful businessman. Wonderful businessman. What he's achieved with this organization is a Hall of Fame story in and of itself. But I don't want Joe Lacob making basketball calls. I just don't.
Well, I mean,
and he's the owner, so yeah.
He's the owner.
He's the owner.
If he wants to make a call, and he's made calls in the past, if you believe the sourced reporting, and those calls have not always been the right call, I can go back to him bringing in Jerry West. That was a phenomenal call.
Very good call.
Other moves that he made maybe weren't basketball related, but when you're the owner of something, you get to make those calls.
You sure do.
And he's the majority owner. There are a bunch of owners, but I'm sure as the majority owner, he has the majority voice in the room.
No doubt. I mean, he is the face of this whole thing. He's the one that's sitting there at the side of the court all the time.
Right.
So yeah, no, I'm not questioning who's got the final say. But we all get to form our opinion in terms of who should and what their sort of like corner of the office should be. And I think Joe is wonderful with Chase Center and
the Valkyries.
Sure. The positioning of all of this, the branding of all of this, the purse strings of all of this. I don't need him drafting players and coaches and coaching teams.
I just wonder what the disconnect would be hypothetically when they sit down and if they're saying like, whatever, energy and enthusiasm, and we need you to turn it over less. Maybe we need to rely on the three less. We need to change up our offense. Whatever they need to do from the front office, he might come back and say all these other things. And if they don't mesh, then this might go a different way.
I think that this is going to be real hard for Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, and Kerr-Lacob to look basically in the face of this fan base, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler, and do the opposite. That's a tough assignment, man. Good luck. Good luck. That's a tough assignment.
Well, it might be as easy as him saying, yeah, I don't want to go along with what you're planning to do, so I'm out.
It might. But still, it would look... I think the fan base is smart enough to see through it.
Depending on what Steve does next.
If Steve Kerr wanted to leave, he would have already left.
Perhaps. I do think there is a possibility that he wanted to mull it over, but...
a lot of plane flights to think that over this year.
If he leaves, well, I mean, you get to the end of the year, and now you can really reflect. And
I guess.
If he leaves, and then a year later he's coaching somewhere else, that's a whole different feel to it, like Boch.
Eric Miller is going to join us in about 5 minutes, okay? We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, and this team plays better mad. I don't know if it's actually the turning point, but the Giants have won 4 of their last 5 ball games. And I know that Flem was on earlier today, and he pointed to Brubaker when the whole throwing at each other in Cincy thing happened. I'm going to move a little bit past that to when the Giants won a game, and Eric Miller decided to flip 3 different corners of the Reds' dugout off, and there was almost a post-game brawl. And Miller's out there facing Ohtani and Kyle Tucker last night in leverage situations and coming through. And this dude's got that dog in him. And that's a moment that I'm going to remember, especially if it spurs them on to something.
And he said to Susan Slusser post-game that he was kind of doing that in Cincinnati because of Brubaker. He's like, we got to have each other's back. And when Brew did that, I had to come out and, keep that intensity in the same spot.
My man.
The feisty Giants are fun to watch.
My man.
I love this team.
Vitello's out here chest bumping Logan Webb. He's shadow boxing with Drew Gilbert. And Eric Miller's like, F you.
Dude.
And F you. And F you over there, too.
I can't even see who you are.
That's how you get on Willie and Dibby.
That's right.
Eric Miller, 5 minutes, okay? 888-957-9570. Then after Eric Miller, we got to talk out this Warrior situation. And some Giants-Dodgers. It's Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's lowriders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo parade. Live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law. With council member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Lowrider. Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law. East Side Pride, let's ride.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
If you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't just think deck boards. Think the whole system. Trex from Ashby Lumber gives you decking, railing, lighting, everything designed to work together, look clean, and last. It's low maintenance, holds up in the elements, and you're not dealing with constant upkeep like wood. And the team at Ashby actually helps you plan it out, so you're not guessing on materials or design. Stop by Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord. Check out Trex in person and get your project started.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
At Kohl's, spring style starts with the season's best shoe sale and continues with 15% off the rest of your looks. But with great outfits from Kohl's, what happens next is unexpected. Strangers ask where you shop. The breeze feels like it's blowing just for you. Your kids pose for photos willingly. Yep, great spring outfits can do that kind of thing. Find yours at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offers end April 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Are you lacking energy? Have low libido? Stubborn belly fat that you can't get rid of? Working too many hours at the gym with no results? These are warning signs of low testosterone. The doctors at Prime Male Medical can test your testosterone levels and prescribe treatment if needed. For just $99, get a testosterone test, PSA test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits. Prime Male Medical, 415-761-4037, or go to PrimeMaleMedical.com, 415-761-4037, with locations in San Francisco, San Jose, and the East Bay.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, rock star. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Everybody moves up one. It's 1-0 Giants. Here's Jung-Hoo Lee. He wraps one. And it's going to be trapped. Cut it in to score is Chapman. And it's 3-0.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're expecting Eric Miller of the Giants any moment. That bullpen is suddenly performing.
Alive, yeah.
Very, very well if you look at the numbers.
Getting some alignment, too. You're starting to figure out who's going to go where and what you're going to try to do. I was looking this morning, 8th in baseball in bullpen ERA, which is not bad at all, and moving up from where they were earlier in the year.
I thought last night was a little bit of a memorable exchange. I want to say, was that the 7th or the 8th? I think it was the 7th inning, okay? Giants are nursing a 3-1 lead. Matt Gage is out there. He gets out number 1. He gets out number 2. And then he walks the guy in the 9-hole in the Dodgers lineup. And Tony Vitello did something interesting. He went from lefty to lefty in order to face Shohei Ohtani. And Gage was furious with himself out on the mound, as he should be. 2-out walk with nobody on to the 9-hole hitter so that we can face Shohei as the tying run.
Right.
Woof.
Not good.
Then Miller comes out of the bullpen, and he goes 3-0 on Ohtani. And I'm like, oh, gosh, this is – you can just feel it. Here we go, right? And he had the wherewithal to go 3-1, 3-2, and then Shohei gets an infield hit, but I was like, I'll take it. Like, he sawed him off. And okay, infield hit. And then here comes Kyle Tucker, and he falls behind him.
Oh, boy.
And then he struck that sucker out. Those are the leveraged moments that you need a back end of a bullpen for. Eric Miller, Keaton Wynn, and Ryan Walker are quietly doing the damn thing.
Yeah, and even your guy, Bo Rucky, first one out of the pen.
Yep.
Gave up a hit, not a run.
Starting to figure it out a little bit.
In total, 4 innings pitched. They allowed only 2 hits. They issued 2 walks, big deal. Landon Roop in the 4th, my God. I thought I was watching one of those Little League games you talk about.
Dude.
Like, little Timmy could not find the plate.
Oh, my God. That was a hard watch.
Yeah.
I was trying to walk Penny. That's night walk time. And I'm like, but I can't. Penny, we're not walking. The bases are drunk with Dodgers.
Landon Roop could have taken her on a walk.
Oh, my gosh.
Am I right?
I'm like, throw a strike, dog. But he worked through that thing, and he got the double play, and he kept it at 1, and it obviously, nobody ever crossed the plate again.
Right.
So he battled through it.
He did, and, it was kind of a tough, gutsy 5 innings where you only give up 1 hit. Like, normally when you give up just 1 hit over 5, you're thinking, that guy was dominant. And he was, except for that stretch in the 4th where he couldn't find the plate. But Roop quietly is emerging as currently their best pitcher. Not that he's their ace, but you've got 3 legit starters for sure. Logan hopefully will find his Logan Webb form, but if the bullpen can be like that most nights, all of a sudden pitching and defense becomes a thing.
I still wish they would have signed another starter.
Yes.
I very much still wish they, and again, there's nothing against Malley and Hauser. It's early, and they've had good moments to go with some struggles, but I still wish that they would have signed another one. But if Roop can be this reliable, then having that third arm that you really rely on, that's kind of what you're looking for.
And he's at a 2.28 ERA right now, and he only gave up the 1 hit. And yes, 5 walks is less than ideal, but he was able to pitch through that and get through it. And Ryan Walker now at the back end, he might actually be the closer. I mean, he is today, but that wasn't as scary as most of his outings have been this year.
No, and you know what? I even look back on, Ryan Walker blew that save in Washington on Saturday, the crazy 7-6 extra inning win that the Giants got there. And I don't think that was a bad outing at all. There was little action on the base paths. He ended up coming in to throw a scoreless 10th as well. The base hit that tied the game with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the bottom of the 9th. A little flare ball off the end of the bat. Like, Ryan Walker, I get it. It's still scary. I'm not saying that it's in cement yet, but he's doing all right. I think right now he's earned the spot, at least for now. Yeah, and Tony Vitello, I think, is getting comfortable with the 3-batter minimum and how to dance around it. Because last night you had, Eric Miller come in, hopefully a friend of the program here momentarily, but there was 2 outs in the 8th inning, and he went to Keaton Wynn to just get 1 guy out, because if you pitch the last out of an inning, you don't need to go 3 batters. And so those sort of nuances, that move to be able to just, get the 1 out and then go to your closer, that was awesome by Tony V. I tell you what, the Tony V thing is interesting here, because this was like I watched last night, and I'm thinking back to what they did in Cincinnati, and then, all the Vitello dugout stuff. Even the story that when he got back into town, and yesterday morning, I think it was, he told the story to reporters that, gosh, with the way the Giants have been playing, he'd been a little hesitant to go out in the city. He didn't want to go out because he didn't want to be seen, because it's like, we're 9-13. I don't want to go out in the city, but he had been encouraged to do so, and he got out and about, and he had some good interactions with the fans, and then he went and saw Chappelle at Punchline and all that stuff. And then you start to look at whether or not this Giants team is starting to take on the personality of their manager a little bit. And it feels like they are. And I very much in this moment feel like that's a good thing. The Giants have a little fire in their belly. Yeah. And that's what, I don't know, like they're still 10-13. So I'm not excited yet, but that's what we've been waiting for. To a degree, I think it's why Bob Melvin got fired. Perhaps, yeah. And, Tony V is going to come in with that rah-rah college mentality. And if the players buy into it to the extent that they play with a little bit more edge, then that's a good thing. And go all the way back to the early days when Chapman is yelling at a mound visit to Casey Schmidt to catch the bleeping ball, and he said it twice. And, that's the sort of interactivity that if you're a fiery, feisty team, you're not worried about cameras catching that. And then, you mentioned
the exchange in Cincinnati where it's, sit the blank down to the batter and then blank you all the way across the horn. And the game was over. You just closed him out. And now we're going to get into a fight because the batter, he celebrates and the batter looked out like, what are you so happy about? It's April. And he said, sit the blank down. Yep. And that's when it was like, now we're going to get into it post-game. I like the fire.
I love it. And you and I have joked about it all off season. This all coincided with Drew Gilbert getting called back up.
Yeah.
It's not like he's the greatest of players, but he's running around the dugout, bouncing off the walls.
Shadowboxing the manager.
Completely. I mean, great. Get that energy going. The fans will respond to that. I even like it when it's not in the greatest moments. You want to know one of the moments on the road trip that I loved is when Devers got so mad at himself, he cracked the bat on the ground.
Right.
At least he's frustrated. Rafi, we are too. But don't you love seeing that, right? He wants it.
Right.
He'll find it. I hope it's frustrating, but at least he doesn't have that look like, whatever. I'm getting my 40 mil.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. To me, that's what the last week of Giants baseball has really been all about.
A little bit of that passion, the passion that they're showing. And I wonder if there's anything to make of the Dalton Rushing blank him last night. Jung-Hoo Lee is hurt, not hurt badly, but he's still down. And the catcher for the Dodgers looks back, blank him.
Him.
I could care less if this guy's hurt.
Piece of me is that's Dodger Giant baseball. Piece of me is that kind of jerk move, but whatever.
We'll find out how they feel about it.
You're already wearing a Dodger uniform, so I already thought you were a jerk anyway.
So maybe you have to wear a baseball to go with it.
I don't know. Well, let's find out. How about if we talk to someone who pitches for the Giants?
Okay.
We're ready to go here. Out to the River Islands guest line. Super fun and thankful to have Giants reliever Eric Miller with us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Good afternoon, Eric. How you doing? Welcome to the show.
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're doing fantastic, man. Can you take us? Let's start with just the leveraged moment of last night. Here comes Tony V to the mound, and he says, let's go to my other lefty. Why don't you come on in and face Shohei Ohtani? Take us through that at bat and then what happens afterward.
Yeah, look, I know when we play those guys, it's there's a pretty good chance that most of the time I'm coming in a game, it's going to be around when he's coming up. So it wasn't surprising. It's always fun. You get to throw against one of the best hitters in the sport. It's always kind of you got to definitely lock it in for sure. Obviously kind of an unfortunate way the bat went, fell behind. So it's kind of on me, and I got the infield hit. That is what it is. But I was happy to come back and get Tucker out after falling behind. So all ended well in the end. But it's always pretty special when you get to pitch against him.
Were you a little surprised that they went from lefty to lefty? Gage lefty on lefty for Shohei, but then Tony V goes to you in that spot. Was that something that was a little bit surprising to you?
I think they still, it's not like they don't have faith in Gage. Obviously to get him out. And it's obviously that's not exactly, it's pretty rare reliever wise, especially to go lefty to lefty. You'll see it every now and then, maybe a lefty starter to a lefty reliever if the guy's facing someone maybe the third time through. But it's pretty rare to go lefty reliever. But look, I think everybody, the history of what I've, done so far against him. I don't think it was super surprising on that end. I'm sure that they like the matchup on that front. So it wasn't too surprising.
Giant reliever Eric Miller is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Eric, you're probably aware of this. What happened at the end of that Cincinnati series sort of feels like it's carried over to a little bit of a chip on the shoulder for the team that I think people and fans are really responding to. And obviously with the wins and losses, it looks like you guys are responding to it. Can you take us through what has taken place in that clubhouse since all of that stuff in Cincinnati?
Yeah, I think, look, sometimes it can take maybe just a little something that we feel is a little bit of a slight to kind of unite a group of guys. I think, as I've kind of been saying to other people, the more you can generally rally around one specific thing and one specific goal, you tend to play better as a team. That's just the truth behind it. And playing with emotion can be a fine line. If it goes too far, then you can kind of get out of control and things can snowball. But I think playing with that right kind of emotion, an edge, whatever you want to call it, where it allows you more so, I feel like it's just something that kind of has you focus in a little bit more, focus in on your at-bat. If you're a hitter, when you're on the mound, focusing in pitch to pitch. I don't think it's coincidence with how he's been playing since then. Offense obviously has really been heating up. A lot of guys putting together really good at-bats, streaming together these innings with a lot of hits and kind of putting up some crooked numbers, which is obviously that's how you know an offense is clicking. And I think definitely out in the bullpen for sure, a lot of our guys have kind of been pitching with a little more of that edge, just a little bit more emotion you see, and we've kind of been on a roll.
Is that something that Tony Vitello has instilled in the club, or has it just come about organically based on just the group of guys that you have?
I think it's more organic, but I wouldn't. I mean, I'd be lying if I said, I'm sure teams can tend to take on the personality a little bit of who their manager is. That doesn't always happen, but I don't. He's obviously a fiery guy. He's very into it. Can be a very emotional guy, and I think that can rub off a little bit on us. But there's certainly not him coming in and saying, "Hey guys, we need to do this. We need to act like this." It's just kind of been happening organically, but I think it kind of falls in line with maybe how he is as a person, and I think it's kind of cool when you can take on that personality and kind of mesh well with your manager.
Eric, I'm not going to lie to you. When you closed out the last game in Cincy, I think it's my favorite moment of the season so far. Can you take us through it? What was going? What happened in your mind? And gee, Eric, what'd you say?
Yeah, I don't know if I can exactly see, but I think you don't have to be a Class A lip reader to know what I said.
Right.
Yeah, look, I it's just something that happened. As I said, I don't have any problem with Sal Stewart, and he didn't do anything that made me say something to him. He just happened to be the guy in the box, and as I said, I said something that I don't think any hitter on the planet is probably going to like when you say that to them. But I mean, at the end of the day, I wasn't trying to be malicious, and I wasn't trying to get a reaction out of him. If you watch back, I wasn't staring him down after I struck him out and trying to bait something out of him. It kind of just happened, and once he said something in reply to me, that's kind of when I flipped over and looked at him, and then from there, I don't even know what happened. I kind of just blacked out and started letting it fly. But it is what it is.
You had guys in the Cincinnati dugout catching strays. I mean, they're just trying to pack their stuff up and go. And
so good.
It's like you and you. I've got some words, but I just thought personally you were happy for your accomplishment. You ended the game with a strikeout, and I don't think that Sal was appreciative of your exuberance. So I guess you could have walked away. But the one thing I've been saying to Mark, and we are kind of in agreement, this feistiness is kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, I think it's it's been fun. I like I said, it's not something that you really can force. It just comes out naturally, and but I think that's something if you kind of feel like you're in a lull or a little bit of a rut on either side of the ball, that's something that generally can work. It's not something I think you can try and force out for the whole season. You kind of got to ride it for what it is, and then you can kind of settle into what you feel like will be kind of the norm going forward. But for right now, it's hey, let's just keep riding it out.
Eric, beyond the obvious, I know they feel different for fans, but do games against the Dodgers feel different for you guys? What kind of emotions does this current Dodger team bring out in you?
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, I'd be lying if I said they didn't. They felt like every other game. I don't know. Some guys, I think, tend to go about it looking at it like, hey, it's just any other opponent. I kind of saw something. Walker was talking about, hey, they're just kind of like any other team, which is true in the fact that you can't just go in there and be intimidated, and you can't give them too much credit and be like, yeah, this team has blah blah blah. This may MVPs, yada yada. But I mean. Yeah, I mean, for me, I would be lying if I said it wasn't. It's like every other game. It's definitely more special playing them. You definitely, for me, I kind of lock it a little bit more. These are the games you want to throw in. You want to throw against these guys and kind of put your stamp on the game in a positive way. So I always look forward to it. Honestly, I almost like it even more when we go there, just because being in enemy lines and a lot of, the percentage definitely there. It's definitely a lot of more Dodger fans, and you definitely feel like you're kind of in it. And that's something I feel like also can kind of unite a team when you kind of feel like you're in it together. You're behind enemy lines. So I love playing them. I love playing in LA. That's something I definitely don't take for granted, getting that opportunity.
Eric, speaking of lip reading, have you guys seen the video of Dalton Rushing and what he said as Jung-Hoo Lee was still there at home plate?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all seen it.
Okay.
I don't can't really offer too much input into that. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get myself in trouble, but I think we've all seen it.
Yeah, it's a giant Dodger rivalry. You're baseball players. People use the F word. It's I'm trying to figure out, is that a big deal? Does that bother you guys?
I mean, I think if it's something to do with like if a guy is potentially hurt and then you're saying what people might think that he said, I think that I would have a problem with that. I think if it's just kind of like, hey, it is what it is. Like if you get a guy out and something happens and you say that, like it's fine. But I think if it's like you negating or maybe you're disregarding someone potentially being injured, then I think there's obviously that may be kind of drawing the line there. But I don't think we're reading too much into it.
What do you think of this new era of baseball where the old unwritten rules are kind of crumpled up and thrown away, where you can pimp a home run, you can celebrate a strikeout? Is that something that you enjoy the change of?
I mean, I probably would consider myself in between. I think there's still a line of like in the game when you do some of that stuff, if you're winning by a lot, down by a lot, and you're bat flipping, I think it's a tough look. But I mean, if the moment's right, I think it's fine. I think I'm biased, but I feel like a lot of times pitchers tend to get a lot more flack for like doing stuff when we strike guys out, and then hitters, it seems to be a lot more celebrated when they bat flip and stuff. But if pitchers kind of like celebrate striking out, you'll see a lot of guys getting upset about it. But so I don't really know. I feel like there's a little bit of a double standard there. But I mean, I think if the moment's right, then I think it's totally fine to do.
I think that's a good point.
It's a great answer.
I think if you strike out Shohei, you should moonwalk, Eric.
If I knew how to, then maybe if it was a big situation.
Or maybe you could mock his little hands over the head wiggle move. That's what I'd like to see.
Oh, God. Maybe. Yeah.
Don't give me maybe.
Eric Miller with us here, Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. All right, when you get a fancy giant on the show, we finished the conversation with something called the Big Finish. You up for it? You ready to go?
Yep.
All right. Here it goes. Eric Miller on the Big Finish. Eric, here's how it works. We're going to give you two categories. You pick one, and then we'll ask you a couple questions in that category. Your category choices are Down on the Farm or Quirky Lefty.
Ooh, I'm interested in the Down on the Farm. See what we get with that.
Okay, right. Let's go. Down on the Farm. What was the best part about being a student at Stanford University?
Probably that whenever you walk into a room, you're probably the least accomplished person there, and you're around people that are the best in the world at what they do, and they don't care about you playing baseball. You're just a normal person.
Yeah, I mean,
I like that.
Probably the future world leaders and stuff down there.
Our producer, my guy Lucas here was telling me some sort of stat that I think it happened. Was it yesterday, Lucas? Where
over the weekend with the men's gymnastics title, Eric, did you know that your university has won a team national championship in 50 straight years? Did you know that?
I did know that. I like to keep in touch a little bit with athletics, and I did see that. I knew that we had that streak coming into this year. This would be the 50th year. I know it was getting a little late in the year, but I did just see that the men's team won. I reposted something on Twitter, just not that I have a lot of followers, but it's, we like to flex it a little bit about the school. It's the best athletic program in the country. So, I take pride in that.
Buzzer beater with the pommel horse, am I right?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you just never know. Question number 2 for you. You made many stops in the minor leagues. What was your favorite city in which to live?
Ooh, favorite cities to live. I don't want to be mean to that. I wouldn't say I got to stay in the best cities. Geez. I would say at least as far as like them kind of supporting the baseball team and really being big on that, I would say probably Reading, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
They're really big into baseball there. So that was definitely like when you went there, it was always pretty cool to play there. Really old historic stadium. But it wasn't like I played in a cool beach town or anything. It was like, you know, kind of middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, no offense, or like, you know, New Jersey and then Sac, which I mean, Sac was good, but I'll go with Reading.
Any favorite minor league mascot jersey, you know, Ranch Dippers, the Central Valley Sirloin, stuff like this? Did you have a favorite?
Well, we were, I can't remember the name of what we would be on Sundays, but in Reading, we would wear a jersey that was like, we were called the Hot Dogs, I think. I think they were just like the Hot Dogs. That was good. And then one of the ones in Lehigh Valley, the AAA at the Phillies, we were just like, it would just be like bacon. Like we were just like the bacon that day, pretty much.
The bacon. Not just bacon, but you were the bacon.
Yeah. So I think those are probably the two best ones. I don't know why they got some with the meats in the Phillies minor league system, but yeah.
All right. Next time you do strike out Shohei, that's what I'm going to yell at the TV screen. That's the bacon right there. That's what I'm talking about. All right, last one, Eric. Wildwood, Missouri looks like a beautiful place. What do you miss most about living in Wildwood?
Ooh. I would say probably just I do kind of miss being able to have like all 4 seasons of you know, winter, summer, spring. That was, you know, obviously here, and you know, I live full time in the city for the last 3 years now. It's pretty much always like it's nice, and then for 2 months it rains, but I'm gone those 2 months it rains in the off season. So I kind of miss having like it is nice having the cold, kind of having that nice fall with the foliage and stuff. So probably a little bit of the weather. I do not miss the heat and humidity, that is for sure, but I do like kind of having some different times throughout the year.
Eric, ton of fun to get to know you a little bit. Really appreciate it. Keep doing that thing down in the back of that pen.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right, there he is. Eric Miller, San Francisco Giants. Got a little dog in him.
No doubt. And we can get into a couple things on the other side about whether or not that bothered him. The blank him when Jung-Hoo was down.
It was interesting. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll do exactly that. Then get back to this Warrior situation for sure. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports.
That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Some days self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, might be our biggest sales event ever. Means up to 50% off every single product store-wide. And we have Northern California's largest in-stock selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. It also means 2 full years of interest-free financing. This is going to be a spring to remember, but it ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest Bay Area showroom. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, Eric Miller was fun.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good. Got that dog in him.
Yeah, a lot of them do.
Used to be called a hot dog, actually.
And bacon.
And bacon.
Or the bacon,
Dude,
which is crazy.
I mean, this is calling for a new nickname. I don't even know if he has a first one.
The Big Meat?
Meat. Like,
meat.
Crew calls everybody that anyway. Dude, Eric Miller. That's your nickname, dude. Meat.
Eric Meat Miller. I wanted him to take the quirky lefty category because I'm fascinated by his walkout song, which is by Bad Bunny. Yeah. It's a song called Monaco, which I was curious to know, like, does he like all Latin music? Does he like the Latin sounds like my daughter? Does he speak Spanish?
I don't know. Yeah, we'll have him on again.
Okay.
We'll have him on again, and we won't give him a choice next time. Last time you didn't pick quirky lefty. This time you do.
Yes.
Meat.
2 categories, quirky lefty and meat. Got to remember that. Meat.
No, because then he'll pick meat.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. But the more you start to look at the team and the roster and, you know, Chapman, obviously, what he did to Schmidt on the field, and now you've got Miller and Brubaker, and you've got Gilbert, and it's a feisty bunch.
They wake up on the wrong side of the bed, and I'm good with it.
And I also think that they, kind of like the old snarling dog, and my brother Mike had a dog named Shaba, rest in peace.
Shaba.
Exactly, named after Shaba
Is
Ranks.
that really what it is?
Yes, Shaba. This dog was so relentlessly annoying. Shaba would come up to you, and you'd just be sitting there on the couch. Shaba would take his head and smack your hand with it, and then, like, I started it, like, now it's time to play. It's like, no, you're looking for trouble. I'm just sitting here.
That's the opposite of Shaba Ranks.
Totally.
Like, that sounds very not Rastafarian.
It's not at all. Yeah. And it's kind of what I hear from Tony V when he talks about, you know, all the Dodger blue and how that kind of fires you up a little bit.
Dude, no. This is kind of what I was getting at yesterday.
They're looking for a fight.
No, but I just like the whole Dodger thing. We're Giants fans, and it's not the fans' fault, but we've been lulled into this like, oh, well, I don't know, like maybe we can win one. Or like, I don't know, maybe we get a wild card spot. Or like, I don't know, there's a lot of Dodger fans when they come.
Doing a lot of Abe right now.
I know. It's like we've all turned into 19-year-olds.
Dad.
Stop it. Get mad. Let's freaking go.
We're not going to beat him anyway. Why do we even try?
I mean, kids going to the ballpark last night, and what they're hoping for is Shohei to hit a homer instead of Giants winning the game.
Right.
It'd be great if they could win this series.
We talked yesterday about just win one game.
Win the series.
Well, now, absolutely.
Let's go.
Get greedy.
Malley against Ohtani. Oh, boy.
Yeah, and I was throwing this out earlier, Grandy. What number is higher, Patrick Bailey's batting average or Shohei Ohtani's batting average against as a pitcher?
What do you think?
Oh, God.
Yeah, what do you think? I got it right. I won't tell you which one.
Batting average against Shohei or Patrick Bailey's batting average? I will go with Patrick Bailey's batting average.
It's close, but give yourself a ding.
Yeah.
Ding yourself.
Oh, Grandy. Good job.
113 for Ohtani, 145 for Patrick Bailey. The fact that it's an actual question is kind of the sad part of the bit.
He had a loud out last night, Dibs.
Loud out. Yep. A loud out.
Line drive out to left field.
Loud out.
Yep. That's your catcher for a little while.
Yep.
The sack is down.
Sack, 11 hits in 11 games. Bailey with 8 hits in 55 at bats. 18 games.
No, it's way too late. It's so a thing. Eric Miller's name is Meat, and the sack is down, Grandy.
And when
down.
They're on the field together, it's a meat sack.
Jesus Christ.
When they're the battery, that was a lot, dude.
Meat into the windup.
You have a problem with Dalton Rushing saying F you to Jung-Hoo Lee? Please discuss.
I have no problem with it. Here's Meat out of the stretch. Oh, good block by the sack.
Oh, God. No, Miller, he did. Ooh, he didn't like it. He didn't like Dalton Rushing saying F him.
Yep.
I didn't like it either, but I'm just like, I don't know. Like, are we out here policing the F word on a major league field? But
when your teammate's down.
Yeah, I get it. I mean,
and it wasn't Buster Posey against, Scott Cousins. I think Jung-Hoo Lee was going to be okay.
He was fine. And
shaken up.
Yeah, like, do you want him to run back? Are you okay? Like, I don't know. That's not usually the other team's responsibility. You don't need to say bleep them. You don't need to be a bleep about it.
Right.
But some guys are bleeps.
There was the highlight, I think, over the weekend where a guy just crushes one to right, but followed through his bat and hit the catcher.
Yes.
And so the ump was there, and then he stopped, and he's like 3 or 4 seconds in the box of, are you okay? And then he realized.
Then he ended up with a triple.
Right. He realized, I didn't hit that out of the ballpark. I better run. And he still wound up with a triple.
Got a triple. Oh, God.
Different people have different levels of empathy.
Well,
and when you walk away and you look back and the guy's hurt and you say blank him, that's not very empathetic.
All right. Well, then huck one at him tonight.
They might.
I've joined you.
In?
Bleep it. Let's just throw it at everybody. Let's just be.
That's my guy.
I still think it's I think it's completely lame, but not if it helps you win. If the Giants need to play with a chip on your shoulder, play with a chip on the shoulder. Be the bad guys. Let's do it. Let's be the villains.
Well, if you decide that really bothered you, then when Dalton Rushing comes up to the plate, you can go ahead and get him one in the ribs, and you can go ahead and, propel this thing further. Just know that one of your guys might get one back, and if it's Rafi Devers, he's in such a frustrated spot, he's probably coming on out.
I mean, might be good. You go ahead and hit Rafi. Maybe it'll, knock his timing into place. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It probably would be Casey Schmidt because he gets hit almost every at-bat because he crowds the plate so much. So he probably gets hit anyway, and then the Giants will take that as an intentional slight, and then we'll hit Rushing, and then we'll all dance.
Well, I don't think it needs to be any of that, but if this is what it takes for the Giants to not just feel to their fan base like they're the next to be steamrolled by the Dodgers, then great. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's win at least either tonight or tomorrow. Let's win the series against the Dodgers. That would be a wonderful thing for this fan base right now after the start that they've had.
Yeah, win them both.
So win them both.
I mean, go out there and win them both, and
man,
you're finally clear of Colorado, and you could creep up on Arizona. And if you beat the Dodgers,
there's plenty of time.
I know there is, but it's more about the optics and what the fans are feeling.
I agree.
When you're 9-13 and you're facing the Dodgers, you're not feeling like, oh, the sweep is coming.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. Okay. Real quick, I wanted to say this too. Happy birthday to my mom.
Okay.
Today is Ellen Willard's birthday. She is 82 years old, and I couldn't track her down. That crazy lady is all over town today.
Okay.
I called their home phone. Nobody answered.
Wait. Their
Nobody
home
answered.
phone?
I called the home phone on my way in today. It's like noon.
Can you help me fix my phone?
They got a home phone?
Nobody. Of course they have a home phone. They're 82 years old.
Does it have one of those 50-foot cords like we used to have when we were teenagers?
This is what happens every time I call, right? Their house is not that big, and it rings like 4 times, and right before the answering machine that they have,
I love it,
picks up, one of them will get to the phone, and the first thing they'll say is, hang on. And then it sounds like this. Tom, go get the other phone. Mark's on the phone. That's what it sounds like.
So they can talk to you together.
And then it'll take like about...
Can you help me fix my phone?
3 to 4 minutes for everybody to get to their spot and pick up their phone and then say hi. And then I'll usually go through a dead zone, and that'll really trip them up. And they don't know what's going on with these phones these days, right? That's how it all goes. But they were out. She was out playing Maj.
Okay.
And then I said, well, I'll catch you after the show. She said, we're going to be out to dinner. I don't know when you're going to talk to me.
Rage.
82 years old and just painting the town red today.
Biddly bopping all over town. Love it. Maybe some day drinking in there, too.
I hope so. I mean, why the hell not?
82. I mean,
82.
What are we doing?
Yeah, let's go. Giants beat the Dodgers, Mom. Tip one. 888-957-9570. Speaking of how this is making the fan base feel, let's get back to the situation surrounding the Warriors and Steve Kerr. After some conversations today, I believe I will take the minority position. I believe that Steve Kerr is still going to be the coach. I will reiterate the 3 reasons why I think Steve Kerr is going to remain the coach, but we also need to get into the front office's position on this. And I'd love to hear from some of you Warrior fans about how this all feels. It feels to me like Steve Kerr is not being forced out, but bumped. We got a hip check going on here. 888-957-9570. That is the number. The draft is tomorrow, and we will be broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick. We've got great prizes to give away if you come on out. Come spend the afternoon with us. We'd love it. Tomorrow, 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton, presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. This is Willard and Dibs.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match items. Buy 2, get 3 for free when you buy 5 items. Items like Oscar Mayer bacon, Kraft mayo, Kraft singles cheeses, and Capri Sun juices, selected varieties. Check with your local Safeway store for a full list of participating items. And speaking of participating, here's Dan Dibley.
Well, I'd love to, Mark. 8-piece fried chicken, 4 drumsticks, and 4 thighs, or Signature Select Classic Salad, 32 to 48-ounce size selected varieties for just $5.99. And finally, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
In the aisles.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Steph Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Lowriders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo Parade. Live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with Council Member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Lowriders, Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride, let's ride.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Register or donate now at atcopest.com. Click on Agape. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the Bay Area. Don't miss it.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTRCM.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Podensky.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's not a report. The reporters are all saying that Steve Kerr's probably going to go. Front Office Sports is reporting right now that Steve Kerr is having meetings with media agents.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, again, that would be part of a leverage game that you were talking about earlier.
It would be, and I don't know if leverage is the right word. It just struck me today, and I get why we all are sort of following the breadcrumbs, if you will. But if this was headed for a breakup, why the wait? Steve Kerr's been doing this for how many years?
12.
12 seasons?
Yep.
Okay? Like, if he and Joe Lacob really were done with one another, what's the holdup? Why does there have to be this drama? Why? In fact, Tim Kawakami reporting earlier today that everything he's hearing is that this is at least another 2 days away. And it very well may go into next week and maybe longer. So again, I'll ask you, why? Why? If you're going to leave, you just leave. But if there's some sort of, and I guess I will go with the word leverage, or if there's just some sort of like wanting the other side to, you know, if you want to affect what they're thinking or what they're doing or how they'll do something, then it would go like this. And that suggests to me two people or two sides, if you will, that are not necessarily ready to move on from one another.
That's probably the case because, like you were saying, if you know in a certain spot that you're not coming back, then when it's over, you're not coming back. Doc Rivers, I was reading the piece in Anscape from the great Mark Spears, and Doc had decided before the year that he wasn't going to go out and coach the following year, and he didn't really let anybody know, including his team. And then you get to the end of that, the last game that you play, and you say your goodbyes, and that's it. The next day you announce you're not coming back, and he wishes he would have told his team the day before the announcement came out, and he regrets that. But he had decided the day after it was done. Billy Donovan took a little bit longer, but you got to that spot where new management, new front office, and Billy had been there for 6 years, and I think that they probably had a quick meeting, and it was, yeah, Billy, you probably, you want to move on because we're looking to do X, Y, and Z, and so that got done quickly as well. This one's obviously more complex. 12 years, 4 titles, and Steph Curry and Joe Lacob, and so I do believe that both sides probably thought, let's take some time. You go to your corner, I'll go to my corner, and we'll come back in a week or so, and we'll have a conversation. Because I don't think it's an ironclad, like they want him out or he wants out. I do think that there's some gray area in there.
But I don't think everybody went to their corners. That doesn't sound like what's happening to me. Do you feel like everybody's in their corners? Do you feel like Steve's on a beach or a golf course?
Probably.
You do?
Or a golf course with a beach.
Yeah. Well, they all have beaches.
Yep.
I mean, not all of them, but
sand traps.
Yeah.
I get that.
Most of them.
I doubt that he may still be in the Bay Area, but I would bet that they haven't been talking every day.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're talking every day, but I think people are talking every day about this, people who are a part of this. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and that's of the three reasons that I have why I'm going to stick and stay on this idea that Steve Kerr is going to stick and stay, one of them is what I just detailed. If you wanted to leave, then just leave. You'd have told us that already. But number two is I don't see a suitable replacement. I would love to be a fly on the wall in the conversation when Steve Kerr leaves and then Lacob and Dunleavy call Curry and Draymond into the room to be like, all right, here's your new coach, Billy Donovan. We tried to get Todd Golden, but he didn't want to. Like, what are we talking about? It sounds absurd.
Depends on how open they are to whoever would come in. If Steve leaves, there's going to be a coach, unless Draymond wants to be player coach.
Right, but if Steve leaves, the way I'm understanding this right now is even if it is his own quote-unquote decision, it will be because things weren't kind of set up in the way that he needed them to set up to succeed or continue or whatever. And I don't see how you execute this if you're the Warriors front office without Steph Curry looking at you side-eyed when you show up the next time to figure out what happens next. And that's my number one reason. My number one reason I think Steve's staying is because his stars want him to. That's huge in this league. Huge.
It is, but if Steve doesn't want to return, then I'm sorry, stars. And I don't really know where Steve is mentally or emotionally or career-wise. If he thinks about it, and money's probably not the number one object. It's probably object number 10 on the list. But if you can go out there and be a part-time media person and pick your own schedule and still be close to the league, that might be appealing to you right now.
You think so? Like, does that sound to you like you talk to him every week?
Right.
Does it sound to you like that's what Steve wants to do?
I don't know, but I don't know what Steve wants to do. I mean, I take him at his word where he doesn't know, and he's going to look at it at the end of the year.
Yeah, but his word has also been, I'll never leave Steph Curry, and I love coaching still.
Right, but you get to the end of 12 years, and you're 60 years old, and you're going to be 61 in the fall, and you might be a little bit more reflective of where you are in your life. And so as much as you've said you don't want to leave Steph Curry, you'll never leave Steph Curry, you might be in a spot where you have to go back on that.
Yeah, this is not how I'm translating this. I don't think there's any question that Steve Kerr still wants to coach the Warriors. Like I said, if he didn't, he'd leave. You don't need another week to think about this. This is your life. You think about it every single day. He's on a plane flight 3 times a week. He's got all kinds of time to think. This didn't sneak up on him. They were terrible this year.
Right.
If he wanted to go. But I don't think
that he 100% wants to go.
Yeah, which tells me he doesn't want to go. I don't think
he may not 100% want to stay either.
I don't think. Well, that's part of it. I think he doesn't want to go, but there have to be circumstances that, in his mind, allow him to stay, and that is, for lack of a better way of saying it, front office, stop throwing him under the bus. Stop throwing him under the bus. I see them as having thrown him under the bus.
In what way?
All of these little, I'm in the background on podcasts with Iguodala or Tim Kawakami. Well, tell them to play our young man then. Tell them to play our young player while they're in the midst of winning a championship.
Yeah.
If I were Steve, I'd be like, get out of here, dude. Get out of here. Get out of here with hanging me out to dry on this Kuminga situation when you're the one who built a roster that blocks him. Get out of here with hanging me out to dry when you're the one who keeps going back on the draft picks that I'm telling you we need. You're building this roster. The roster stinks, and I'm taking all of the bullets. He's taking all of the bullets.
Because his rotation, Mark. I don't know why he's playing Leons over Cryer. And you play Pods too much. And you don't play Kuminga.
That would drive me nuts.
Right.
Steve's not perfect. And with the Kuminga thing, he was definitely not perfect. There's no question. I'm not skating that. But you did create a roster, front office, that very much put that whole situation in a tough spot. I don't know how many times the guy's got to go public and be like, yeah, Draymond and Kuminga, that's a tough thing because I see them both as 4s. So that's kind of tough for me.
And you don't have the spacing when they're both out there and on and on.
Says this 1,000 times, and nobody, including me, sort of got to the finish line of what he was trying to say. It's like, Joe, if you want Kuminga to play, then create a damn path for him. But as long as this Hall of Fame, humongous mouth podcast face of this team is here. What is it you want me to do? Like, play Kuminga where? Like,
so if I take you at your word and on the surface of believing what you're saying in terms of, how Steve might be feeling, then if you think that under any circumstance you're going to come back and it's not going to be the same way, that to me is insanity, because basically if I'm believing your characterization of how Steve might be feeling, and I don't think you're far off, you're going to come back and Joe's going to say, yeah, you know what, Steve, I've reflected and you're right. I'm out. I'm bowing all the way out of player decisions. This won't change.
I don't think it needs to be that. I do think that there is a middle ground that can be reached. It is my view, and this is just my view, okay? This is not based on, I didn't talk to Joe, I didn't talk to Steve, but my view is that everybody needs to, first of all, and maybe this is what he means by like, I need a week to reflect, maybe just calm down. Everybody calm it down and move a little bit toward the other side. I think that the Steve Kerrs, the Steph Currys, and the Draymond Greens of the world are probably more open to change now than they've ever been before because they suck. They just had a bad year. They know.
But is Joe Lacob open to change? That to me is the ultimate sticking point in all this, because if you're a coach and you're concerned that your owner has made draft picks that go against what you think, and he's built a roster that doesn't fit what you do, and he's thrown you under the bus with comments about, why don't you play my young players and all the rest of it, do you think that even when you come back and have this meeting that suddenly it's going to be a different environment?
I don't know, but let me give you an example of something that if I were Steve, this is something I would say, and this is one of the reasons that this is like, this matters and timing matters. If I were Steve, and we need alignment, right? Okay, here's one of the things I would say. Hey, you guys going to listen to me on this draft pick? Are you going to listen to me? This is what I think. Steph Curry still plays here. We don't need to make him the only thing. He doesn't need to be the only center of the universe. But this is the most important pick we've had in the better part of 5 or 6 years. And we know what's happened in the past. Can we get on the same page and allow me to at least have a voice in the room on this draft pick? Now, you're Joe. What do you say to that?
I would say, sure. I would imagine he's had a voice before.
Doesn't sound like it.
Well, he's had a voice, but, you could have all the voices you want. If Lacob wants to pick a guy out of the G League Ignite, Jonathan Kuminga, then that's the way you're going to go. If he's going to be that involved as an owner, I believe that will still be the case. So you can have a voice in the room. Steve Kerr is not out there scouting college basketball. He watches Arizona. No, but and Brayden Burries is a lottery pick.
But the scouts are, and they're like, they all work together. The story goes is that the scouts had a workout with Franz Wagner, and they immediately were like, this guy would fit perfectly with what we do as a team, with what Steve does, with what Steph does. This guy would fit perfectly. And then Joe's eyes got excited because Jonathan flies, and he's an exciting prospect, but a project.
Right.
And that goes the way it goes, and it sets the whole thing up for a lack of success. And it's exactly what happened.
So you think now, 5 years later, that...
I don't know.
I'll tell you, but I think it's not going to happen.
Okay.
I don't think that the change would happen. If he's been involved and... He bought the team, and they won 4 championships, and they went to 2 finals, and he got Kevin Durant, and he has been the owner for a team that's been wildly successful in a dynasty. I don't believe that the self-confidence of Joe Lacob and the self-assurance of he and his brain trust, including his son, I don't think that he's suddenly going to take that giant step back and say, yeah, this is on me. We'll go ahead and let the basketball people exclusively make these choices. I don't see it.
And you might be right. And that might be the lack of alignment, and that might be Steve Kerr working for ESPN. I don't know.
That's the way I see it.
And you might be right.
As much as you don't want to leave Steph Curry, if you have that on the one side, me, Steph, and Draymond, I want to do this till they're done. And then the other side of it is these headaches that you have to go through and all the rest of the challenges that are outside of Steph and Draymond. You have to weigh out, is it worth it to continue to go through it?
Absolutely. And it might not be as like black and white and dramatic as we're talking about. I mean, it's more like, can we all kind of get together? Because remember, that whole Wagner-Kuminga thing happened when Steve was off with the Olympics. And so the thought is that, he wasn't even on the scene. and at that time maybe didn't have much of a voice in the room. But on this one, can we all decide what's the offensive philosophy that we're going for? Can we all get on the same page and then make that pick together so that we all are 100% sure that if we make that pick, that's a player that we feel can succeed? You as the owner can market that player. You as the GM can feel that's going to be a really good player. And I as the coach, I can coach that player. And we're in concert on that. That's alignment. That's what I think is likely a piece. There's multiple pieces, but that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. But the other side to this is that I think that Joe Lacob, and probably Mike Dunleavy too, I think that they're kind of intrigued by the idea of Steve Kerr not being the coach. Their problem is that their star players aren't. Their star players do not want Steve Kerr gone. So if you're doing this is a rogue piece of work.
Well, also, if you want to talk about the draft picks, and I said this during the crossover, where the top 9, if not the top 10 on most mocks, are all freshmen.
Yep.
And they're between 19 and 20 years of age, and some of them are better than others, but the majority of those guys, 19 and 20-year-olds, 1 in 100 flash and pop right away. One of them was named LeBron James, and you don't get those guys, and I don't think there's one in this draft. So if you are looking at a lottery pick and you're Joe Lacob and you're thinking about the post-Steph era, because that's going to matter to you more than it will to Steve, Draymond, and Steph, you might be more inclined to take a guy with a higher ceiling as opposed to Kerr and them who want a guy with a higher floor.
Yeah, you might. You might. But, and then all I can do is tell you where I sit on this. That's all any of us can do, kind of tell you where we sit. I think it's wild, and it's only because Chase Center championships, checkbook championships, Joe Lacob has earned a lot of cachet in this town. And it's only because of that all of us don't sit here and go, dude, what are you doing in the draft room? What are you doing even having an opinion on this? Look at the people who are surrounding you. Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy, Larry Wright. These are basketball lifers.
Yep.
And you walk in and you're like, well, I'm really good at business. Take Kuminga.
Take James Wiseman.
What? What are you doing in here, man? What are you doing in here?
You're the boss. And if you own the restaurant, and you walk in the kitchen and you say, you know what? This sauce needs more oregano. And the chef who's been Michelin star and he's been doing it for a long time, he looks at you and it's basically like, wait, no, we're not putting oregano. And the owner says, you know what? Jimmy, give me the oregano. Sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. Boom, oregano. I just did that.
You are correct. However, boy, that's going to get you. That's going to get you in the long run.
And you've been in enough kitchens to know when the owner walks out, stuff's getting hucked around.
Go ahead. Be the person who forced out Steve Kerr. Be the person who went against the wishes of Steph Curry, and keep telling everybody that this Warrior brand is going to be the exact same thing after Steph Curry's gone and you're light years ahead. Go ahead.
He might be right.
He might be.
But if you look at the history of the association,
I'm going to bet against it.
Usually a team goes from a dynastic run to a 5-year lull, and if you get lucky, you can make it back. Or you get unlucky, like what happened to the Spurs last night with Wembanyama, and that might cost them this year.
I hate that. I hate that for them. I hate it for the league. I hate everything about it.
I hate it for his head and his mouth.
And his head, yeah.
Oh, my God, he bounced.
Yeah, that was not good.
Nope.
All right, a lot of people want to weigh in. Let's take some calls. 888-957-9570. Don in Berkeley. Hi, Don. We thank you for the call, man. What's up?
Hi. I'm a big Steve Kerr fan, and I hope he stays. I know it's up to him, of course, and there's all these moving parts you're talking about. He's smart. He's fun. He's genuine. There's a reason why he can get along with people as different as Steph Curry and Draymond Green, who are like polar opposites in their temperament. But I just wanted to see, I've got 3 times that I was lucky enough to run into Steve Kerr out and about in town, and he showed those same qualities. When he first got here, before he even started coaching, he was in line at a bakery in Berkeley across from the Claremont Hotel, and I was standing next to him. I say, "Hi, Coach." I'm looking up at him, and I'm talking about how he's just been off to see Bogut and Curry, and how smart that was of him to go visit. And he's Mr. Self-deprecating and joking around and says, I just wanted to get some free trips out of it. And welcome to the area, Coach. And he sounds really nice to meet you. The next time I'm out at a restaurant in Oakland with some friends, and he's sitting there with his family, and I stop off and say, hi, nice to see you. And before he leaves dinner, he comes over to our table, which is further into the restaurant, just as genuine and nice as can be, to say, it was really nice seeing you. And, that's just so surprising for him to go out of his way to come over to our table and say hi. He doesn't know me from anybody, and our friends neither. And then the third time, he's out at Tilden Park at a public golf course between games of a playoff series, wearing shorts, flip-flop and a Hawaiian shirt on the putting green, and he's out there with his son who's on the driving range. And it's just like, this is a guy that I would be happy to know under any circumstances. The Bay Area's been really, really lucky to have him. The sporting world's lucky to have him, and I hope he stays. And I'd be happy to get your reaction.
Yeah, Don, thanks.
Don, my reaction is 2 words. Restraining order.
Yeah, that's
Steve
a little.
Kerr,
3 times is. Don, are you following him?
Exactly.
But
you
no,
stalking?
That's yeah.
That is the experience that I've had bumping into him.
Yeah, there's
only once.
That doesn't none of that surprises me.
Right.
Even the tiniest bit. That's who he is. Classy guy.
Up at Tilden, and that putting green, it has a slope of about 17 feet. That thing is wicked.
It's smart to go out there with flip-flops, though, because then you avoid that first hole and that hike that it takes to get from the tee to the green.
Great call.
Dude, that thing, if you can get there in 2, that par 4, you can
one
get
of the
there
worst opening holes in Bay Area golf.
I wouldn't call it worse. It's just
hard. I just did.
It's hard.
It's stupid. Honestly, it's
because it's hard.
No, that you're straight out of the car, and it's just kind of a dumb hole. But whatever. I've played that course a billion times. I keep going back.
It pays you back. You get to the 3rd hole, you get woo.
Oh yeah! Look at you with the Tilden knowledge. A couple of bunnies too. It's a fun course, but
I love Tilden Park.
That opening hole is stupid.
It's hard. It's hard. You can do hard things.
I know. That's what we tell our daughter.
Does she do it?
She tries. She's putting on her own clothes in the morning now. That's big.
There is no try.
Thank you.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. All right, lots you want to weigh in on this. Let's keep talking it out. 888-957-9570. That is the number. I would prefer the very good ownership group that is led by people named Lacob. They've done a wonderful job owning the team. I would prefer they do less with basketball. And I still believe that Steve Kerr is going to continue to coach the team. Could be wrong. We'll see. Let's keep talking it out. Your phone calls continue on Willard and Dibs.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they are out of control. And every time I pull into a station, it just feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about something that Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get a $2,500 Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. I own one. It's one of the best vehicles that just totally makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact. It's easy to park. It is great on gas, but it still gives me that truck utility when I need it. So think about it. You've already got the vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion. That's relief. Inventory is there. Process is easy, and you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma de la City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal housing lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
The Pro Football Draft is this week, and you can trade on every draft pick. Will David Bailey and Arvil Reese be the number 2 pick? They are trading at 50-50, meaning you'll double your money if one of them wins. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the draft. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
We're going to go back to the phones. I just saw a video online that I have to talk to you about.
Okay.
Did you see this between the A's and the Mariners? Line shot off the bat of, let's see, who was that? Left-handed hitter for the A's. I want to say, I'll get it.
It was Carlos Cortez.
Yes, Cortez.
Yes.
And was the pitcher Gilbert? Is that right?
Logan Gilbert, yeah.
Right.
Two first names, can't trust him.
No.
But go ahead.
Line shot back to the mound, and the ball goes in his uniform.
Wow.
Line shot that does not get caught by the glove, but it goes right between two buttons on the jersey, which is tucked in, so it gets lodged in the jersey. One of the funnier things I've ever seen a pitcher do, he knows it hit him, so he turns around and looks down on the ground to try to pick it up. He can't find it.
No.
He starts like lunging for it. It takes him a good solid 3 or 4 moves before he realizes the ball is in my shirt. Is that player out?
Yes, the ball never hit the ground. What?
Wah.
But the ball never hit the ground.
Wah.
That's correct. It never hit the ground. But do you know what inside a jersey technically is in Major League Baseball?
I'm looking at it now.
Out of play.
Out of play.
So it's up to the umpires to determine once the ball went out of play, where would the runners be?
What I don't know is what did this umpire do? Like what he can call the batter out. He also can basically award a base hit.
They gave him first base.
They gave him first base.
And the runner, I think on third, stayed at third.
Right.
There you go.
And Shea Langoliers got to second. That is...
you got to go check this video.
No, I'm looking at it right now.
Watching the pitcher fly around looking for the ball. He literally, at one point, it's just like, dude, am I going crazy? I know this ball is right.
Well, it was hit so hard that it wraps all the way around his body once. It went in one way and kind of swiveled around.
He literally couldn't get it out. He's reaching into the jersey, and he has to, jaws of life, like he had to jiggle it just a little bit, and then finally gets it out of there. How the hell did that thing get in there?
I mean, there's just a little bit of a seam, and that thing was a line shot, 107.8 miles an hour. So the adrenaline, I'm sure of, like, you have a split second where that thing is going to hit you, and that ball was hit hard, and then it doesn't hit you. You know it hit your jersey, and you can't find it. And it was funny because he looks down, and he's like looking all around.
He's like, where is the damn ball?
Yeah. I just don't know why that's not an out. I understand that it's a dead ball, but...
No, my first thought, too, was, well, the ball never hit the ground.
Right.
But then I read the rule, and it's Rule 5.01B.
Look at you, Captain Rulebook.
Ball going into a player's uniform. And you definitely can't put it in there on purpose. There's not going to be any of those shenanigans.
Right. I don't know how you would or why you would.
Oh, hidden ball trick. Has to be in the glove.
You can't be on the rubber in the hidden ball trick without the ball. So
no, but like, what if you put the ball in your back pocket?
Sure.
Can't do that.
Okay.
It's against the rules.
I get it. But this is, I don't know, I think about football and the fluke from Ayuk and other catches where, the ball's just sitting on somebody's body. That happened in the Super Bowl once with the Patriots, right? Where it might have been Edelman or there was a catch late in the game and the ball.
You're talking about the Patriots-Falcons game.
Right, and the ball was just sitting on top of them. And, I'll grab that. Never hit the ground.
Well,
and that's not lodged in a uniform, but I just always thought that this would be an out, but you learn something every day.
There was a moment near the tail end of Yadier Molina's career where I remember a foul tip or maybe a drop third strike or something like that. I think it was a ball was in play, so it must have been a drop third strike or maybe a pass ball got lodged in his chest protector.
Yes.
And he could not figure out where it was because he blocked it. He felt it hit his chest protector and is searching for the ball, and it just stuck to him.
I've had a bee in the shirt before. I've never had a baseball in the shirt before. Never done that.
Bee in the shirt.
You ever had a bee in the shirt?
The
bee in the shirt. The
bee in the shirt.
The bee in the shirt will make you look more embarrassing than you've ever looked in your entire life. And I've both had it and I watched it happen to my son when we were camping as like on one of those little adventure guides trips with all of his buddies when he's like in first grade or whatever. They're trying to do the group photo. And the kid keeps mean mugging the camera. And I'm like, will you smile? And he starts like shaking his hands. And I'm like, smile. And he never would smile. And they took the picture. I finally went over to him, and I go, what's the problem? And then he just starts gyrating like, "Ugh, what is the matter with you? Are you possessed?" And then it finally hit me because he's like, "I'm in pain." Rip that sweatshirt off. Boom. There's a bee inside his shirt just pounding away.
Yeah, yellow jacket, just stinging him up.
Yep. And I had it happen on a golf course one time.
Oh, boy, in the shirt.
You want to see me just get shirtless immediately right there before the approach shot? You don't. But you did that day.
It's a lot of White Willard coming out.
My dad is like, "What the hell are you doing?" Hey, just taking my shirt off. There's a bee in it. This hurts.
Oh, yeah. I was leading about 9 kids on a hike way back in the day, and there was a handwritten sign with like a couple of backwards letters, "Caution, hornet hive ahead." And I'm like, this can't be a real sign.
Let's turn around, kids.
No, let's keep going. So we keep going, and about 80 yards later, you hear behind, "Ow, ow!" Turns out there was a hornet hive, and so now we're running. We're running down the trail, and between the 9 of us, there were probably 47 stings.
Oh, my God.
I got 0. And I was the one who led him on the thing. And so the head counselor, my dear friend Jean-Marc, he's like, "What were you thinking? There was a sign. It clearly there was a hornet hive, yet you continued. You have to explain." So we get down the trail.
Please explain.
This poor little kindergarten girl, she's like, "They're still on me. They're still on me." I'm like, "No, there aren't." As I'm like digging into her hair and trying to fling the last 4 away. It's poor judgment.
Oh, my God.
It was a handwritten sign.
Did you get fired?
Of course not. Promoted.
You got all these stories of being fired. That one didn't happen?
Nope. Dodging bullets like Neo in the
God.
Matrix.
Okay.
Hornet hike. Anyway.
Let's go to the phone.
Bees.
All right. 888-957-957. Let's go to Paul in Oakland. Hi, Paul. What are you doing?
I am heading myself home from a day at school.
Yeah. It's enough of that day.
Yeah. High school kids, you gotta love them, right?
Oh, for God's sakes.
So I listened to maybe one of the best pieces of talk radio yesterday on your show, the interview with Monty Poole.
Yeah, he was great.
Incredible. Two things really hit me, resonated with me. Didn't sting me, though, just resonated with me. Number one is the list of players that you guys ran back and forth who the Warriors had and don't have anymore and never went on to be players in the NBA, great players in the NBA. And then the list of the guys that got developed while Steve Kerr was a coach. That was one part of the interview. And the other part that I think was the most important was the piece about Lacob wanting to, release him, fire him, terminate him at points in time during his career.
Yeah, Paul, do you want to just hold right there so we can let everybody hear what you're talking about? This is what Monty Poole said that Paul is referencing.
There have been times in the past when the thought of dismissing Steve has crossed Joe's mind. Yeah, I've heard that the thought of it, not that he's decided to, but that there were frustrations that reached the point where he thought maybe we should make a change. Maybe we should make a change. And that beyond that, one of the reasons why it hasn't happened is A, he understands what Steve has done for the franchise, and B, he'd have to go to Steph and Draymond and tell them that, we just got rid of a coach that you guys want to keep. And you can say, well, he did that with Mark Jackson because those guys vouched for Mark Jackson. And it took them just a few months before they said, okay, you know what, this is better. We're playing better basketball now. So there's a lot of trust and some mistrust or distrust within the franchise right now. And it goes at pretty much every level.
Monty Poole yesterday. Paul, go ahead.
So that piqued my interest, and it nudged me to recall a scenario with another Bay Area legendary coach, Bill Walsh. About 40 years ago, maybe halfway into his tenure as a coach of the 49ers, and Dibbs might have more specific detail on that, but they started out 1-3 or 1-4, plane ride back home from Pittsburgh. Eddie DeBartolo thinks that maybe it's a time to get rid of Bill Walsh, and he actually, according to the reports that came out, Ira Miller, I think, wrote the lead piece, that he actually fired him on the plane ride home. And Carmen Policy intervened and kind of talked Eddie D off that ledge, and I just started thinking about, is this the same thing? Because you know, I know, Dibbs knows, Dibbs has coached, I've coached some, that there are egos involved in this. Sure. Massively huge egos. And they all have their place, and they all need to get acknowledged. But at the end of the day, I think one of the massive questions that's got to be acknowledged, and you guys have hit on it a little bit, is how much did Lacob pay for the Warriors?
What was it? $450 million?
Something like that.
$450 million, I think, Paul.
And now aren't they estimated as being worth north of $4 billion with a B?
Oh, you can triple that. Triple it. Not kidding. Triple it.
Okay. So it's a player's game. I get that. Having been a coach for a long, long time, it's a player's game, but at the same time, you got to have somebody managing the thing, massaging egos, figuring out playing time, determining this, that, and the other thing. And then the last piece of Monty Poole's interview that I thought maybe is the most cogent of all is who put the roster together that ended up being 37 and 45 and a mid-play-in team.
And not Steve Kerr.
Exactly.
Not Steve Kerr's the answer.
And ego, you guys know where ego is going to go with something like this. So, fortunately, Bill Walsh stayed on and finished out his tenure. And I'm a Steve Kerr guy. I've been a Warrior fan since they came here, Wilt Chamberlain and all that. So I've been through the whole ride. And you're going to miss him. We're going to miss him in ways that I don't think the common fan even recognizes.
Yeah, Paul,
thanks for your time.
Yeah, great call. And I agree with you if he goes. But part of what you're talking about is why I don't think that now is the time. I just watched that 49er doc finally on AMC Plus a couple of weeks ago. What Paul is talking about is not only true, it happened, according to those guys, about 8 or 9 times that Eddie DeBartolo at least thought about or tried to fire Bill Walsh. But I ask you, what ended up happening? Did he do it? Or did Bill Walsh finish on his own damn terms? And that's
he got rehired somewhere in the air still.
Yeah. My point on this is exactly that. If Joe gets frustrated and thinks about making a move, I get it. That's your life. You're all in on this, Joe. And so if you think about it, great, think about it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Steve Kerr deserves to leave on his own terms, and I do not believe that's what's happening here. I know the ball is in his court, but I absolutely do not believe that he wants to be done coaching the Warriors. I think he's being put in a position that he potentially does not want to be in to coach the Warriors. Those are two very, very different things. We'll keep talking this out. As you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 95.7 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Did you want to weigh in on what Paul was saying right there?
Yes, I think that, he's right when you go back to Bill Walsh, and that was, I think, before he actually got rolling with the dynastic portion of what's gone on. And I just think right now, 12 years into it, that Joe Lacob, I don't think that he's going to get to a point where he's so frustrated that he's going to get fired, but there may be things that he wants to do differently that don't jibe with how they're doing it now or how Steve Kerr wants to go about doing it as a coach. And that's why I think there's honestly some time right now between the end of the year and when they collectively make this decision, because I don't know if they've even hashed out exactly what Joe wants as far as the direction or what Steve wants as far as the length of contract and what he wants to do and all the rest of it.
I mean, I threw out earlier the idea of, like, for instance, what if Steve was like, I want more of a say in this draft pick? Monty Poole did discuss this yesterday. NBC Sports Bay Area had a great article on the situation yesterday. Here's what he said about Kerr and the roster construction.
Steve is saying the rest of the Western Conference just passed right by the Warriors. A lot of it is personnel. You know, we all know the Warriors had not drafted well. When the team was without Steph and Jimmy, you were looking at the Warriors' future as of the moment and thinking, oh, my God, this team is in trouble for years to come. And so they need to be better at building the roster. And I would think that would be one of the things that Steve is definitely going to be looking at, because he has minimal influence on the roster building process. And I don't know, he's already said that he doesn't want to be a general manager, so he's not asking for total control of anything. That's not a job he wants. But he also understands that this team had a chance to really kind of, I guess you can say, prolong, if not its dynasty, at least prolong its ability to play a highly competitive basketball at a high level when they had those 3 draft picks in the lottery, and they didn't draft a single star. You know, maybe Kuminga trying to be a pretty good player, but they didn't draft anyone who can say, okay, here's the guy we're going to build around. They did not draft a building block in those 3 picks.
That's got to be a big piece of this.
For sure.
That stuff has to. It's not even about power and say. It's just about all being on the same page. You have to be on the same page. I do not think that the group was on the same page. And whoever you want to say pulled the final trigger on any of these draft picks, it clearly wasn't Steve, and it clearly wasn't really considered what did the Warriors need right now in this moment to best go out there and help wins and losses. And that's not what happened. That's not what happened. No matter what you think about each player and what they could be or what they are or anything, they clearly had a discord with regard to who they were going to get and who they were going to play and what they needed.
And also, if you look back at recent drafts, they haven't had first-round picks, and part of that is because of trades and maneuvers that you made a long time ago, and also the Jordan Poole trade where you had to attach picks, and so they haven't had a bounty of picks. It's been rare that they've had high-quality lottery-style first-round picks, and Wiseman and Kuminga and Moses Moody are the 3. And, yeah, you could be frustrated because those were picks that were kind of blown. And tomorrow we're going to be doing the draft at the draft in Pleasanton. Come on out and see us. And the 49ers have a first-round pick. They may not use it. They may trade back because they only have 6 draft picks. They may package and move up. They famously moved up for Trey Lance, and that was a titanic miss. And so you win some and you lose some. In the NBA, there's only 2 rounds. And if you get a rare lottery pick, that's one that you can't really blow. I mean, you can get one that's not the greatest of all time, but when you have one and it's James Wiseman and he barely plays and now he's out of basketball, that one starts to hurt, and it hurts for a long time.
Yeah, the other clip there from Monty that we played that Paul had us play, I think it's an important one to sort of re-highlight when he talks about why Joe Lacob hasn't pulled the trigger in the past in moving on from Steve Kerr. One of the main reasons is he does not want to call Steph Curry and others in to tell them that their coach that they want is out. And I don't see why now would be any different. I don't see, because, and I know that they're not quote unquote potentially firing him, but I think it's clear through their maneuvering and what they're trying to do that they're trying to hip check him for sure. And I don't understand how you're going to say that to Steph Curry now. Monty brings up Mark Jackson and says, well, the players vouched for him. Well, that's completely different. Mark Jackson had not achieved with the Warriors what Steve Kerr has. So vouching for Mark Jackson in that moment and moving on from him, that is a much less risky, that is a much less courageous thing than it would be now with someone like Steve Kerr that feels almost to Steph Curry and Draymond Green like a career-long coach.
Right. He could be a career-long coach, but philosophically they could be in different spots about what they want to do going forward. And I'm looking at the 2024 draft. So last year's first-round pick went to Miami for Jimmy Butler. Okay, you took a future young player, potential asset, and you sent him for Jimmy Butler because you're all in on the Steph Curry window. The 2024 pick was traded in 2019 along with future coach Andre Iguodala to Memphis and cash to get Julian Washburn. That was a salary dump that they did in 2019, but that was a pick you would have had 2 years ago. So at that time, in that window, championship window, championship or bust, and perhaps Steve Kerr still wants them to go about things this way, and the front office may be ready to, start drafting the future.
I doubt it. I doubt it's all win now. Like, yes, they want to keep going and give Steph what he needs. I think that there has to be some humility, I would think, on both sides. The front office has to look at this and go, we have not done this right with lottery picks in the past. And Steve has to look at this and go, we can't be all in for the championship and just Steph, and that's all that matters when he's going to turn 39 years old next year.
I get that.
And that's why, to me, it's obvious about meeting in the middle. It's obvious.
At the deadline, we were talking about 4 picks and 2 swaps for Giannis, and we were talking about Draymond and all the rest of it. So if you really want to, I don't know, let's just put Steve aside. Right now, if you're the Warriors and you want to be better by October, how do you go out and be better? I mean, there's some wild swings.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways.
There's a LeBron bargain. There's a Kristaps reduced. There's a Melton still here. There's a reworked Draymond. There's stuff like that.
Yep.
Jimmy gets healthy and the rest of it. Or you can go in a dramatic direction, which is you're going to kind of start the rebuild immediately and start to get a new coach, and you're going to take some of your high-priced assets and turn them into things that you can use down the road.
The Giannis thing wasn't just about putting someone next to Steph. It was also about being the next star after Steph, though, which is why I think that, in theory, was on the table then. Let's go to Chris in Santa Clara. Hi, Chris. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, I think you guys are being way too nice to Joe Lacob on this. And, I think it's important to note that Lacob just turned 70, and I think he feels 80 rolling down the train track at him. My sense is that he looks at Steve Kerr as an arrogant assistant manager at a fast food drive-thru who's an employee who could never have the kind of cash to put on the table to purchase the Warriors. And in his heart, to him, Steve Kerr is low-class trailer trash athlete who simply is not in his league. And Steve's 10 years younger. He's still vibrant. And my sense, I think Lacob is wanting control of this team for the remaining years of his life, and he does not like being in his employee's shadow.
That's interesting, Chris. Thanks.
Aggressive.
It's aggressive. I mean, he started out by saying we're being too easy on Joe. I think I've spent the entire day being critical of Joe.
You have. I don't know if he looks at Steve Kerr as trailer trash.
Trailer trash thing is where he kind of lost me. Like, I don't think that these people are cruising around behind the scenes openly and outwardly disrespectful to one another constantly. I don't think there's that. Do I think there's more going on than we hear? Oh, hell yeah. In fact, I can promise you. This I know. It is not always butterflies and peanut butters and jellies behind the scenes in these hallways. This I know. I know there is. And Monty Poole said it yesterday. There is some distrust and some mistrust right now across multiple parties here. But if you want to whittle this down to ego, then yeah, I do think that's where it sits. And there are massive egos everywhere. But the one that stands out to me is the one where the guy who is a wonderful businessman also believes that he knows basketball and also believes that this train just keeps on rolling even without Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. To that I say good freaking luck.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm a Warrior fan, so I hope you're right, but I don't think you are.
Maybe he's ready to find that out. He's ready to find out if there's a new coach and draft picks that they can use and keep, and they can start to see exactly what his vision is, which is continuing to be a preeminent team in this league.
888-957-9570. Draft tomorrow. We're broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick. Win great prizes. We were just looking at them in the back room. Got some cool prizes. Got to come on out. Come spend the afternoon with us tomorrow, 2 to 6. Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It is presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel, and Fremont Bank is celebrating 60 years in business, and they built this local ecosystem right around relationships that benefit all of us in the Bay Area communities. They started with one branch right there at Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue, the new epicenter of downtown Fremont, an award-winning, beautiful building that will be the center of the new downtown Fremont. And it's befitting a Fremont Bank to be at the epicenter because, quite frankly, they're at the epicenter of local banking here in the Bay Area. 21 branches. They have 20 here in the Bay Area, one in Carmel by the Sea. And it's their customer service that really sets them apart. And that's why I switched to Fremont Bank. More than 5 years ago, I wanted to be with a bank that knows me, knows my family, and I'm not just a number at a big box bank. I'm an actual person at Fremont Bank. And by the way, I haven't paid an ATM fee since I've been with Fremont Bank. The big box will charge you one. Fremont Bank will reimburse you that fee. Just one of the many ways why Fremont Bank is so awesome. Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That was
my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers. Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment. Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid Doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord or learn more at marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
San Francisco will be partly cloudy tonight with a low of 49.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid. Get ready for the Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton, June 19th through July 12th. Kick off summer with food, rides, and the Big O Tires concert series with Flo Rida and Del King. For more info and a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And if you want to see their beautiful faces, you can check them out on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game right now.
No, if you want to see our beautiful faces, you come see us in Pleasanton tomorrow. You can see them live. You can see them on YouTube also.
That's right.
You could sit at the draft in Pleasanton and look at us on YouTube and then look up and look at us.
Shout out San Jose Jazz fan who comes to all of these things, and we love him, but I believe he's one of the ones that does just that.
He is.
That way you can comment to your YouTube community while watching live.
It's kind of like when you, it's like when I text the kids because I'm like super tired. I text the kids downstairs, hey, dinner's ready. San Jose Jazz, he's sitting there like putting comments on YouTube. I'm like, dude, you're sitting right there.
Right.
Just say something to us. We're right here.
You're 8 feet away.
I hope he comes and sees us tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks like a beautiful place. I've never been to the draft.
I keep hearing really good things.
I'm just looking at pictures on the internet, and it's a nice, beautiful, open space, nice, healthy bar, giant screens.
I've heard the food is good.
Yep.
So
you're going to eat your way through the day.
I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. And it was reiterated.
You know what that is, right?
It was a reiteration sensation by Guru. He said it again today with his chest that he's coming.
Wow. Yep. Yeah.
I mean, that's relevant to the listeners as well.
No doubt.
We keep saying hang out with us. It would be a lot cooler if us also included Goo.
Always does.
Willard Dibs, can you lay out for a second?
Happily.
I wonder if the Cowboys will be on the clock while we're there.
Let's make love to the mic.
That's right. What pick do they have? What pick do they have? And is Bill Clinton announcing it? Did you see that?
No, he was the one who visited. I saw the headline,
yeah.
Former president in Dallas. I just assumed it was
Jerry
one
Jones
of the various
was
bushes.
Like the president is here. This is Bill Clinton. A couple Arkansas guys.
Come on.
And then, no, that's not Bill Clinton.
What are we doing?
Cowboys have 2 first-round picks. Shout out Micah Parsons, 12th and 20th.
Whoa.
That's Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Wrong former, folks.
Come on,
wrong
folks. I just saw the headline, former president. I assumed it was one of the various bushes.
And then Jerry tried to go over there and say hi to Bill, and he almost tripped and died.
Jerry?
Like at that age, he's up on a dais, and he's moving fast, and he trips, and he is headed down. But he grabs a chair, and I give the old guy some credit. He grabs a chair, and he hangs on for dear life, and he catches himself. And then everybody else gets over there and gathers him too. And then he acts like nothing ever happened. Hop over there, got into Bill Clinton's face, and they all started talking like this to each other. It's great.
Were they classmates at Arkansas?
I don't know.
I mean, they're both Arkansas folk. I know that.
Whoa, Pig Suey.
Yep, there you have it.
I don't know.
Cowboys pick 12th. That probably won't fall during our show, I don't think.
Probably not.
I'll try and do the math.
How many minutes for each pick?
I think it's 10.
Is it?
It feels like it's forever.
God. If it's 10, we're going to get...
Oh, it's at least 10.
We're going to get 2 picks. Because when they say it starts at 5.
5? I thought it was going to be 4.
No, 5.
Oh, never mind then.
What time does it actually
It's
start?
like 8 minutes, I think, for first-round picks.
Yeah,
but
what time does it actually start?
Probably like 5:25 or something.
Because if they're going to do all the, Todd, and then...
You got to do the anthem.
And then, and then Goodell's going to come out and go... They're on the clock. Boo! And then we got to wait for that.
And just because they have 8 minutes to make the pick does not mean there will be a pick announcement every 8 minutes. They have the pick is in, and then they can wait to announce it.
Then again, they also don't have to wait 8 minutes at all. They can run up there and do it, which I always feel like the first pick should be. You've had months to think about this. Come on, Raiders. What do you think? You don't know what you're going to do? Just go up there and make this stupid pick.
Well, it's the same thing you've been saying about Steve Kerr. What do you
mean?
Like you've had the whole year in plane fights to decide whether or not you want to coach again.
I think he knows, and I think he wants to coach. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I don't think he knows, and I think that he's taking the time to mull it over, much like the Raiders may at the last minute, 11th hour, they may go switcheroo.
He's not trying to mull anything over. He's trying to move the rock. And
the rock ain't moving.
Well,
and by the rock is Joe Lacob and company hyper involvement.
Why is he not moving?
Because I don't believe that he sees it the way that many people see it.
Well, I mean, Steve Kerr is a rock in and of himself, and they want him to move. And I think both rocks need to move, and I think they will. Because for crying out loud, you don't have another option.
And he does.
No, he doesn't.
He can go do TV.
No,
he can go coach the Bulls.
Yeah. He doesn't want to do that.
You never know.
It's obvious to me. It's obvious to me. He may do it because what he really, really doesn't want to do is keep getting sent out to the sideline and then have people blame him when Pat Spencer can't take over a game. It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous how much blame he's taken when he has no roster decisions and he's out there with Yurtseven and Leones. And we're like, wow, 37 wins. Well, not too good, coach. Like, are you kidding me? So, to me, there's no question what he wants. He wants to coach Steph Curry, but he would like a little bit more say into how that all gets constructed because what's happened at this point is not very good. And Joe and Mike would probably like a little bit more openness to not just be so Steph-centric, and I think that that's fair too. So you move your rock, I'll move my rock. Ready on three break.
I don't know how he's going to move that rock because you have to be Steph-centric to the extent that he's your best player.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to be like, again, if the organization picks somebody at number 11 and they're like, no, dude, we got to integrate this too. I think he will.
Well, he has less of a choice now because you're not going to have your vets be able to play 75 games anymore. So
correct.
The absolute math of it is Jimmy's out for at least 41 games, I would guess. And to expect Draymond to run it back and play another 70 is a stretch. And Steph this year played half the year. And if you have Allen, Kristaps, and Melton, which we don't know if you'll have all those guys, but they're going to need time off too. So the very reality of your roster would indicate whoever you have under 27 years old, you're going to have to be ready to play.
Agreed. But, like, if you don't have any roster decisions, I mean, it would be akin to, like, Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy heading out there and, like, we'll handle the lottery, and then they pick a point guard. There you go, Steve. Play him. But what about Steph?
Right.
Figure it out. I'll go on some podcasts, though, and I'll be in the background going, will you tell Steve to play our young guy? Well, but what do you want me to do about Steph? I don't know. You're the coach.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I feel like has happened. And I'm over-dramatizing it a little bit, but seriously, you know.
Well, I don't know. I don't know whose prints are on what. I'm just been looking back at these drafts and looking at picks that they don't have. And, you know, you bring in Jimmy Butler, and I'm sure that was a consensus among Steve and everybody of, hey, we need to bring in another real good player to complement. And so they all agree that, yeah, Jimmy Butler, let's trade a first-round pick for Jimmy, and you do that, and you went for it.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a consensus there was. If I'm thinking back to when the Warriors made that move, and I support the move, don't get me wrong, but Mike Dunleavy was a teammate of Jimmy Butler's. And he was the one who really stood up and said, believe me, this guy's not going to ruin the locker room. We can do this. Remember Steve's first conversation with us after that trade, what kind of stunned both of us. He was like, I've never met the guy.
Him, yeah. Yep.
I'm like, you've never met Jimmy Butler?
But the notion was
Steve Kerr.
You need to get help for Steph.
Sure.
So I don't know if that still is the way you're going to approach things because looking at the Jordan Poole trade, when you gave up Patrick Baldwin Jr., you gave up Ryan Rollins, which that turned out to hurt.
Yeah, it turns out.
You gave up a 2030 first-round pick. That's protected. So down the road, that's another pick you don't have. You gave up a second next year, and you got Chris Paul. So, you know, at that time, that trade was predicated on the reality that you probably needed to move off of Jordan Poole. And so every trade is different, but where you are right now, 2026, with an aging, fading dynasty, you may have to go about things differently. And I don't know if that jibes with what Steph, Draymond, and Steve would want to do.
I don't know. But I like, to me, the organization puts themselves in just a wild spot. If you're telling me, all right, we're going to force out Steve Kerr, and if that's too strong of a word, okay. But we're gonna nudge Kerr out because we're kind of sick of this crap. So we're gonna nudge Kerr out. We think we know how we can do it better. We're still doing Steph, and we want him badly to finish his career here. But we got this lottery pick, and we're gonna bring in a new coach, and we're gonna put them all on the court together, and we're gonna win because we don't do the lottery around here, and we are never gonna tank, and all of those things. I'm sorry, that just doesn't. You just brought up three things that are clouds that are all in totally different portions of the sky.
Well, you're not going to win, and Steph basically admitted that when, in his exit interview.
I don't know that he admitted that they're not going to win.
He's talked about the new normal, and then he came out and talked about, the reality of where they are.
Yeah, but he said that they need to kind of build a new foundation that is about winning.
Right.
They need to be a good basketball team again.
So when I hear new foundation, that to me is building blocks. That's younger players that you can bring in. I don't know if you're going to look at a new foundation as a 42-year-old LeBron for a year.
No, but I don't even know to what level that's a conversation, but it doesn't hurt. I don't know if you noticed, but he's 2-0 in the playoffs.
Pretty good, yeah. I don't know what Houston's doing, but that's a whole different
turning the ball over.
Whole different story.
Yeah.
And if you look at the way things are right now in the West, OKC looks completely unbeatable, but
they played one game, but yeah.
But, they're phenomenal, favored by 17 tonight, and
the Wemby injury,
number.
Yeah,
the Wemby injury opens up the bottom half of the bracket, and Denver looks vulnerable, and all of a sudden there's LeBron still doing it, hoping to get Luka and Austin back at some point.
No, if Wemby is out for an extended period and it knocks off the Spurs, you could strike up the band in OKC. That's how I see it. You strike None of these other teams are doing this.
I don't know if San Antonio is anyway.
Maybe not, but I think they had a shot.
And
I think they had a legit shot.
If you look at the concussion protocol, it's likely 7 to 10 days, and 10 days would mean he could come back for Game 7 if there is one. But that concussion looked super, super bad.
It was rough.
Yeah, it's 48 hours of we do nothing with you, and then we start to take a look. So it's a tough one back for Wemby.
Let's go to Bill in San Jose. Hi, Bill. Thanks for your patience. What's up?
It's okay, guys. I'm glad you talk about all this stuff. I watched the logo on Netflix, I think, a few days ago, and what I was impressed with was the genius of a guy like Jerry West. And I don't know. It's a really tough business. You got all these guys competing with each other for talent, and they all make mistakes, and I was just thinking about when Steve Kerr turned down Anthony Edwards, because he didn't have a good workout, stuff like that. I love Steve Kerr. I don't mean
he couldn't have gotten him.
Yeah, remember, Bill, that does get twisted a little bit. Anthony Edwards was off the board when the Warriors picked. We have no idea what would have happened to pick number 2. Yeah.
What I'm saying is these decisions are really, really hard. And the most important thing is that they get a functional working relationship where they can make the best decisions, together.
For sure.
And you mentioned we don't want the owner to be overly involved in managing the talent. That doesn't work in sports,
I don't know where it does. I really don't. It's funny.
And I think if he was really smart and he needed more input, he would get someone in to come in and consult and bring everybody together, and make the right choices. If the owner was really smart about the business, that's what he would do. He would know his limitations,
Bill, thanks. Appreciate it. I tend to agree. I'm not going to say that Joe, he's like, if Joe was smart. Joe is smart. Joe's obviously smart. Joe's done a lot of things right. He's done a lot of things right. And he's not the first billionaire owner who cruises around and gets really pissed and frustrated when things aren't going their way. I support any of that, but I do detect a passive-aggressive nature where the aggressive side of him is out there kind of pushing buttons and kind of inserting himself into things that have led to certain decisions. And then when they don't go right, then the blame gets placed elsewhere. And he wouldn't be the first billionaire owner to do that either. But that's what I see. Like, if you're going to come in here and press the buttons, if you're going to kind of impress upon your people, you know, like if it's, put it this way, if you've got a boss that's like, look, it's your call. I mean, I like Kuminga, but it's your call because you're in the position to do that. And then the people are sitting there going, well, I kind of, if somebody was in that position thinking, I kind of think that Wagner's the right thing to do for this particular team. We like Kuminga too, but I don't know, Bob, what would you do? Because owner's over your shoulder and he's kind of impressing them. And then the whole thing doesn't go well. And then that owner's like, well, boy, you guys screwed that up.
Totally.
It's like,
it's a little bit like what we do here. Like, we have our meetings with our boss, Matt Nahigian, and we may go in and say, you know, hey, you know, today I'm hot on the earthquakes. I don't know if you noticed, but they're off to a great start. Actually, best. Don't buzz yet. It's the whole bit. Best start in franchise history. And he would say, look. You can talk about the Quakes if you want, but if it were me, my show, it's your show. But if it were my show, we talk about Steve Kerr for 4 hours. But it's up to you.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there are days we get that.
What happens?
We come in and we talk about the Quakes for 90 seconds, and I look to my left, and he's in there with Grandy and Lucas, and they're having a conversation, and the next thing you know, Lucas is, guys, I think we should pivot.
Yeah, please don't talk about the earthquakes so Matt doesn't come in here.
Okay.
Please.
Off to a great start.
And
Arsenal's at it first, too, which is fun.
Your analogy.
Shut up.
Their little favorite team.
That got touchy. No, your analogy is a good one, but what if I tweaked it a little bit? Because talking about Steve Kerr for 4 hours, checks ratings, is actually gone pretty well.
Kaboo!
But it'd be more like if Matt came into the middle of our Warriors conversation and he was like, look.
Oh, you're playing it the other way.
Yeah. I mean, you can
watch a lot of soccer.
Yeah. You can talk about this if you want, but
I kick the ball a lot.
You know, what if you took 1 hour and I mean, you do what you want, but
that's right.
You might want to talk about Shohei for an hour.
I mean, we could do a show at SAP Center and talk about the Sharks the whole day.
And then you do that, and then it doesn't work.
Oh, that worked, actually.
And then the boss comes in and goes, why'd you do that?
Right. After the fact.
You kind of told us to. That's what I think has happened to a degree with the Golden State Warriors. And that is passive aggressiveness, and that is not fun to work for.
I just was thinking about what the caller said about the logo and Jerry West, and I was just looking at an article from Ramona Shelburne back in 2017 where Jerry West left the Warriors and he took a job with the Clippers. So this is a man who was, I think, 79 at the time, 79. And he decided to leave a team that had just won its second title in 3 years to go work for the Clippers. And, you know, it's a mention in here about, you know, wanting to feel like he was, quote, wanted. This is one of the most successful front office people in the history of the association.
That's Jerry, though.
Right.
That's the way he's wired.
It is. And, you know, Jerry decided to go to LA, and I think he wound up going to Memphis after. And, you know, that's just the way that went 9 years ago.
I've gotten 2 messages today that at 10:30 this morning, Jan in Mountain View called in and referred to us as Wilbert and Jibbs.
Wait, Wilbert and Jibbs?
Is there any way to review this?
Jan, if you're out there, can you call in and take some credit here?
Yeah. Or did anybody else hear that?
I was listening to Gilbert and Gibbs.
Yeah. I want to hear that because we've got some corroboration now. I got one message earlier, and we just got another one. And I'd really like to hear that.
I need to hear it. Coming off of yesterday's Pominski-Podinsky thing with the guy who, you know.
Which you got to explain to people now. It'd be one thing if you just mispronounced Pajemski. This was two different people in this man's life. Yeah.
Podensky.
There was Porzimski and Podensky.
That's right.
And they are two different warriors.
But they were pronounced almost identically by the same caller. So
don't start with me again. I barely made it through that.
But if Gilbert and Jibbs actually happened, then
I don't think it was. It wasn't Gilbert. It was Wilbert.
Was it Dilbert?
Wilbert
Like
and
the cartoon?
Jibbs.
Okay, Wilbert and Jibbs. I mean, it's possible. She's a fantastic caller.
They go to the hoop. Yeah.
Mistakes happen.
They do.
Antetokounmpo for three.
Shows are hard.
Yep.
How about let's go to Drew and Marin. Hi, Drew. What's up?
Hey there.
Hey.
Are you there?
Yep.
Oh, Mark, I think you got great takes. I think they got to keep Kerr, for any number of reasons. Otherwise, it's going to be like Jerry Krause, and just ending everything early, and it's going to leave a bad taste for everyone. You're not going to get a better coach. But secondarily, I think the next this year is going to line up like two of our best years. If you think of the year we got Clay back late in the season, and then last year we get Jimmy coming in late in the season. So you got a team that's kind of just above 500, maybe a little bit better, and then you get Jimmy Butler coming in. And I just think it lines up well. And I just absolutely agree with you. I think it's going to be chaos. It's going to be terrible. If Kerr leaves, who knows? I think we do have a chance to have a decent team next year. And I think adding Jimmy to whatever we're doing at that point, especially if we keep Porzingis, I think it lines up well. So it's kind of the opposite of what happens this year is we have a really great team and lose our star and end up with just this terrible lineup. So I like the way it's lining up. Maybe I'm just optimistic, but that's what I think.
Well, optimism is a good thing. Drew, thanks. And I'm glad you brought up Jimmy Butler. I haven't said this for a few hours. It is my understanding today that Jimmy Butler is absolutely pushing for Steve Kerr to be the coach of this basketball team next year. You can add him into the more obvious ones of Steph and Draymond, but Jimmy Butler has now been with the team and I know he didn't play for the second half of this year, but he's been with this team for over a year now. There's a comfortability that's building there, and he would very much like Steve Kerr to still coach this team, and he's obviously a big part of it in the second half of next year. At least in a perfect world, he is. And so this is reason number one, or I should say the most important of my three reasons of why I still think Steve Kerr not just should, but will coach this team next year. His stars want him to.
I think that the role players also want him to.
Well, that's for sure, but that matters less.
It does, but I think if you're talking about a unified locker room, and you heard Pat Spencer mentioning him as a virtual father figure in pods, and I owe this to him, and basically everyone to a man has vouched for him, but ultimately that is not the only thing that the front office is probably considering. They're also considering where they're going this year and in the future and how they want to go ahead and navigate it.
The text line is definitely corroborating what happened earlier today at about 10:30.
I found it. You want to hear it?
You're amazing.
Well, there's some people now saying that your name was said correctly.
So Willard and Jibbs?
No, Wilbur and Dibbs.
Oh, Wilbur and Dibbs.
Wilbur and Dibbs. You got it?
We hear that Monte Poole interview with Wilbur and Dibbs yesterday, and
there's a little Brankin-Pogimski.
Wilbur and Dibbs.
Wilbur and Dibbs.
Wilbur and Dibbs.
She'll call him Monte Poole. Monte Poole.
Yeah. Wilbur and Dibbs.
Yeah.
And Monty Ellis.
Like he was Monte Ellis.
Right.
He's Monty Poole.
You know what, Jan? You've always been my favorite caller. Go to the hoop.
Wilbur and Dibbs yesterday. And
what I actually love that she starts again, because it was like, oh, if I said it wrong, let me say it right. But then when she re-ups, she hits the Wilbur even harder.
Wilbur and Dibbs yesterday. And
Wilbur. Not even Wilbert. Wilbur. Wilbur and Dibbs.
Nothing gets past you.
Oh, sorry, that's Bilber.
He set up his own joke. That's a 5. That's an absolute 5.
Dibbs.
Granny played a drop to set up his own punchline. That was really good.
That was very strong, Granny.
Very strong.
I'll tell you what. we're going to put the Susak joke on layaway.
Thanks.
Just for the rest of the day.
Until he comes off the IL.
Nah, okay, maybe the rest of the week. Maybe. Actually, I'm not going to promise Friday. Tomorrow. We won't do it tomorrow because that was really good.
That was really good. Set up his own joke.
Bill Burr and Dibs.
It's a 5. It's a rare 5.
I hate everybody.
It's so good. I see how you got this job.
I see how you got that gig, dude.
All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. That's the number. We're taking your calls the rest of the show. We're going to reboot, re-rack this entire thing. I'm going with the minority opinion. I think Steve Kerr's still going to coach this team. I think people with the last name Lacob right now are way too involved in basketball decisions. I got 3 reasons why Steve Kerr stays. We'll go through them next, but your calls come to the forefront. 888-957-9570. It's Bill Burr and Dibs.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Your Toyota's been through a lot with you. Traffic, rain, potholes, you name it. But it keeps showing up mile after mile. So maybe it's time to give a little back. For a limited time at your local Toyota dealer, get 3 new tires and get the 4th for $1. Because a ride that's always there for you deserves to be taken care of. 3 tires, get the 4th for $1? Go on. Treat your Toyota. Deal ends April 30th. Keep your Toyota a Toyota. Restrictions apply. Toyota and Scion vehicles only. See participating Toyota dealers for details.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey! 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. I first saw Ruben Bain Jr., the defensive end from the University of Miami, at practice, spring practice, a year ago when Mario Cristobal was coaching the offensive line and Hall of Famer Jason Taylor was coaching the defensive line, and I was watching Ruben Bain go one-on-one. He's a powerful guy that can play inside and can play outside and can be a dominant defensive end in this league.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Go to the hoop, go to the rack. God damn, man. Wilbur and Gibbs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, call us whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
As long as you call us.
That's right.
That's the way I look at it.
Wilbur and Gibbs.
Yeah. Jan, if that's your real name.
Right.
Call us whatever you want. Willie
My
and Dibby.
heaven.
Bonus Jan.
Bill Burr and Dibs.
Yep.
It does not matter. It does not matter. And hello, 415. I see you. All caps. Hello. We beat the Dodgers yesterday, and we're going to do it again tonight. ... Probably.
Nice. It's a tough matchup tonight against Shohei Ohtani.
On the paper. What's the number tonight? What's how big of a favorite are the Dodgers? Shohei Ohtani, 0.5 ERA versus Tyler Mahle, who's got a 7.5.
Yeah, Ohtani's given up 1 run in his 3 starts to the Mets, of all people.
Uh-huh.
And, the Mets don't beat anybody. I've got it at minus 207, which is just the money line, as we say.
Yeah, as a road team.
Right.
It's a significant number.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're laying 1.5 on the run line and are probably still favored at that. And they are. So they're expected to win by more than a 1.5.
Whew.
That's minus 122.
Yeah.
So you bet 122 to win 100.
So it's still a favorite even if you give the Giants a run.
Correct.
Like
a 1.5.
Well, right, but that's give them a run. You know what I mean? Like you're not allowed to do a half of a run.
But you're basically giving them 2 to cover that.
Well, you got to win by 2.
Right.
You got to win by 2 runs. So
over under of 7.5.
So it's an underdog, even suggesting that the Dodgers would win the game 2-1.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like a 5-0. Is kind of what they're telling you.
Okay. All right.
Or a 5-1,
Let's freaking play. Let's go.
Let's go.
City Connects looked good last night.
They did?
Yeah.
Starting to grow on me a little bit.
3-0 after 1 inning. Okay.
Lighten them up.
Okay.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto. I was on over 4.5 strikeouts for the Dodger pitcher, and I was getting worried early. But
he hung in there.
I mean, they let him keep pitching.
He ended up going 7.
That's right. Yeah, 106 pitches, I think.
How many strikeouts did he get?
He ended up with 7, but he was stuck on 4 forever. And I thought, Yamamoto, strike somebody out. Where's Bailey?
Where's Devers?
Right?
Eesh.
Anyway.
Bailey got good wood on it.
Loud out.
Yep. Hit that ball out to left field. Grandy's giving him a Bronx cheer. Bronx
Way to go. You made contact.
Yeah. Well, you know why he's playing, right?
Yes, I do. I do know. You don't need to say it.
I can't say it.
Daniel Susak is on the injured list. Yes, Susak.
Exactly. Yes. Daniel Susak is unavailable to play this evening for the San Francisco Giants.
Bailey in the lineup hitting ninth.
Of course he is.
Well, I mean, I get that other guy.
Could you name him?
He's got 5 letters in his name. It's not striking me right now.
It's true. That is correct.
Haas. H-A-A-S-E? Not the avocado.
No.
Haas.
Yeah. Eric Haas.
Yep.
Yeah. He's 33 years old. He's from Detroit, Michigan.
Chappie 4 for 19 career against Shohei.
Not bad.
Devers 2 for 12.
Okay.
You know who's the best against him?
Against Shohei? In the Giants lineup? Ooh.
It's obvious.
It is?
Of course.
Jungle Lee.
This guy hits everyone.
All right. Oh, that's right. Luis Ariz.
3 for 7.
Duh.
All singles, I bet.
That was Stu. Oh, by the way, do you want to do it now or do you want to keep being stubborn?
Do what?
Mark Grandy, was wrong about Luis Ariz on defense. Do you want to do that now or do you want to keep waiting until the point where it gets redonkulous?
I don't think there's evidence to suggest that I'm wrong.
What? Yeah, Luke. He's been fantastic over there.
Defense is a more than just fielding the balls that you can get to. It's how limited balls he can actually get to in the first place.
But he's gotten to balls. He has been fantastic at second base, making plus plays. Come on, man. Give him a little. Give him a high five.
I'll say he's been better than I expected, but I think it's far too early, especially defensively, to make a broad statement about who he is.
He's a stubborn mule.
Yep.
Man. Good Lord.
You got to hit him where he lives with some of his advanced analytic stuff on defense.
Where he lives? You mean like with him?
Where Grandy lives.
Like with him and Evan?
Right.
Do you argue about this, about who does the dishes?
No, we just do our own dishes. Not that hard.
You don't like trade off nights or anything like that?
No.
Do you have a dishwasher?
Yeah.
Okay. Who runs it?
Normally me.
Uh-huh.
Who empties it?
Normally me.
There you go. So you're doing dishes. That's the way that goes.
Yep.
So Evan will slap a plate in the dishwasher. Whether he rinses it before or not is to be determined.
There's no way around the fact that there's always a responsible one. Always. There's no way to have everybody care about cleanliness the same. It does not exist in roommateville.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody who's ever been to college, you go in there and you're like, dude, your milk's been in here for 5 weeks. And they're like, yeah, whatever. That's just how it is. Let's go to Steve O in the city. Hi, Steve O. Thanks for calling Bilbert and Dibbers.
Hey, Bilbert and Dibbers.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking my call. So I got to say, I'm a Steve Kerr fan. I always have been. And I don't really understand why people get frustrated with him. It was a little bit of what you guys were saying earlier. He's working with a limited roster. You look at all right, take away Porzingis, take away Draymond, take away Steph, take away, Moody and Butler, who
Jimmy
are
Butler, yep.
And you got a bunch of guys, who are, and I hate to say it, they're not going to be all-stars. Pajemski can be a solid player. These guys can be a solid player. Maybe Melton could get there. But Kerr he's playing with, a bunch of number cards, and everyone else has aces in the hole. So I think they're being transparent about it. And when they say that it's really up to Kerr, if he wants to come back, he's got to be in 100%. And Kerr's got to look in the mirror and decide if he's in 100% and if he's got to do all that shape shifting that he had to do this season. He's going to have to do it next season. And putting in different starting lineups, different rotations, that's the cards that he's dealt with. And if he's got his heart in it, then there'll be a better team for it.
Yeah,
and he'll come back.
But Steve, do you, and this is just me guessing here, do you see how that might be kind of a trigger point for Steve Kerr? Do you see how the idea of saying that, and Joe has said this now publicly multiple times, saying that, like, what I need from Steve Kerr is to know that he's all in, that he's motivated for the nitty gritty. Do you see how somebody who has performed the way Steve does might be pissed off about the idea that it feels like his engagement and effort are in some way being questioned?
I don't see it as it being questioned. I can see how it is a passive-aggressive statement. I can also see it as, hey, you know what? Lacob's telling him, this year was incredibly emotionally draining. We saw it. You talked about it. And unless you're ready to strap it up and come back in and do it all over again next year, then you're not the right man for the job. So it's got to be a situation where, you know, Kerr needs to also acknowledge, I'm not going to play Steph and Dre at the pinnacle of their career, and Durant for that matter, for a little added sauce. I'm going to be working with some moldable play here to play, you know, as Steph used to say, meaningful basketball, right? No one's looking at these guys thinking next year there's going to be some magic pill that's going to put them, you know, right up against OKC in a finals, Western Conference finals or something. There's going to be a lot of moving pieces here.
No doubt. But Steve-O, thanks. Here's what I'm getting at. I think that we have slipped and fallen into this idea that Steve Kerr only wants to coach if he can be a front runner. And I think that this narrative that has been built to a degree by Joe Lacob is what has led there. Steve has said repeatedly, his stars go out, and he's like, and I'm enjoying the hell out of coaching Guy Santos. The implication that he wouldn't be all in unless he's got all the good players, or the implication that he wouldn't be engaged if he's got to coach younger players. I'm just guessing here. If I'm Steve Kerr, I'm offended. I'm offended by that. Steve Kerr is not, he has never said, he has never acted like somebody who will only show up if the table is all set and dinner's ready and now I can sit and eat. He's never acted that way.
Was he engaged this year?
Yes.
Absolutely, he was engaged. And were they good enough? Of course not. And next year, when you look at what they have, even if they bring back this whole team, this year they had 5 guys on the entire roster who are former first-round picks. 5 of the, 20 or so who actually played for you. And it's Horford at 40, can't play back-to-backs. Steph Curry, 38, who got hurt and missed 2 months. It is Jimmy Butler, last pick in the first round.
Yeah, barely.
Torn ACL, gone. Pods, number 19 overall. And
Moody.
Moses Moody, number 14, gone for the year. So you had, of your 5 first-round picks, 1 guy couldn't play back-to-backs, and 3 of them got hurt. And then there's Pods, who played in all 82, who was number 19 overall. And if you want to go through the rest of the roster, it's a bunch of second-rounders. Draymond's the anomaly, obviously. He's a Hall of Famer, but a lot of undrafted, a lot of second-rounders, like Charles Bassey, second-rounder, barely having a career. The majority of the Warriors this year are guys who may not even be on a team next year. Well, and yet you want them to win more than 37 games?
I'd love to address this. Yeah, let's keep talking it out. Monty Poole said some things about this yesterday that I think are really, really important for everybody to hear. As you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. We love it when you're over there commenting, watching. Just search 95.7 The Game and you will find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member and get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Mug Studios. I really think that's important, what you just brought up. I want to play this again. Monty Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area yesterday talking about one of the things that might concern Steve Kerr about coming back, and it's roster construction.
Steve is saying the rest of the Western Conference just passed right by the Warriors. A lot of it is personnel. You know, we all know the Warriors have not drafted well. When the team was without Steph and Jimmy, you were looking at the Warriors' future as of the moment and thinking, oh, my God, this team is in trouble for years to come. And so they need to be better at building the roster. And I would think that would be one of the things that Steve is definitely going to be looking at, because he has minimal influence on the roster building process. And I don't know, he's already said that he doesn't want to be a general manager, so he's not asking for total control of anything. That's not a job he wants. But he also understands that this team had a chance to really kind of, I guess you can say, prolong, if not its dynasty, at least prolong its ability to play a highly competitive basketball at a high level when they had those 3 draft picks in the lottery, and they didn't draft a single star. You know, maybe Kuminga trying to be a pretty good player, but they didn't draft anyone who can say, okay, here's the guy we're going to build around. They did not draft a building block in those 3 picks.
I think this is so important, and I really wonder what the Steve Kerr detractors, those of you out there, I wonder what your response is to that. When we hear the constant criticism about small ball lineups, and about who's getting minutes, and about the fact that the roster is not acceptable in the wake of certain injuries, and that lands on Steve Kerr's lap, respond to that. Quote, Steve Kerr's effect on the roster is minimal. He didn't do this part. And if I'm Steve, this is a big part of why I need to go to the beach and think about whether or not I can still work for this guy. A big part of it is he has absolutely been left to sit out there and take all the criticism, and quite frankly, it wasn't him that did the bad part. What I've heard from Warrior fans all year is, boy, this roster stinks, but boy, they play hard. Well, let's pick that apart for a second.
Right.
Who built the roster?
Well, not Steve Kerr.
Who's in charge of them playing hard?
Steve Kerr.
Okay.
Well, them as individuals, too.
Sure.
And when you have a team that is comprised of, guys like Leons and Yurt Saban and Cryer and Pat Spencer, they're fighting for their life, if I can borrow from Guru.
No doubt.
You're fighting for your NBA career, so you're going to play hard, but Steve Kerr is out there making the most of it, and you can try to cook a 5-star meal, but if you don't have 5-star ingredients, if you've got, a thing of peanut butter and some saltines, you're not going to make, chicken cacciatore. Yep. It's just impossible. And so it's not to excuse Kerr from, not having a great year. And Monty Poole even said that in the interview and Steve would admit it. He did not have a good year. But part of it for me was the last, 2 or 3 months of the season when you didn't have much to work with. It's hard to really get results.
And actually, if you do go back to the beginning of the year, this is important, I think, to sort of get out there as well. If you do go back to the beginning of the year where the implication was, boy, we were at full strength then and we didn't play well. Well, what were we all doing at the beginning of the year? At the beginning of the year started and everybody was left once again to figure out how to sort of unlock the Kuminga question. He was starting, he was playing well, but the bottom line was you still had Jonathan and Jimmy and Draymond. And how you put them all on the floor at the same time or interlock that or figure that out is a hell of a code. And they know that. Like, can I go ahead and report that? That discussion has been happening behind closed doors for 2 years.
Yeah.
Where the group will sit there and go, like, how do we figure that out? How do we play them all together? Or do you want to clear a runway for that? And honestly, there are so many people that are like mad at Steve Kerr, and then they're also wish that the team had moved off of Draymond. Well, put the puzzle pieces together. Put the puzzle pieces together. If Joe Lacob was that steadfast that Jonathan Kuminga needed more runway, well, then you shouldn't have made dinner for Draymond Green and given him $100 million. Because that's, in my opinion, that's the number one thing that actually blocked Jonathan. is a Hall of Famer at his position.
But you didn't think that would be the case. I mean, if you're Joe Lacob and you love Kuminga, you're not thinking of him strictly as a power forward. You're thinking of him as a guy who can step out and play the three and shoot the three and be a more dynamic offensive scorer.
Right, because you're not a basketball guy. And you don't understand the intricacies.
You see Kuminga in Atlanta, he's able to do things in that system.
Sometimes.
I don't think it's a Kuminga problem as much as it is a Kuminga fit.
It's not. Yes, this is so well established. It's not a Kuminga problem. But none of us, by the way, when we watch Atlanta on TV, we don't understand the intricacies of how they're positioning that. Every single person who knows Warrior basketball knows that Jonathan succeeded at the most when he was at the 4. And then they're forced to stick Draymond at the 5, and as he gets older, he's getting overwhelmed by Jokic and Holmgren, and everyone's like, well, Draymond's better at the 4. Right. Right. Draymond's better at the 4. Jonathan's better at the 4. You figure it out. And then Steve gets the blame. And that's all I'm saying. You're right.
Kuminga can play the 3 in certain systems, but in a system that is pass and move, player movement, ball movement, setting up open 3-point shooters, that's not his strength.
Although I don't even think he's that bad at that.
He's not that bad at that.
I think he can do that too, but Andrew Wiggins or Jimmy Butler was on the team.
That's right.
So figure that out.
Well, you can't figure it out when you have 3 non-3-point shooters, and Kuminga's okay, but he's below league average, and you've got Jimmy who almost never shoots the 3, and Draymond, you'd rather not have him shoot as many as he did this year, although he ended up making more than 100 because he was left open and he shot a bunch of 3s. So that, I think, is part of the overall frustration, too, where, the ownership thought that Kuminga was a certain type of player and the coaching staff thought he was a different type of player. And so as years go on, and you even mentioned the podcast before, I'm not sure whose pod that was, where Lacob in the background says, it would help if he played the young players.
Was it Iguodala's?
I think so.
Yeah, it was Iguodala's.
Yeah, and Evan Turner, I'm pretty sure.
There you go.
There you have it. And so, I mean, that goes back a number of years. And so this to me is a long festering wound of, we like him more than you do. We'd like you to play him. You'd rather not play him as much as we want. And Kuminga, I'm sure, wanted to play more than he actually got to.
And there were mistakes made there on all sides. There's no question about that. But I even push back a little bit on this idea of, if you're saying Steve Kerr didn't want to play Kuminga. I don't feel like he thought that he could. Who is it that you got to rip minutes away from Draymond and Jimmy Butler now? You have to. You can't just jam them all on the floor together.
Right, but you can go back to previous years before Jimmy got here, and even the year that Jimmy arrived, Kuminga was playing, and he was playing pretty well.
Right. But then there's still the Wiggins factor, who was a champion and then got an extension. All of these things. There's just a math problem here. I kind of look at it as, remember when you were potty training Mila? Okay, tell her to potty train, but lock the bathroom door. Just do it. Like, how? How am I supposed to get in there,
it locks
Dad?
from the inside. So.
Well, okay. Like that, to me, that's what happened. That's what happened. They just sat there so easy in an ivory tower to just sit there and be like, just play Jonathan. Yeah, but the X's and O's, sir, they're not allowing it. They're not allowing it. With the roster that we have, the position that people's play, we're not allowing it. Well, just do it. You're the coach.
Well, they did it in 2024 before Butler came, and he played a lot and he played pretty well. And then he didn't develop at a 3 to where he had to play the 4. And when Jimmy comes in, well, now he can't play the 3 because now you have too many non-shooters on the court, and so he gets shuffled to the end.
Yep.
And he gets DNPs. And so I'm not saying that it's all Kerr's fault or it's Lacob's fault for drafting a guy who wouldn't fit. I'm just pointing out that if this is the reality, and I do believe the reality of the situation is the player, the coach, ownership, the GM, they all did not align
correct
in the Jonathan Kuminga development and draft strategy. So 5 years later, here we are. Kuminga's on TV with the ha-ha in the playoffs, and Steve Kerr is, wondering about his future.
And I tell you what, that series, this is a quick aside, I want every Warrior fan to keep an eye on that series. Do they play again tonight or no? That series play tonight?
Not have to check.
No, it doesn't. Is tomorrow game 3? Okay. The Atlanta-New York Knicks series is a fascinating one for Golden State Warrior fans.
Couple reasons.
Well, right. So Jonathan Kuminga's playing. And that's always going to be interesting to see how he plays. And he's playing in the playoffs. By the way, all of his teammates never really played in the playoffs. McCollum, sure.
Right.
But a lot of those guys have never played in the playoffs. Jonathan has, and he's succeeding. I think that there's some interesting stuff there. You know what I mean? Because he just arrived at the Hawks, and here he is playing really well in the playoffs. So draw the lines there. And then the other side is, if they go upset the Knicks, do the Knicks fire their coach?
I mean, they shouldn't, but it's the Knicks. He signed a 4-year, $40 million deal last July.
Yep.
So this is year 1 of 4, but James Dolan.
Exactly.
The Knicks owner. So you can get all mad about a first-round ouster to the Atlanta Hawks, and you can fire him.
You could.
And then he's sitting on $30 million, and he's a free agent.
And he is literally the only person that Nick Friedel said earlier this week would fit if Steve Kerr moves on. That series is interesting. I'd keep an eye on that if I were a Warrior fan, especially since you don't have a Warrior series to keep an eye on.
I would say there's no way that the Knicks would fire him, but James Dolan, the owner, and the Game 2 collapse. Like, when you lose a game like that, and again, let's just blame the coach because, the players didn't play well down the stretch.
Wow, Bridges, just what the dude, take the ball to the rack. Yep. That was really, and I know that was one play.
Go to the rack.
Go take it to the rack. Anyway, okay, let's
go to the hoop. Go to the rack.
Thank you, Jan. Matt in Orinda is next. Hi, Matt. Thanks for calling.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. And Dibs, I'm going to give you a little bit of a vacation on this call because I need to talk to Willard. So you get a little bit of a recreation sensation right here.
Cha-ching!
Take a laugh.
Cha-ching!
All right.
You guys know I fumbled a couple days ago, but I wasn't going to fumble that one. All right. So, Mark.
Yes.
When you came back on the airwaves in the Bay Area, it was a great thing because A, you're really good at your job, and B, you're nice about how you handle things and you say things, and that's really good.
Tibbs is not going to take a play off if you keep. I feel like you're buttering me up for a butt, though.
It's great radio. Okay. Not only am I buttering you up for the butt, I was about to say, whenever anybody says that, you know what's coming next.
Yeah, the boom.
And here comes the boom.
Here comes the boom.
Look, I need you. I need you to just be like, hey, Matt and Orinda, like that guy never gets to call again. I don't want to get iced. I got to point out to you, like you're on this stick of, I don't want Joe Lacob making basketball decisions.
Yep.
And but I need you to. There's so much recency bias, and I don't. Like, it's got to be impossible for you guys. So I'm not trying to sound overly critical, but who fired Mark Jackson? Joe Lacob.
Yeah.
Who hired Steve Kerr? Joe Lacob. Who traded Monte Ellis? Joe Lacob. Like, and the Monte Ellis situation, all that happened when Larry Riley was still in the spot. So, you got to, I understand why you're saying that, and I get it. But Steve Kerr's not here if it wasn't for Joe Lacob. Steph's not here probably if it wasn't for Joe Lacob.
Ooh, that's a bridge too far there, Matt. Yeah, he was not here yet when that draft pick was made.
Nope.
Well, first of all, Dibs, you're supposed to be on a recreation sensation.
Yeah, but
vacation,
I was.
You can't chime in.
I'm on the payroll with one of these microphones, so I'm not just going to stand idly by while you defame my partner with lies.
And that's my partner. My partner's allowed. My partner's allowed in this conversation.
Then just go back. Then leave it at Mark Jackson being fired, Monte Ellis being traded.
Yeah, but Matt, do you understand that's an administration sensation, Matt? Like
my goodness!
Yeah, that is a different kind of hire than what I'm talking about, and I very much get what you say. And please, I hope you've been listening to the whole show. I don't think Joe Lacob's an idiot. That's not what I'm saying. He's a brilliant businessman. It's been a Hall of Fame business career, Chase Center. And yes, you hire and you fire and you get to delegate. And that's a delegation sensation. And all of those things. Thank you, Matt. But But
so
drafting players, and then also leaving the people you've hired out there to kind of take the blame for your mistakes. That's where I draw the line.
Okay, so I have heard you say multiple times, not just today, but over the course of the last week or so, that exact same thing. So I very clearly and accurately understand your position, but I also think that you're also, sort of like the other side is a little bit too much to assume. And by the other side, I mean, is like drafting players. Well, okay, well, then how much of that goes on the general manager at the time that those 3 picks were made, right? Like, we're all sort of looking into a crystal ball forward and with a degree of revisionist history, and I understand that. But I think if we really boil down everything to what it should be right now, okay, the system isn't working. Call it draft picks, call it Steve Kerr, call it whatever you want. But the system isn't working. And when you pull that sort of little thread, like where you end up is absolute sort of a huge void between, the coaching staff, the front office, the direction. And at the end of the day, Steve Kerr coaches out the rest of next year, and it's the way it should be. It's what he deserves. It's what the team deserves. It's what Draymond deserves. It's what Steph deserves. You get through next year, and you're at a completely clean cut point with a ton of open cap space, and everybody feels good walking away.
I don't mind that at all.
The best possible outcome.
I don't mind that at all. Matt, thank you very much. That was a fun call. I like when you say the system doesn't work, the first thing that goes through my mind is, okay, who's the system?
The system is ownership to the GM, to the coach and the system he runs, and an aging roster.
Right.
That's the system.
Right, which in effect is all of them. But in my opinion, so many, because he's the head coach, because he's the voice, the face, all of the things, we as fans tend to point there and go, Steve Kerr, you're running things. But if I had $1 for every time I heard somebody this year go, I can't stand Steve Kerr, this roster is bunk, and I'm going, can you please hear the defective nature of those points being made together?
Of the take, yeah.
He's not the roster, and he needs to be more, not all, but more of the roster. Joe didn't make all the wrong decisions. And by the way, Joe is not making the roster by himself. Matt brings up the GM. But I do think that there are a number of stories that have been shared with us. We're not reporters, but let's not act like we don't talk to people. There have been a number of stories shared where that influence from above was very, very present in the draft room when these mistakes were made.
Well, there's always been that influence, and I'm going back to the Jerry West article I was reading earlier from Ramona Shelburne, 2017, where you remember the story that Jerry West was going to quit on the spot if they were forced to trade Klay Thompson for Kevin Love. There was a sentiment within the building that that's a move they needed to make. Jerry was adamant against that move and basically said, you do this and I'm out of here. And so I do think that the influence, so to speak, goes all the way back to the early days when he takes over the team. And that's how Joe Lacob has become so successful in life, where you buy a company, you buy an asset, and you turn it into something, and then you buy something else, and you climb the ladder, and now you're a billionaire. How can you not take that same modality of, I'm involved, I make decisions, and we win? It's hard to just suddenly step away.
No, of course. I'm not like, this is complex, and everybody's got a voice, and they've all got an ego, and everybody wants to be a part of it the right way. This is just what I see right now. I see a passive-aggressive nature. The aggressive side is a little bit too involved in basketball, and the passive side comes out when blame is getting thrown around. I want to address this one, too. 707 just texted in. This is an easy one to respond to. Willard, you're contradicting yourself. So don't blame Steve or Mike for the roster, because you've been trying to get us to praise Mike for the last 2 years. But now it's don't blame Steve for the roster. So that means we have to blame Mike, but we can't do that. Couple things here. First of all, I have not tried to get you to praise Mike Dunleavy for the last 2 years. Let me be very clear with what I have said about Mike Dunleavy. It's not time yet to rip him. I didn't say praise him. I didn't say that. I think that the draft picks that he has had have gone fairly well. We're largely, when we're talking about these draft picks right now, talking about the lottery picks that happened prior to Mike Dunleavy.
Right.
I think that there's too much anger at Dunleavy right now when it still feels like a flower that's not even fully bloomed. Like, I need to see more, at least one lottery pick here before I'm going to come down that road.
You can criticize the trades, and
sure.
I criticize the Jordan Poole trade, and I praise the Jimmy Butler trade to the extent that it was working. You can't account for him having a catastrophic injury, but you gave up a pick, and you gave up a pick with Jordan Poole, and you don't want to do that. But I think the one with Jimmy Butler worked, and the Kuminga one, I don't think that was a good trade, but that's a deal that should have been done in the early days of Dunleavy.
Yeah. Or that one's so complicated because you want to track it back to whether that was the right pick in the first place,
right.
And then how do you manage the asset? And that thing, as we've detailed so many times, there were mistakes across the board. From Joe, from Mike, from Jonathan, from Steve. No question about that at all. But I'm not trying to get you to praise Mike. I'm just saying I think Mike deserves more of a shot. But what I'm talking about mainly today is, A, the situation that surrounds Steve Kerr and his future, and then the situation that is coming from those named Lacob. And where exactly did they become qualified to start weighing in on draft picks? And by the way, my favorite answer to this, and it's a fair one, but it's also a silly one. And I've gotten it on Twitter 100 times, and I'm sure you have too, and all of these things. Well, Willard, he's the owner of the team.
That's right.
He can do whatever he wants. I'm not refuting that.
He doesn't have to be qualified. He owns the thing.
Correct. What does that have to do with me thinking that's the right thing?
Not a thing.
Not a thing.
And
so I don't care that he owns the team and he's allowed to. Sure, he's allowed to. Bad decision, in my opinion.
I mean, depends on what his percentage is as far as, choices and decisions since he took over, and, whether or not it was trading Monte Ellis and keeping Steph Curry, which, if you want to give him credit or blame for all moves, I don't know what moves really have his fingerprints on it, but for the sake of the discussion, you could look at all moves and say, man, some of these moves were awesome, including getting Steph Curry to sign for $44 million and going out and getting Kevin Durant and being able to acquire Andre Iguodala and trading Monte Ellis. And, there have been things that have happened under his watch. And again, I don't really know, nor do you, what moves have his prints on them. We all look at the draft picks, and, we have source reporting that indicate he was passionate about the Wiseman and the Kuminga. And so, we have the reporting on that. Ultimately, all the moves under his tenure, if you want to examine them, there's been some good ones and there's been some bad ones.
And sure, there's overlap to all of these. I think that's a really good point you're making, but the timeline would suggest he takes over a roster that already includes the Splash Brothers and the development of Draymond Green. That comes out of hiring Steve Kerr, gets credit for that. Again, boy, I hope it doesn't sound today like I'm sitting here telling you that everything Joe Lacob has always done is wrong. That's crazy.
No.
He's been a fantastic owner. But somewhere along the road, then it comes to the Durant season. That feels like, well, will you pay for this? That's as far as that conversation needs to go. We know who wooed Durant. The Hamptons Five went out there. He's not one of the Hamptons Five.
There's Jerry West and Bob Myers. They both are still here.
So, but then you start to get into the Twilight era. And Joe starts thinking, rightfully so, by the way, I have to start thinking a little bit about the future of this franchise. And so did they jump the gun a little bit on thinking the dynasty was over? I vote yes. I think they jumped the gun a little bit, which is why they drafted projects instead of either drafting more ready players or trading those picks for players who could play right now with Steph Curry.
2 timelines, light years.
All of that.
Yep.
All of that. So at that time, my perception is when Joe's name starts coming up a little bit more often in terms of player personnel. And I think that Steve's argument, and a fair one, is that from that point forward, not great. Not great with the decisions that have been made.
Well, you were kind of pot committed when James Wiseman gets badly hurt and he becomes trade fodder. I think they got 4 second-round picks for James Wiseman, something like that, which is a pittance. And then the Kuminga thing went the way it went. And, now Moses Moody is hurt, and you didn't have any first-round picks because you had to attach one for Jordan Poole because that whole thing went that way. And I don't know who you blame for the handling of the Draymond Jordan Poole punch, but I'm sure that they all were in agreement of handling it that way, whether it was Kerr, the team leaders, and Bob Myers and Joe Lacob. I'm sure they all had that discussion when the video got leaked. How do we handle this? So I won't put that solely at the foot of anybody because organizationally you decided not to punish him, and then you had to trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, which was a salary slot, and then you trade another pick for Jimmy Butler. Ever since you kind of botched those picks, you've been chasing it, and you've been forced to chase it with, sending out picks and getting veteran assets.
And look, mistakes happen. But I'm just telling you that if I'm Steve Kerr and these mistakes happen and I've got limited roster influence, and then the players that I know that I can count on as great players start getting hurt, and I'm out there running around with Guy Santos and Pods as my best players, and my owner keeps storming out of the building every Tuesday because he doesn't like how I'm playing, come on, man. Like, what are we doing?
It's tough.
That would piss me off.
I'm sure.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know if he, is always storming out of the building, but I'm sure after some games there are discussions where, Joe Lacob famously sent an email to a fan. You think he's not communicating with his head coach over things he sees and things that he thinks need to be fixed?
Speaking of which, there's another thing that would have pissed me off if I was Steve Kerr, was the contents of that email. Out here dealing with coaches' preferences.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, and
thanks.
Not exactly protecting your head coach.
No.
Thanks. And you get to the end of the year. Trades are hard. I'm just looking at the roster, and it's Seth Curry undrafted, GP2 undrafted, Pat Spencer lacrosse star, Omer Yurtseven undrafted, Nate Williams two-way, Melton second rounder, Post second rounder, Leon's undrafted, Bassie second rounder, Cryer undrafted, Gee second rounder, Will second rounder. Have I run through enough names to give you an idea of what he was working with?
Yeah.
Show me what you're working with. And and a lot of these guys had gritty, fun, gutsy years.
Yep.
And you won 37 games. Should you have won 47 with that collection?
No.
And honestly, if you want to look at the games they should have won, the majority of them were kicked away when they had everyone. You went to Utah and gacked it up. You went to Indiana, and gave them their first win of the year.
Totally.
Early.
There's also a bunch of games they won that they should have lost, and nobody likes to bring that up here.
You beat San Antonio in a stay-and-play.
You beat
Steph had 95 over 2 games.
He was amazing. I wouldn't say those were should have lost. One
of them.
But I'm talking about games that, you know what I mean? You Memphis handed you a basketball game. They're like Sacramento starts fouling Seth Curry. You're winning basketball games because the other team completely gets a parachute and jumps off of the floor. So you're like 37 wins. Yeah, it probably should have been 30. But you got tankers out there.
Tanks.
Kevin Durant's out here missing free throws in overtime. I mean, there's a lot of games this year. It's probably equal to the number that they should have won, that they should have lost.
That's fair. I mean, especially against the tankathon teams. Yeah. But Utah was tanking, and you still couldn't beat them.
Still lost.
Still found a way to lose that one.
Chicago, too.
Chicago.
Yeah, thank you. It's just a long way of saying 37 and 45 was about where you should have been considering what you lost.
Probably.
I mean, maybe you should have been a touch worse, but I still think early in the year you could have played a little bit better in some spots against beatable teams.
For sure. Yeah.
I always say you are what your record says you are.
Yep.
And this team pretty much was that.
Kind of.
Through the injuries and through all those guys I just named. And I wonder if I ran through that list again, how many of them will be in the association next year?
Oh, just in the association.
Right. Like playing on an NBA team. Like some of these guys will probably be back on two ways or they'll be somewhere, but
some of them might retire.
Some of them might go to Latvia and play pro ball overseas.
Oh. Very few of them will play for the Warriors.
Right.
That'd be my guess.
I would bet Pat Spencer does. I still think GP2 does. I don't know he's 33.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what's out there for him.
I don't know. I don't know if here is out here for them.
He played for 2.3.
Yeah.
You tell me the Warriors wouldn't want him back for $3 million?
I don't know. Was he I mean, he was not a negative, but he's declining.
They're
was
all
awesome this
declining.
He can't shoot.
Oh, he's never been able to shoot.
He used to be able to shoot from the corner. He can't shoot.
He dunks on people.
He does.
And he plays great defense.
He was really good the last 2 months.
He now plays good defense. He used to play great defense. I'm just saying, if you want to get younger and project going forward, I don't, Gary on the minimum for another year, fine. So maybe, but I don't think it's a must. Sorry, I love the guy, but it's if you're reworking the entire roster, I don't know where that sits on the priority list.
It's not high, but right now you've got 7 guys under contract, assuming Al opts in, which we don't know.
We don't know.
Will Richards making 2.1, but that's 7 players. You need 8 more. And of those 7, you've got, as of now, $136 million tied up into 3 players.
Yep.
So you're not going to be shopping at the top of the market.
Definitely not.
And if you give Kristaps 20, now you're at 156.
Boy,
And
the Kristaps thing got mysterious fast, though.
Yeah, but
I don't even know if he's playing basketball next year.
Yeah, it's interesting.
His answer on Friday night was also really interesting.
But Friday night, considering what he's been through, whatever the illness is, the general illness, sir, yes, sir.
Sure, but after every single game that went well this year, everything was like, Celebrini's the GOAT, and I can't wait to play with Steph, and this is working really well. And then he played great in LA against the Clippers, and Slates is asking him, is this did you feel like that's a preview? And he's just nodding his head through the whole thing yeah, Steph and me and Warriors and Celebrini. 48 hours later, he's like, I don't know if I could play basketball anymore.
Yeah, I may not want to do this.
Jeez.
Gee also under contract.
Yeah.
I always forget to throw him in there. So it is
keeper.
It's 6 right now, pending Horford's opt-in, which would be 7. Melton's not opting in, but he wants to stay. So
I mean, they always say that.
I don't know if I looked further down, like Quentin Post, no. Spencer maybe on a 2-way again. Leon's no. Bassie would be interesting, but I don't know, probably a no. Cryer would be the one. I think he's a yes, but Nate Williams is a no. So you're going to have to find people to, be on your team.
Yep. Looking for basketball players.
Well, so some of these guys maybe can be cheap labor and you keep them around.
Maybe. Jimmy in Bayview. Hi, Jimmy. Thanks for calling in. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to bring an observation about any kind of Lacob regime that they have not had a single good lottery pick. They've had one okay. They just screwed up the Valkyries lottery.
Well, we don't know that yet. You gotta let that play out, Jimmy.
We lost a quality rapper, though, in the draft.
We did. The radio industry.
Man, I mean, the key.
But you don't know.
That was the last Q rating good player that could have really brought some cachet to the Valkyries.
I hear you.
And that thing was bungled even before it got into the draft.
But who knows, Jimmy? I'm with you. I work in Q rating, so I loved the pick, and then I hated that it went that way. But I've got zero evidence that she's better than who the Valkyries ended up picking. It's a draft. We got to see.
Yeah, it feels very much like a Vince Carter kind of deal here. Yeah. But this is a huge deal for Dunleavy.
I agree with you there.
Dunleavy's had a lot of mess to clean up. Let's just be straight up. There's been a lot of mess from the championship years and the guy's scrambling. So this is a clean slate pick that he gets without any kind of, maybe Lacob's learned his lesson, maybe not, but this is a big deal. And to be honest, I'm glad they lost the play-in. I wanted him to have a lottery pick because we need it. Anyway, thanks, guys.
Jimmy, thanks. I do look back on last week now and think to myself, if I'm a betting person, that probably went the best way it could have for the Warriors.
Probably.
I wish they were still playing. I wish they were in Oklahoma City for Game 2 tonight. But the fact that you got the good vibes of the Wednesday win and kept your lottery pick on Friday, that's probably the best thing for the organization. I can acknowledge that.
Right. I think that's the only way that you can possibly look at it. And I thought that Lacob was here when they drafted Klay Thompson in 2011. And he certainly was here when they drafted Harrison Barnes at 7. And hard for me to look at that draft pick and think that was bungled or botched.
No. Yeah, I don't think all of them are bots, and I don't think Joe's out here making these picks alone. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. But I do think that his opinion seems to have been more in the room more than Steve Kerr's. But what I'm actually after is not like assigning these picks to one person. What I'm after, and what I think a Warrior fan should be after, is for all of you people to be on the same page with making the pick and why you're making the pick. Are we making the pick because we think someone's marketable? Are we making the pick because we think somebody fits what we need in that particular moment? Are we making the pick because the player's ready to play now? Are we looking more long-term? And there's no right or wrong answer. The only thing that's wrong is if 4 people are in the room and they all give a different answer, and then you just pick someone because you're like, I think that's what the boss wants us to pick. Like, you've got to be in concert, which has been Steve's message all year long. Because
alignment.
Because let's be honest, they're not. They're not, or he wouldn't keep saying it. And they need to get in alignment. And they need to do it now, because you don't have a better option to coach this team next year. And because the greatest player who has ever put on your jersey really wants Steve Kerr to be his coach as his career comes to a close. And that's worth something to me.
It is, but if you don't have alignment on where you're going as a franchise, then you may have to make the hard choice now, as opposed to continuing this split belief on what should be done. 2012 Mullen retirement ceremony, and it says he took over in 2010. So he would be a part of the Klay Thompson pick.
Right.
So, and they haven't had that many lottery picks, obviously, over the course of the 16 years he's been doing it.
What's up, Grandy?
Well, it's kind of interesting because at least the way that I view this is whether or not Steve Kerr's back for this next year, his time is coming when he's going to be gone.
For sure.
It feels like it's a little late in the game to be arguing over how involved in draft picks you're going to be. Not that he shouldn't want more say in it, but it feels like he's not going to be able to benefit from it being a good pick or a bad pick all that much.
I should say it that it's more than just the draft. It's just the whole roster. Like, this has got to be in concert with each other. You have to make every single selection and acquisition with a plan. And I think that there have been multiple plans. And then certain people who are left to execute the plan without the resources that they need in order to execute the plan. And that's what's got to stop. And everybody gets a hand in that, for sure. But Steve's taking the bullets for a roster that he didn't build. That's a hill that I'll die on right there.
Right, and the roster is completely bereft of depth. And so if you're going to pay 3 guys that much money, that much of your cap and the tax level and all the rest of it, I don't know how you build a roster. How do you get enough good players? You can't.
Fair question. They're up a creek a little bit.
So you're going to have to do something bold. And if that bold move goes against what Steve Kerr wants, well, there's more misalignment.
No doubt. Draft is tomorrow. We'll be broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick, win great prizes. Come spend the afternoon with us tomorrow 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It's presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
If you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't just think deck boards. Think the whole system. Trex from Ashby Lumber gives you decking, railing, lighting, everything designed to work together, look clean, and last. It's low maintenance, holds up in the elements, and you're not dealing with constant upkeep like wood. And the team at Ashby actually helps you plan it out, so you're not guessing on materials or design. Stop by Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord. Check out Trex in person and get your project started.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And we are here to... Not again. That's my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with True Fan Travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Spring is warming up. Are you feeling your best? If not, now's the time to take control of your health. At Jumpstart MD, we combine GLP-1 medications with personalized clinician care to help you lose weight safely and effectively. Because real results don't come from shortcuts, they come from the right support. Where you get your prescription matters. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit Jumpstart MD today. Jumpstart MD, your partner in safe, affordable weight loss.
Now that spring is here, you might be anxious to upgrade your home's property. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works with contractors and professional builders to help you add decking, pergolas, fencing, and fire protection. Our partners include AZEK Exteriors, James Hardie Textured Panels, and Vulcan Vents to protect your home from fire and embers. Safeguard your home and protect its value by starting at goldenstatelumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats. Looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low.
Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
What is the point of what we're doing? What is that? That makes no sense to me. What's the point? Yeah, all right. This is not for me.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
It's the old Rise Guys theme, 2011. Sorry.
Sorry.
Whitey Chrysler.
I'm sorry, YouTube. That's got to be super unpleasant if you don't have the music underneath you. You ever sing along and then turn the music off? And you're like, oh dear.
Depends on the song.
I don't sound nearly as good as I thought that I did.
Different songs. There are some songs where it's like, yeah, I'm right there.
You ever record yourself?
Yes. It's rough.
Do you have those recordings?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
What did you record yourself doing?
I'd have to remember. It's been a long time, but I have a musical theater background, so I was up there huffing and puffing on stage singing.
How late did your musical theater go?
Junior year of high school.
Okay.
Which, my sister, God, I love her, the Caner, Hurricane Gale, whole family's watching me. Huh. And reportedly, she turned to my mom and said, man, that kid's got guts. Because I was just awful.
That's some draftism right there. He's out there showing some guts.
I had one of the leads in the play, and
what was it?
The play was Mame. I was a junior, and I played the role of little Patrick, who was 10 years old.
Okay.
I show up at the audition thinking it's a great way to meet girls. Little did I know, there were probably 5 boys in the room, which means you get a part and you get a part. I met girls, all right.
And how'd that go?
Hey, struck him out! Oh. Like everything else went, Mark. So not only am I getting shut down by, virtually every girl in the cast, I also now have to put on stage makeup and perform.
Grab some pine, meat.
No,
don't grab that.
No, don't grab some pine. Grab your script because you have about 75 lines and 3 songs.
You sang?
A solo. Yeah, that kid's got guts.
I sang on stage too, but much younger. So I guess it's probably
That's singing.
Yeah, middle school. I was
in a play in middle school too.
What'd you play?
Little Abner. I was Earthquake Magoon. And the irony was that I was so small that it would be kind of a fun play on the character. Did
you say Earthquake Magoon?
Earthquake Magoon.
That's the name of
Howdy, boys. I'm Earthquake Magoon.
That's going to be the name of my fantasy team this year for sure.
Again, you show up as a boy, you get a part.
You get a part.
A big part. I'm not Little Abner big because I have no talent, but anyway, I have sang, and it's awful.
I was Buffalo Bill in 7th grade and Daddy Warbucks in 8th grade.
That's right, Daddy Warbucks.
And both parts called for, the assistant principal to come to my house before the performance because with Buffalo Bill, I had to get a wig fitted on, a Jesus wig underneath the cowboy hat. And then for Daddy Warbucks, I needed a bald cap.
Gotcha.
So we had to match that makeup so I could get out there and sing in front of people.
Rough.
Multiple solos.
Why did you do it?
Well,
my motivation was quite clear.
I don't remember. I was good at it, not the singing part.
Yeah.
They gave me the drama award.
Look at you.
I loved it. I don't know why. I think I just took drama class in 6th grade, and I'm like, it's fun. And then I didn't even try out for the play in 6th grade. And then by 7th grade, I tried out, and they're giving me leads. So it went well.
7th grade, I was kind of bullied into it.
I met some girls.
Of course you did.
Yeah.
I met some girls too. And they politely asked me to stop talking to them. So there's that.
Earthquake.
Oh, yeah. Santa Fe Rec Center.
Okay.
Circa 1979.
I wonder if Mrs. Musante's husband is still a sports radio listener in the Bay Area. I used to get notes from her. She's a great, great drama teacher at Bowditch Middle School. She's my favorite teacher of all time. And I used to get like a Facebook note from her once a year or whatever. My husband listened to you, dude, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know. Might still be out there. Musantes, if you're listening, good on you. Let's go live to Mark Grandy for this Giants update with Shohei Ohtani warming up.
You guys know how there was the lip reading incident at the Giants game last night. What did Dalton Rushing say towards Jung-Hoo Lee as Jung-Hoo Lee was sitting at home plate injured? That was what most people assumed. He said, Dalton Rushing has responded. He said he was not directing anything toward Jung-Hoo Lee in the moment last night. Didn't even realize in the moment that Lee was hurt. And he said, quote, hopefully he didn't take it the way it was put out. I'll be sure to say something face-to-face to him, making sure he's okay.
I don't believe you, Dalton. How about that?
I don't either.
But thank you for your very well-rehearsed PR response.
And that is honestly the wrong response.
It is.
You're Dalton Rushing. Like, it's not even May, and you've already been involved in a couple of different, not incidents, but things.
Stand on business, dude.
Say
what are you talking about? So wait a minute. Read that again.
I just closed it out. Hold on.
Sorry. I mean,
he didn't. What he said, he denied it multiple times that he said what all the lip readers said that he saw.
No, I didn't hear Grandy say that.
I read that from Sluss earlier, Susan Slusser.
He said that that's not what he said, or he said that that's not, he wasn't directing it at Jung-Hoo Lee. I didn't hear you say that's not what I said.
So this is from Jack Harris, who writes for the California Post, Dodgers beat writer. This is not a quote from Dalton Rushing, but what Jack writes is Dalton Rushing said he was not directing anything toward Jung-Hoo Lee in the moment last night. And then this is the quote from Dalton. Hopefully he didn't take it the way it was put out. I'll be sure to say something to him face to face, making sure he's okay.
I don't hear him say I didn't say it.
Well, Susan Slusser, Chronicle, Giants beat reporter, says Dodgers catcher Dalton Rushing denies internet claim over what he said after tagging out Jung-Hoo Lee. Lee's back in the lineup and more.
Yeah. What I heard Grandy say is the direct quote where he said that it wasn't directed at him. And it didn't, that's the way it was presented is not the way it happened. That's not saying that you're wrong about your lip reading.
Right. So the way it was presented was actual video, and he walks away from Jung-Hoo Lee, who is shaken up at home plate, and the catcher looks back.
He looks back at Jung-Hoo.
Pauses, turns back around and says, blank him.
F him.
Blank him. Yep. And I can't stop watching this after he tagged him out by about 8 feet at home plate.
Dalton, I don't believe you, and you're a Dodger, so I don't really care what you have to say anyway. We didn't like you before you said it. Now we really don't like you. That's all.
Something to keep an eye on tonight. Yeah. Game 2 of a 3-game series.
Is he in the lineup tonight, Grandy?
He is, yeah.
What happened to their other catcher? What happened to Will Smith?
Not sure. He pinch hit last night, I believe.
This guy take his job?
Dalton Rushing has like 8 home runs this year.
I know he does, but Will Smith is Will freaking Smith. World Series hero. Anyway.
8 home runs.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Hey, tomorrow we're at the draft.
Yeah, at draft. At the draft to cover the draft.
Right. The Draft Pub in Pleasanton. You absolutely have got to come see us. And we'll get you ready for the draft. Oh, I hate that. Real quick. 30 seconds. Jordan in Walnut Creek. I don't want to leave you here on hold. Jordan, what'd you want to say? Real quick.
Yeah, I just want to shout out Tony Vitello. He's clearly doing something with the bullpen. He brings in basically his closer, Eric Miller, in the 7th against Shohei. That's Bruce Bochy, premier 2010 NLDS type stuff against the Phillies. So Tony, there's not a lot to pull from him so far. How he's handling the bullpen, it's pretty impressive. He knows there's no confidence in that 9th inning, so he's doing it closer by committee. He's not giving anybody the clear closer role, but he's saying I'm going to throw different guys in there, and this will make you guys not think too much because the bullpen's good, just the 9th inning we're not. So that's what I'm pulling from Tony. He's creative with the bullpen. I like it.
Yeah, the bullpen is performing a lot better. I'd like everybody to maybe back off Ryan Walker, though, for a second. I don't think he's not performing poorly. He certainly performed well last night.
He had a couple shaky ones earlier, but he's starting to lock in as the closer.
Yeah. So
Will Smith in the lineup, by the way, hitting third and in the squad.
He's catching.
Yes.
Not DHing.
Nope.
So Dalton Rushing is sitting out.
Yes.
Oh, he's been suspended.
But there is no DH because Shohei Ohtani.
Oh, that's right.
On the biznump.
That's right. All right, Dalton. Take a day off.
Although when Ohtani goes out, then they can bring in a DH?
Correct.
Which
I know.
What are we doing?
Yep. Well,
anything for you, Shohei?
He is special. But nice of Dalton to say F him on a day and then not be in the lineup to have to face the fastball from Tyler Malley. Yeah. All right. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Sure, in Pleasanton.
All right, let's go to Pleasanton. What's coming up, Grandy? What are you about to do?
The crossover's coming up next, guys.
Yeah. Okay. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double